now I'll be requesting for all our ND students, if they are here, can you give me the names? It's our National Diabetic Educator Program. It started before 15 years, and the program was initiated by Dr. Shashank Joshi, who is Program Director of this National Diabetic Educator Program, along with Dr. V. Mohan. So I'm requesting, these are the students in last 2 years who were our students from our center, not only from my center, it is also from Dr. Vipul and Dr. Dharmender. They were also, for them was a faculty. And I will request Farida, because it is completely initiation and supported by USV, so I will be requesting Ms. Farida also to join on the stage. And now I'll be requesting all these students to come here. First I will request Mrs. Vaishnavi Rawal. Vaishnavi, are you there? Yes, please, Vaishnavi. So, please, sir. Anil bhai, yahan agar aao. Shashank. Madam, Tushar bhai. So, Vishal, can you just name all of them?
Dr. I.R. Bhayani, Lata Parth Mistry, Dr. Aarti Sutar, Vrishti Shah, Mrs. Ankita Patel, Ankita Patel, Anita Ramchandani, Jai Kishan Agrawal, Jai Kishan is there, Dr. Rushi N. Patel, Dr. Rushi N. Patel, Sumit Dhagia, Jigna Amit Patel, Anita Sande, Poonam Brahmabhat, Anita Sande, Ankur Mukherjee, Poonam Brahmabhat, Ankur Mukherjee, Poonam Brahmabhat, Karishma Patel, Ankur Mukherjee, Karishma Patel, Saurabh M. Rathod, Karnika D. Rathod, Dr. Pranali More, Dr. Pranali More. Dr. Pranali More, Pinal Dholaria, Akanksha Bhargav, Devanshi Panchal, Dr. Dhara Hardik Kumar Majithia, and Mahima Vishwakarma. So a big round of applause for all the students who have achieved this feat. Pinal Dholaria, ma'am.
So this National Diabetic Educator Program started long back, and Shashank had thought that, we don't have so many educators in our country. The primary problem of diabetes is so much that it cannot be just taken care by the doctors alone. So Dr. Shashank and Dr. Mohan, they started this National Diabetic Educator Program. It was supported by USV, and every year we are doing in the different centers across the country. It's not just one center. Everywhere across the country we have hundreds of educators who are enrolled for this program. It's a one-year program. They get the certificate. So we thought that this year we will start giving them certificate at the inauguration program. Thank you once again, Farida, and thank you, USV, for this wonderful support for the educator. And thanks, Shashank and Dr. Mohan, for providing us the module and educating these educators. Now I will request, finally, our GMC observer. So the best thing is done by IMN, Gujarat Medical Council, and Indian Medical Council, now NMC, that they sent observer to observe that continuous medical education program is being continuously done properly in a conference. And the doctors who are attending, they also get the credit hours for it. This year, for our Diacon, we have 6 MCI credit hours, and we have with us our GMC observer. May I request her to come here, and we would like to felicitate her. Please, madam. Dr. Nirali Ben, please, Nirali Ben, come. With this, I close the program, and now we can have our national anthem. So I will request everyone to rise for that.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you. Once again, thank you, each one of you. Thank you, all the delegates, all the faculty members coming from all across the country. Thank you, all my colleagues who are from Ahmedabad. Thank you, team of Diacare and organizing team of Diacare Con. And thank you, all the industry partners for their support. Once again, thank you, everyone. Now we are starting with our first session, opening lecture. And I will request Dr. Dharmender to start the first talk.
So, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's really, this is a cool morning, and we will start our today's session, the first session of keynote lecture. And for this session, we have our esteemed chairpersons here. Our esteemed chairpersons are Dr. Navneet Shah. Dr. Navneet Shah, sir, he is a well-known diabetologist from our city of Ahmedabad. Along with him to accompany, I will invite our next chairperson, Dr. Dhiren Joshi, one of the most senior physician, professor of medicine and cardiology from the Institute of Cardiology at Civil Hospital. And it is our great privilege to have our esteemed chairperson for this opening note lecture. And we'll request our chairperson to invite our esteemed speaker for the session. Thank you.
Good morning. In the beginning, I would thank Dr. Bansi to invite me to chair this session along with Dr. Dhiren Joshi. And it's my great privilege to inaugurate the meeting with the keynote address by Dr. Kamlakar, who has come from all the way Varanasi and who is going to speak about the major advances and discoveries in diabetes, the year in review, clinical and translational and basic. Dr. Tripathi is a doyen of diabetes in the field of diabetology and having not only the publications but the basic research work also in diabetes. And he is well known to this august audience, and I would request Dr. Tripathi to deliver his opening keynote lecture. Dr. Tripathi, sir.
Thank you. Respected chairperson, I have Dr. Asha Ben Shah in front of me, the doyen of the medical education in Ahmedabad, Gujarat. I'm not a suitable person for this keynote address. As I said in the beginning, it's Banshi Sahu. He keeps on pressing us, doing hard work to read. In fact, such addresses should be given by basic science worker like Dr. Shashank Joshi you had before. You have Dr. Mohan, the legend people in the history of diabetes. Maybe Puri was here some back. But then I thought I would be getting some opportunity to go through the recent changes which has occurred in diabetes in last 1 to 2 years, hardly 2 years. And these advancements in clinical research have occurred in clinical epidemiology, classification, clustering of type 2 diabetes, which is going to change the future of treatment. Prevention has come again and has taken important lead, redefining the pre-diabetes, long segment which we need to refer, and of course, pre-gestational diabetes. Epidemiology is a very old term, long back even Hippocrates described it, but then ultimately after 1850, after the epidemiological experiment to test the hypothesis of the cholera in UK, this became the common word. But it was the Framingham study which laid the foundation. The first study which came out to be cohort study on coronary artery disease, and then ultimately 80s onwards, the molecular biologists also jumped in. So we had a clinical epidemiology, we had a genetic epidemiology. And then ultimately various diseases, the communicable diseases. So the first important message we got in last 2 to 3 years is it's no more longer a rich man disease. And you look at the GDP, as the GDP rises proportionally right from the Bihar up to the Chandigarh, there have been exponential growth of the prevalence of diabetes. But this study, which is also, Dr. Vanshi Sabu was part of this India diabetes study, and Dr. Joshi as well as Dr. Mohan. Important message is that it could be anything like, based on 3,421 individual, the incidence of pre-diabetes is rising up to 31.3%. And the important message is this pre-diabetes is totally preventable disorder. And therefore, when it was added further, this is 2023 publication, when the disability adjusted life years, these are the two new terms have been added in epidemiology, and came to the years of life lost and years lived with disability. What was found that it attributes type 2 diabetes burden for 16 risk factors, falling under risk categories including environment, occupation, tobacco use, high alcohol, high body mass index, dietary factors, and low physical activity. So all these have been very important issue when it comes to the prevention of the diabetes. And the word, as I said in the beginning, is largely preventable and in some cases potentially reversible if identified and managed early in the disease course. So in next 10 to 15 years, we might see some of the new research papers regarding the prevention of the diabetes as well as the reversal of diabetes. Since we are living longer, we have more number of years to live, we are be getting more and more diabetes patients, especially in the 65 and 70s, and this has been supplemented by various observations. But this is because of the overlap, many overlap in the classification from the type 1 diabetes to type 2 diabetes, the gestational diabetes, the monogenic diabetes, and pancreatic diabetes. And you look at this particular area where all the 3 to 4, they overlap. And all these publications have been in last 5 to 10 years. This word has come, and Dr. Mohan had made it more popular, but after the Danish Center for Strategic Research, type 2 diabetes, 3,000 odd number of patients in the Swedish group. In the classes characterized by high insulin resistance, hyperinsulinemia showed the largest overlap and appear to the most distinct. And this is, now we have gone to the different clusters in the classification. And we call them the hard cluster, and we call them soft cluster depending upon the genetic trait 1, 2, 3, 4. And further, if you look, the word which is now will be using in the research is people with diabetes, not diabetic patient. We are no more patient. We are now people with diabetes who have a hard cluster and a soft cluster depending on the phenotype and the genotype. And what are they? The 5 have been discovered based on also about their various genetic profile, autoimmune, insulin deficiency, severe insulin deficiency, and MOD. And this is Dr. Mohan's publication. On my right side, you look at the result, and this is just only 2 years back, where 25.9% people are insulin resistant obese diabetes. And the middle-aged related diabetes and SID, severe insulin deficiency, this group particular SID is one which requires early onset of diabetes, have a relative low BMI, low HOMA-B, low C-peptide, high HbA1c, increased risk of retinopathy, so they require insulin definitely. And these are the typical Asian phenotype. The genetic subtypes have also come into function now in all laboratories, the ICMR laboratories, Dr. Mohan lab, and some of the lab from the AGLS, they are also doing, and there is increased proinsulin adjusted for insulin because of pancreatic beta cell function, and decreased proinsulin adjustment for insulin, and increased insulin resistance. So obesity related, lipodystrophy related, lipid metabolism related. These are the new terminology which is going to be used in the classification of genetic subtype of diabetes. This is the just 2-month-old paper published in August 31 from one of the Indian group, and this is very insignificant group, not much in the science being taught. But look, he could only classify cluster 1, cluster 2, cluster 3, based on the hyperinsulinemic and insulinemic response and with some of the overlap. And therefore, more papers are now coming and there will be more data available in next 2 to 3 years. This translational of genetic subclassification has led to concept of monogenic diabetes as part of current clinical practice, and we need to identify it. And there are a lot of important information, the polygenic scores related to type 2 diabetes, which have potential become more predictive in future interaction, particularly with the inclusion of rare genetic variation. This word was used long back, adopt, and rosiglitazone was forgotten, very badly criticized molecule, but then it's come back again. And there is a study, recorded study, which indicated the benefit of particular drug for certain clusters, such as sulfonylurea or the MARD. So they are coming back, thiazidinedolidone for the third. And the Origins trial have shown that also the SID group, where it is decreased occurrence of hypoglycemia, is the mean post-trans domination of HbA1c more than 47.5 millimole and 13% comparison with the MARD subtype. So what it has led to, it has informed us about the timing and severity of disease onset, response to therapy, improved delineation of diabetes subtypes, and subclassification of within 1 and 2 diabetes. This is important information, and all of us know now by the time Dr. Mohan has been talking from many times in many conferences, that the individual with MODY caused by mutation GCK have mild, non-progressive hyperglycemic present from birth with low risk of complication and typically do not require any treatment. So if you pick up such patient from the crowd, then they get reward because they may not be exploited by the physician. And second is HFN1A, which responds to sulfonylurea and glucagon-like peptide receptor agonist. So what advantage we have learned in last 3-4 years after the advent of this Swedish and Danish study? It helps to accurately classify diabetes into different subtypes, helps to plan therapies based on the pathophysiology, helps to predict prognosis and prevent diabetic complication, and helps in our also approaching the precision medicine or precision diabetes. Then second part is important for the pre-diabetes, which has come. And you look at different criteria. This is the international expert group, ADA based on HbA1c, based with the WHO 2-hour glucose, with the fasting glucose and 8-day fasting. If you become too stringent, very stringent, then incidence could be 43.5%. So 50% of the world population could be here. If you don't make it, and you make it liberal, it would be as low as 4.3. So look at the contrast. What a contrast information. But the positive point of this contrast information is the potential of diabetic reversal and remission of the diabetes. Not only this, look at the complications. With all different criteria of pre-diabetes, the complication of this chronic kidney disease, cardiovascular disease, and all-cause mortality is also affected. So now we need to translate the pre-diabetes in relation to future complication and formulate our strategy for the treatment. This is 5,000 odd papers have appeared in last 5 years only on pre-diabetes and prevention. And this is the trend which publications are being poured in. India stands somewhere here at the 10th number, though we are second or first competing with so far as the diabetes prevalence is concerned. But now when it comes to the number of publication for the pre-diabetes and related, this is at the 10th position. And I was talking to you some of the older molecules which are now coming back to rosiglitazone, pioglitazone. Look at the values of the treatment of pre-diabetes, 72% reduction. What a great information. And I know Dr. Parikar from Mumbai is a great lover of pioglitazone. He puts beautiful presentation on how you can prevent and you can manage these patients. 72% reduction, 60% reduction with rosiglitazone. So why to criticize in a pre-diabetic state? And therefore, you can use these molecules, exploit these molecules in future research. into the translational signaling of the insulin receptor, getting the translocation from receptor onto the receptor RNA, and then gene functioning. And what has been found that the paracrine repressive signal originating from beta, and now the delta cell has become important, maintain the alpha cell identity with consistent repressive influence on somatostatin. We now know different targets, and the pharmacy students know how to target different places, right from the food intake to the AMPK signaling, lipid molecule, GLP, and also looking at the beta cell secretion, at the total beta cell mass, the transplantation, the calcium channel blockers, and beta cell protection. This is a very popular talk in the molecular biology based on alpha cell engaging insulin production after beta cell ablation. And I'll quickly go through all this. All the three cells have been exploited: the alpha cell, the gamma cell, the delta cell, the immunogenicity. And look at the, on my right-hand side, the insulin mRNA expression, vector queen expression, as well as the aggregation time. So now we know that we can take alpha cell, which could be derived in beta cell, contribute beta cell neogenesis induced by antagonistic glucagon receptor antibody. This might be interest to Dr. Asha Bain and some of the older physicians like me. We wrote few prescriptions in our initial days of the training, tolbutamide. You must have forgotten it. But this paper, and I showed it to even Shashank Joshi also, the potential of tolbutamide to involve in the recruitment and increase individual calcium response. So you can exploit tolbutamide now to increase the calcium response in response to insulin release. And what has been found that gradually augmented the magnitude of calcium rise in single cell cluster, and sulfonylurea also recruit beta cell. Look at the information second line. By measuring cytoplasmic calcium, the triggering signal of insulin secretion. So you should not now criticize tolbutamide. People criticize thalidomide 40, 50 years back in the dustbin is one of the wonderful molecules for the treatment of multiple myeloma. And therefore, you may see the rise of tolbutamide again. These are the trends in antidiabetic drugs discovery. FDA has approved now clinical trials, and this is the 2021. And I'll show you the number of drugs which have been now been approved by FDA, different combination. And these are the targeted pathway right from SGLT, GLP-1R, go to the bottom, amylin receptor, biguanides, receptor of GABA, CGR, enzymes, kinase, AMPK, transporters, immunomodulators, ion channel, and other discovered. So huge number of molecules in the pipeline which have the publication have shown in last 5 to 10 years. Reversal of diabetes, very popular concept, is coming very fast. And in long-term prospective study, outcome study, 36% have shown with bariatric surgery. Look at this data. As the year advances, at the end of 5 years, the response could be 99%. So it should not be criticized. And the bariatric surgeons have been criticized very badly by a group of the physicians. But then gradually people have known their skill, probably their skill, and proper surgery would have a better response in the future. Calorie restrictions, biguanides, thiazidinolidone, alpha-glucoside inhibitor, GLP-1 receptor, all have helped in reversal and remission of diabetes. And this is the popular directive study which have shown that even with the diet modification, you can revert with some of the important drugs. The ketogenic diet, and this is where the molecular biology has come into now into the nutrition and diabetology, and you can modify the ketone food with the receptors from heterochromatin to euchromatin, and these food now can be genetically modified to give you the maximum response, at least for the prevention of diabetes. Therefore, the conclusion of this presentation, which I finished just now, was based on meta-analysis, systematically reviewed 13 relevant studies. It was demonstrated that ketogenic diet can not only control fasting blood sugar and reduce glycosylated hemoglobin, but also improve lipid metabolism and also take care of the reversal of the diabetes. We know this new molecule, teplizumab, which is a monoclonal antibody, can preserve beta cell function, stage 2, and also in type 1 diabetes. So now we are looking type 1 diabetes mellitus with Brave New World publication. This is 2024 publication, just 3 months back, where automated insulin delivery improves glycemic control and pregnancy outcome, pregnancy complicated by maternal type 1 diabetes. So we have a lot of hopes, and this is last few slides, where type 1 diabetes prevention is a big revolution with this new molecule which is coming, and now FDA got approved. This is the teplizumab, which is now being thought to, proteomics have walked into, and Dr. From Andhra Pradesh, two important, Dr. Rao, now he doesn't come into the meetings, but one of the worker as well, Dr. Sridhar. These are the two people from Vizag have been contributing in a lot of proteomics, picking them from the urine as well. And these are some of the therapeutics related to type 1 diabetes, progress challenges and the road. So current preclinical research suggests that immunoprotected islet cell graft in a retrievable subcutaneous site could restore normal glycemia for at least 1 year in type 1 diabetes patient. Early gestational diabetes, again very popular talk by Dr. Mohan Group, have shown that now you need to target not only the gestational diabetes, also at the early diabetes mellitus, gestational diabetes, and look at the difference here. This is the classical GDM incidence. Look at the pre-gestational diabetes mellitus in the women, and this has led to a rise in the prevalence as well as the incidence, and to 2.82% women now at the group of the target. This is the native, look at the Asian distribution, 8.61% with GDM prevalence in comparison to the pre-GDM prevalence. Therefore, to finish my talk, as I said, I'm a poor school master, primary care school teacher of medicine to my students of undergraduate for 40, 50 years back. But then what we have learned in last 1 to 2 years, this is what Dr. Banshi was very particular. You talk only those publications which has come in last 2 years. So he put me on very hard task, and I could only squeeze out some of these information about the prevalence of diabetes. Is largely prevent. This word is to be kept in the mind of all clinicians. Is a largely preventable, potentially reversible if identified and managed early in the disease. So this is the breakthrough. Then different clusters which is now being identified, and they have helped in precision medicine. MODI, we all now understand that there is a small group, GCK, non-progressive hyperglycemia, right from the birth and low risk of complication, and do not require treatment. Of course, HF and 1A and GLP can be given for the treatment with sulfonylurea. Preserving and restoring functional beta cell mass is another molecular investigation. Pancreas repressive signal originating from beta and delta cell have maintained the alpha cell identity. So they are important. The cell biology of alpha cell is equally important as the beta cell as well as the delta cell. Local signal drive conversion of alpha cell, inhibition of proximal beta and delta cell leads to substantial increase in insulin alpha cell numbers, so have a potential chance of regeneration of these cells. Tolbutamide stimulated pancreatic beta cell involves both cell recruitment and increase in the individual calcium influx onto the beta cell. The reversal to remission, we have learned about type 2 diabetes, modulation of cellular biochemistry, epigenetics, metabolomics by ketone bodies, implication of the ketogenic diet in the physiology of the organism and pathological state, and prevention of type 1 diabetes, which is a dream coming true with teplizumab, not only preserve beta cell function at the stage of 2, but also stage 3 in type 1 diabetes. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Kamlakar Tripathi, for giving a very nice sky view of what was, what is, and what is going to be in diabetes field, and giving the very comprehensive overlook of diabetes in his keynote lecture. Since this is a keynote lecture, we don't have any questions or discussion, so we give the standing ovation to Dr. Kamlakar.
So nice of you.
Thank you so much, Kamlakar Tripathi, sir. And I request
For the next lecture of type 1 diabetes, we have the chairperson side, who is a senior clinician, and Dr. Urman Dhruv sir. Both of them, along with great clinicians, are excellent professors and great teachers. Over to you, sir.
I think this is an oration. Neelam, we have got readiness for the oration? Okay, so before calling the recipient of the oration here, I would like to say a few words about Dr. O.P. Gupta, sir. Dr. Bansi is here? No. The first of its kind is always recognized. Sunil Gavaskar once said that there would be many to score 10,000 runs in cricket, but it would be always the first who would be remembered. So Dr. Gupta sir, O.P. Gupta sir, he was the first to conduct the epidemiological study all across India, 1977, when we were not dreaming about it. He was the first to create a diabetic clinic in civil hospital when we were not thinking or giving enough recognition to diabetes, and he was the first to have a private clinic of diabetes in Gujarat. He was the founder member of RSSDI, whom we recognize as one of the most important institutions in India. And he was the first to attend IDF conference, one of the first from India to attend IDF conferences. You will be surprised to know that he attended practically all IDF conferences till he was not fit enough to reach there. He attended most of the RSSDI conferences on his own, despite being the fact that he was the founder member. हम सब उन्हें जानते थे. Since we came across meeting him in 1997 with first RSSDI conference in Ahmedabad, हम उन्हें पहचानने लगे. लेकिन it was Bansi who led to the efforts कि पूरी भारतवर्ष उन्हें मानने लगी. So we would definitely appreciate Dr. O.P. Gupta sir, but it is also Bansi who gave maximum efforts to see to it that Dr. O.P. Gupta is recognized all over India, and that's why the oration is there, which is being held since 2005 years. And now coming to the recipient of the today's O.P. Gupta oration, and that is somebody from Aurangabad. We'll directly call her. She is a lady, Dr. Archana Sarda, and you will see in the citation how wonderful work she has been doing. Can I call upon her? I'll request Dr. Madhavi Desai to read the citation. We'll call upon Dr. Atul Parikh also for felicitation, being one of the senior most members. Citation, please. Can we have the citation?
Hello. Diacare is privileged to award Dr. O.P. Gupta Oration for the year 2024 to Dr. Archana Sarda. Dr. Archana Sarda is a consultant diabetologist and the visionary founder of UDAN, has dedicated her life to making healthcare and education accessible to the most marginalized communities. She has spent over 2 decades transforming the lives of underprivileged children with type 1 diabetes in rural India. Under Dr. Archana's leadership, UDAN has grown into a lifeline for over 1,200 children, offering them free insulin, monitoring, education, investigations, and psychosocial support. Dr. Archana completed her higher secondary education in Jaipur before earning her medical degree from Government Medical College, Aurangabad. Inspired by the immense healthcare needs of the region, she chose Aurangabad as her Karmabhumi and went on to complete her MD in medicine there. Dr. Ashna's commitment to finding practical solutions to the challenges of rural low-income setting has resulted in groundbreaking innovations. Her development of an earthen pot for insulin storage has dramatically improved health outcomes in areas without reliable electricity. Additionally, her creation of the My T-Mom initiative, training mothers of children with type 1 diabetes as diabetes coaches, has bridged a critical gap in diabetes education and care. Dr. Achna operates 24/7 helplines to provide support to families in remote villages. She has pioneered culturally sensitive education tools ranging from street plays and board games to insulin calculators in local languages to teach accessible, affordable self-care. Her work has extended to training healthcare providers and conducting school awareness programs aimed at early detection and care for children with type 1 diabetes. Dr. Archana has led initiatives like India's first type 1 diabetes challenge track, inspiring 23 children from across the country to overcome personal and physical barriers. Her work goes beyond medical care, encompassing vocational guidance, adolescent support, and even matrimony alliances for those with type 1 diabetes. Recognized nationally and internationally, Dr. Archana Sarda is a mentor within global type 1 diabetes communities, advisor to organizations and state governments, and author of numerous textbook chapters and research publications, and a recipient of several prestigious awards. However, her greatest pride lies in the empowered lives of the children she serves who are thriving against the odds thanks to her unwavering dedication. It is our most profound honor to present you with Dr. O.P. Gupta Oration for the year 2024, signed by Dr. Bansi Sabu, organizing chairman.
We'll invite Dr. Archana to deliver the oration.
Good morning, everyone. I'm truly humbled and honored with this privilege to be here for the O.P. Gupta sir's oration. Respected chairpersons, everyone in the audience, I'm going to speak for the next 20-25 minutes on understanding and addressing global disparities amongst type 1 diabetes. I start with a warm tribute to Dr. O.P. Gupta sir, the diabetes guru of India. As we just heard, we are because you were. All our teachers, many whom I have not met, but because they paved the way, today we are here and we can actually learn, grow, and express ourselves. So a very, very warm tribute to Dr. O.P. Gupta. I cannot start my talk without a gratitude to Dr. Bansi Sabu, not because he gave me this talk, but because he is the change driver for the cause which I'm speaking today. For type 1 care in India, there were many people working in pockets across the country. Dr. Bansi was working in Ahmedabad, I was working in Aurangabad, people were working across the country. But this one person single-handedly, probably this is one aspect people know less about him, but he single-handedly drove everyone, pushed everyone, brought everyone together. He brought SPAD to India, he brought Sweet Registry to India, he pushed everyone to work in the space, took everyone along, and this is one of his photographs where he traveled all the way to Aurangabad, and these are all the children of Udan, the children living with type 1 diabetes in Marathwada, where we gathered in a stadium, and he was there to encourage them. I'm going to start with what I have to say, and I think there should be a disclaimer like we have in movies. It's quite shocking. It could hurt. It could give you a sleepless night if you are so inclined. What is disparity? By definition, disparity is a marked difference in the level of treatment, especially that is seen as unfair. I think I would take 1 second to think about this sentence, about if it is seen as unfair. Sometimes disparity exists, but we don't think. We don't really think. And then when we think somebody who is, say, for example, illiterate deserves what he gets, or is poor deserves what he gets, or belongs to a certain ethnicity or race deserves what they get. So disparity will only matter if we think it is unfair. But I am talking beyond disparity. Disparity is only about things being not there. But as people in this fraternity, today is an inclusive society. Today is a time where we all live in an inclusive world. Today is a time where we accept LGBTQ, where AA+, etc., etc. And we do. We accept all kinds of body shapes and sizes. We are thinking beyond just lack of disparity. We are talking about equality, and where equality is when everyone is getting a pair of shoes. But diversity is when everyone is getting a different pair of shoes. I'm sure all of us would not like to be wearing the same. And I'm talking about shoes, but I'm talking about everything in life, whether it be food, shelter, clothing, healthcare, education, my own rights, my thoughts, my religion, everything. Equity is when everyone is getting a shoe that fits. Because getting a shoe that doesn't fit and claiming that I've given it to you is not going to make a difference. And acceptance, and we understand that you are wearing a different shoe, I am wearing a different shoe. And belonging is when you can wear whatever you want without being judged. And this is not shoes we are talking about, this is everything in life. We are evolving from the stage of lack of disparity to a place where ultimately we are equal, diverse, we have equity, acceptance, and belonging in our workplace as well as our healthcare delivery. We speak, do we practice? This is a board at the entrance where my patients keep their shoes. This is, whoever has been to my clinic has seen this, कि जूते चप्पलें आप भले ही पहने रखें, पर जात पात, ऊंच नीच, छुआछूत, लिंग भेद, जैसी मानसिकताएं आप यहीं उतार दें, आइए आपका स्वागत है. So, unless we practice what we say, it doesn't translate into taking away the disparity. So let's now understand and address these disparities that occur in T1D lives across the globe in India. Problems and solutions remain similar across the continents, be it Africa, be it Latin America, be it Asia, Southeast Asia. It's going to be very similar, except with some cultural variations. Now, these problems, all the data that I'm going to give you is from the Type 1 Diabetes Index, T1D Index website. And whatever solutions I hope, a little ray of hope that I'm going to try to show, although I'm going to share what we thought we could do in Udan, which means a small village area in the remotest and the most backward part of Maharashtra, that's Marathwada. But I know that work is being done in every corner of the country and the world. So it's not specific to us, it's just a thought. And as I said, content could be disturbing, and this is the globe. 8.7 million people living with type 1 diabetes across the world, 3.9 million people who are not alive today. 32 years of healthy life has been lost, the lifespan. And if you see just India on that map, then it is 860, that's 8.6 lakh children alive, 9 lakh lost, and we have lost 45 years of life for every child living with type 1 diabetes in our country today, and we will talk about that. And look where we stand. Look at these countries where the kind of lifespan, the healthy lifestyle that you can see there, and look where India is. Not even the low middle income group are we somewhere. And that hurts. And why does India look like this? 1% of our patients, if you just think of it as access of care, actually disparity is a very wide thing. But if we just think of access to care, even then just less than 1% of our people who have a lifespan of 60% or more are on devices. 54 years of life and more are people who have basal bolus insulin and strips and education. And this is just 10% of the country. And we have 28 years only of healthy life. And this is 80% of the population of India. Imagine today we still have 80% who are still on some kind of rationed premix, occasional testing. So yes, we are looking, have rockets in the space, we are a great nation, but when it comes to type 1 diabetes, we have a lot of disparity, from the automated pumps to not even having access to insulin and strips. 8.9% of the children are never diagnosed. Yet people do not diagnose type 1 diabetes and children are dying, which means 1.4 lakh birthdays were not celebrated in India just this year. Imagine a child today with all our robust healthcare system not surviving for their first birthday or for their next birthday, just because somebody could not diagnose type 1 diabetes. And that is the truth. So we are going to look at these disparities. The first disparity, and a very important one, is of delayed diagnosis. Type 1 diabetes index says that if you could promptly diagnose it, then we would restore 3 years of life, healthy life. Why? Because today in India, yet maximum diagnosis happens with decay. That is how the first time they are detected. Yet early diagnosis is a dream. What did we do in Marathwada for last 20 years? We started training the GPs and the school teachers for a very simple thing on what are the signs and symptoms. I'm very happy to share that now, in last 2 years, we are seeing a change. 20 years, last 2 years, we are seeing a change in the trend. And we no longer have people coming to us with type 1 diabetes and decay. So education, one simple poster in every clinic, one simple poster in every school, costing 10 rupees, is probably going to save these children. And that's what is going to change the lives of these children. And as I said, dying because you don't have access to insulin. So we thought we'll do something about it. When I started work, there was no surviving adult with type 1 diabetes. I said, where have they gone? And that is how UDAN started. And today, we had a big dream. We started with regular NPH, dreamed that one day this will happen, and people just helped. You reach out and the whole world comes to you, and they start helping. Today, LFAC supports us with Glargine for more than 1,000 kids. So now we have wonderful results. Hypoglycemias are less, hardly any admissions. One test strip T1D index calculates, gives 3 years of healthy life. Today, in UDAN, every child receives 100 strips. The purpose to share this is it can be done. Beg, borrow, steal, fight with the government, do whatever it takes. It's going to save a life if the child can monitor 3 to 4 times a day. I didn't start with anything with me. I used to beg everyone I met. My biological children were so ashamed of me. They were like, Mom, you start, wherever you go, you start talking about this. I said, okay, that's how it happens. That's how things happened. And now they are on auto mode. Every child is provided with the best of care. Imagine just a vial of insulin and 1 strip, and you're losing lakhs of children in the country. Can we forgive ourselves? Maybe this is something we can do. But although T1D index talks about only devices, insulin, and monitoring, but disparity in rest of the country is beyond that. There is food insecurity. The only thing you get in ration is rice and roti and gehu. You don't get other things. So we tied up with other NGOs who are food providers and started supplying protein, at least dals and other things, and peanuts, etc., and trained everyone for what is locally available food. So those are the reason I'm sharing. These are disparities that each one of us can change in every village where we live. disparity in literacy. Why should literacy be a barrier? We again tied up with other NGOs who did adult education. Numeroliteracy was something. And very interestingly, a phone has reached everyone. And because a phone can do so much, that even the lowest literacy people are now able to do a lot of good diabetes care without actually being able to read and write. And those are the little tools that we could create. Outcome in the remotest of village. So we have people who, what do you call them, nomads, or people who are bonded labor. They exist. Do you know that? That still exists. I have children who are children of parents who are bonded labor on sugarcane fields. And yet they are doing amazingly well. Then we do not have access to healthcare professionals. Children can say, no one was there, nobody knows, even if we have a problem. Now each of my child has a keto strip, but when they take it to the doctor in their village, the doctor has no clue what it is. And what are we supposed to do with it? So the entire education is the key to what we want to do, and we created something called Mighty Moms. Entire work that we are doing in the region is done by mothers of children who are living with type 1 diabetes. They're empowered. We run 24/7 helplines. We have not seen a hospitalization for diabetes in last 5 years. So this is something doable, very basic, does not require a lot of money. If it can convert into a national program, a state program, a global program, it is absolutely can take care of disparities. Again, to access education. Diabetes education is absolute necessity. We all know that we cannot do without structured diabetes education. But why has to be in a classroom? Lovely, the NDP program, I also run it. It's amazing. But why should we deny that education to a person who is living on the field and cannot come because of daily wage laborers? Because we then created all kinds of things. We do street plays, we sing, dance, all kinds of things. But point being that even the most low literacy access or slow learners, people who do not have the ability to learn in a different way. Everyone can learn. The onus to teach is ours. Can we create a way that they can learn? Because without self-management education, all the provision of insulins and strips is going to be useless. You can't make children live in your lap for the rest of their life. They have to be independent. Mental health support. When we were able to give them, and this is a global pandemic, it is the issue. The IDF theme this year is well-being in living with diabetes, because emotional, mental well-being is a huge thing. Technology came to our aid. We collaborated with WISA, which is a global mental health support system, emotional well-being. They created it for us in Marathi. Now every villager, because phone is something people have, has a counselor in their pocket. And we have seen amazing results in the adolescent and young population that needed counselors. We don't have counselors. We don't have psychiatrists. Who is going to talk to the traumas that are happening in the growing age, which happens to all of us, especially when you're living with a chronic condition? Screening for complications, I tell you that we beg, borrow, steal, but everyone helps. So government medical college contributes, so many pharma companies contribute. Every person gets screened for everything needed as per the ISPAD guidelines. So far, an extremely low rate of complications. Technology. 35 years difference can happen. A 6.5 years of healthy life by using CGMS. And we have started using, so we are getting more and more ambitious. Now we have started using CGMS. We have Marathi insulin dosage apps, simple stuffs which don't require internet. Our children can now carb count, and then they can put in their dose and take the right dose and get good results. So these are some things which, if made an effort for, can definitely reduce disparity. Peer group is the biggest heart of type 1 care. If you want to do one thing for people living with diabetes, is connect them to other people living with type 1 diabetes. Nothing empowers as the power of a peer group who is living the life, walking the same shoes. That outcome, in Udaan, you will find children taking insulin on the streets, in the bus, with the pani puri wala. Now the pani puri wala knows how to give insulin because every girl who goes to him first takes a sugar, takes an insulin shot, and then takes pani puri. So it's normalized to that level, and that is something we need to do, normalization of a life with type 1 diabetes. And the last disparity is, and this is a global phenomena, stigma. Even in countries who are progressive, countries like US, UK, we don't have data, they have a lot of data. They have racial stigma, ethnicity stigma, rural-urban stigma, gender discrimination. So we said, okay, we can't give lectures. What we did was see the facts. Now, no longer does that stigma occur because the entire ecosystem sees that there are so many people married, so many kids. I'm a grandmother to more than 200 children now. Everyone is in higher education. So many school toppers, 4 of them are doing MBBS. So we can't do something unless we have role models, we have real heroes. So please promote your heroes. That's a great way to dispel disparity. Bring out these little ones, bring them on stage, highlight them, praise them, and show them to other people. So Udaan's efforts were just a path, but actually it's not just me. I mean, I'm just a very small drop in this entire ocean. India is working very hard. A big salute to everyone working in this space. RSSDI, LFAC, CDIC, ISPE has its ideal program. CHAI, the Clinton Health is working in different states. The West Bengal model that Dr. Sujoy Ghosh created is doing extremely well. There are more than 40 known organizations, but actually there may be much more. PPHF, Tie Up, Empower, Breakthrough Diabetes, Sweet Registry, and so many unsung heroes. Everyone is working together. We need you all also to join this. Every one child matters. We want you to join this caravan, make a difference with every one child. I want to now share, in the next 5 minutes that I have, I want you to meet Misbah, because what I told you was theory maybe. I want you to see her. I want you to feel her. I want you to see her from racial discrimination, gender discrimination, urban-rural discrimination, low literacy discrimination. See the next 5 minutes, meet Misbah, feel her from that disparity, and what little things which don't cost a lot can make a difference to a child's life and give her her dreams. Could you please share? Yes, please. This is Misbah, a little girl from Udaan. Volume. It's 5 minutes. It's okay. It'll come. No, it'll come. There's blank space. Can we darken the lights? Lights off कर सकते हैं? थोड़ी देर के लिए.
मेरा नाम मिसबा है। मेरी उम्र 12 साल है। मेरा परिवार बहुत बड़ा है। अब्बू, अम्मी, दादा, दादी, चाचा, चाची, 2 भाई और 1 बहन है। आप सोच रहे होंगे कि मैं ये सब क्यों बता रही हूँ? नहीं बताऊंगी तो आप मुझे जानेंगे कैसे? मैं बहुत बिजी रहती हूँ। घर के कामों में अम्मी की मदद जो करती हूँ, मेरा इंसुलिन पॉट है जो मुझे उड़ान ने दिया। इसमें मेरा इंसुलिन ठंडा रहता है। मेरे पास फ्रिज नहीं है ना। अच्छा, अब मेरे इंसुलिन लेने का टाइम हो गया है।
मिसबा बेटा, खाना खाया ना?
मस्त खाया। ग्लूकोमीटर, इंसुलिन, आई कार्ड, ग्लूकोज की गोलियां और टिफिन, ये मेरे बेस्ट फ्रेंड्स हैं। इनके बिना तो मैं स्कूल जाती ही नहीं। इस बार मैं क्लास 7th में गई। मेरा फेवरेट सब्जेक्ट साइंस है। मुझे अपने दोस्तों के साथ खेलना बहुत अच्छा लगता है।
मिसबा, कुछ खाने को लिया ना?
हाँ अम्मी।
अच्छा ठीक है, टाइम से घर आ जाना।
पूजा दीदी, मैं मिसबा। मेरा शुगर 372 आया अभी। कीटोन्स भी चेक किए, कीटोन्स नहीं है। क्या करूं दीदी? करती हूँ दीदी, थैंक यू। अब तो उड़ान की 24/7 हेल्पलाइन है। सब आसान हो गया है। हॉस्पिटल जाना ही नहीं पड़ता। पर 8 साल पहले जब मुझे डायबिटीज़ डिटेक्ट हुआ था तब बहुत तकलीफ हुई थी। 2 बार तो हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट होना पड़ा था। अब्बू के पास हॉस्पिटल के पैसे नहीं थे तो मजबूरी में आधा खेत बेचकर मेरा इलाज करवाया। अम्मी और अब्बू को दूसरों के खेतों में मजदूरी करनी पड़ी। उन्हें पढ़ना लिखना नहीं आता ना। पता है, खास मेरे लिए अब्बू ये सब्जियां अपने आंगन में ही उगाते हैं। मुर्गियां भी पाली हैं ताकि मैं रोज अंडे खा सकूं। अब तो मेरे साथ साथ मेरे घर के सब लोग प्रोटीन और फाइबर खाने लगे हैं और मैं तो कार्ब काउंट करके ही खाती हूँ। मेरी डॉक्टर कहती है कि मैं किसी से कम नहीं और मैं वो सब कुछ कर सकती हूँ जो मैं चाहती हूँ। एक दिन दादी ने मुझे मिसबा का मतलब बताया, जो घर को रोशन करे। मुझे तो पूरे गांव को रोशन करना है। मुझे डॉक्टर बनना है, डॉक्टर मिसबा शेख।
So there are so many Misbahs out there. They don't need to come to a city. In their own village, this little Misbah now is in 12th and actually preparing for NEET, and one day she will be here as Dr. Misbah. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, man. I think this work deserves a standing ovation. Please, everyone, for Dr. Archana Sarda, ma'am.
Only two. One is Rulaoge kya? And the second thing is, as Amit ji said once, for globalization, apply equally to type 1 diabetes. If not said rightly, onus lies with us. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. It's a wonderful work, and for that, round of applause for Dr. Archana. See, since last 15 years, we are working very closely with Archana and across the country for improving the care for type 1 diabetes. We have multiple centers across the country, but now it's a time that we all of us strengthen our type 1 community. Make sure that those who are really interested in type 1, please come to our type 1 diabetes conclave meeting, which is at Jaipur. Me and Archana had started a dedicated meeting for type 1 diabetes, and those who are interested to learn more about type 1 diabetes and with few children, where we invited them on a Sunday afternoon from 2 to 5 at Ahmedabad Management Association at JB Auditorium. So please do visit us there also. With this, thank you once again, Archana, and thank you both the chairpersons for this wonderful program. Thank you very much.
So after this wonderful oration, we have another stellar oration, and I request the chairpersons to please be seated. I request the next rapporteur, Dr. Paras Patel, to please take over the proceedings for the next oration.
So, good morning all, and thank you all for participating in this Diacare conference. So, moving ahead, already we have two wonderful discussion in the morning. Third one is also going to be very interesting. It is lipids in diabetes. So, to chair this session, I am grateful to honor our medicine teacher, Dr. Atul Parikh sir. So, please welcome sir on the dais. And citation, yeah. And Dr. V.N. Shah, sir. नहीं है, sir. Okay. Okay. So we request Dr. Atul Parikh, sir, for the citation. And this is Dr. Shrenik Shah's memorial lecture to be delivered by Dr. Raman Puri, sir.
Again, happy
Dr.
and
Raman bhai, please.
feel privileged to talk about Dr. Shrenik Bhai. My first teacher in cardiology at VS Hospital, one of the most happy-go-lucky person that I have ever seen, apart from being a very wonderful cardiologist. A cardiologist is generally known to be associated with stress, spreading stress and accepting stress. He was probably one person who never had any stress, and he never transmitted any stress. Always smiling, always happy-go-lucky. But a person who was very close to him was Dr. Bansi. I can remember he was the last to travel with him at Vapi, I presume? Trivandrum, but then a month before you had been, 1 week before. So Bansi would be able to say a few words about Dr. Shrenik Shah, and then we'll invite the recipient of the oration.
So Dr. Shrenik Shah was very close to me. Actually, he introduced me to Ahmedabad Physician Association. When I passed out, he was my teacher, the assistant professor in Dr. Ashaben unit only, and he was a cardiologist, and he introduced me to Association Physician of Ahmedabad. He asked me to do various work, so he introduced actually to me the organization, and he was the one who used to do some meetings here in Ahmedabad. So we became very close friends, being a diabetes and cardio, but you know, as a friend, and it was not like teacher and student relationship. But we lost him, and that was really a sudden cardiac death. And to remember him, to memorize him, for every year we invite one eminent cardiologist, and mostly we have only 2-3 cardiologists who are very close to me. So I asked Dr. Raman Puri, who will be for this recipient of Dr. Shrenik Shah Memorial Lecture. So I will request Dr. Atul Parikh to come here to felicitate Dr. Raman Puri, and requesting Mahadev Bhai and Dr. Urban Bhai to join him, please.
We'll simultaneously request after felicitation Dr. Atul Bhai to read the citation.
Gives me a great pleasure reading the citation about Dr. Puri. Professor Dr. Raman Puri is a senior interventional cardiologist at Apollo Hospital, New Delhi. Dr. Puri is a founder and chairman of the Lipid Association of India. He is senior interventional cardiologist at Cardiac Care Center, New Delhi. Dr. Puri was the head of the Department of Cardiology, Safdarganj Hospital, New Delhi. He is a member of the International Lipid Expert Panel and member of IAS Regional Federation, Asia Pacific. Dr. Puri is involved in the development of expert consensus statement of dyslipidemia management in India, part 1, in 2016-17, 11 2017-2020, and 1V at 2024. Dr. Puri is the chair of the published document on dyslipidemia management in diabetes 2023, ACS 2022, and stroke 2021 in Indian population. Dr. Puri recently published an article on navigating cardiovascular risk and lipid management in Indian patients. The lipid expert consensus statement were presented as a number of national and international meetings. Dr. Puri is the course director of the LAI Lipidology Certification course initiated in 2015. Some of his key publications include the LAI REACT study recently published in the use of 40 milligram rosuvastatin plus 10 milligram ezetimibe and 180 milligram of bempedoic acid in emergency department on patients with ACS. The study was conceptualized by Dr. Puri and is considered the first study of its kind. Dr. Puri is the principal investigator of LAI-LSE survey of 10,000 patients treated by various cardiologists throughout the India. The American Association of Cardiologists of Indian origin named him the father of lipidology in India. It is our profound honor to present with you Dr. Shainik Shah Memorial Lecture for the year 2024. Dr. Bansi Sabu signed.
So we have with us father of lipidology from New Delhi. We'll be talking for the good, bad and ugly of lipids in diabetes. Over to Dr. Raman Puri.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Bansi, for giving me an opportunity. I'm going to discuss a very important topic. Actually, it's whole of lipids I'm going to talk about in a span of 25 minutes. So we all know that there is nothing to be, special thing I have to tell about diabetes because all of you are endocrinologists basically. We have an epidemic of diabetes in our country. My part comes because majority of patients of diabetes, they die of cardiovascular disease. And majority of our diabetic patients are very poorly managed as far as dyslipidemia is concerned. Why dyslipidemia? Because inter-heart study shows that the population attributable risk of dyslipidemia to acute myocardial infarction is highest. It's around 50%. So it's a major contributor to acute myocardial infarction, universal. And 9 out of 10 patients of diabetes, they suffer from dyslipidemia. And that is a special dyslipidemia because the triglyceride is high, HDL is low, LDL cholesterol is either normal or mildly raised. So everybody feels very happy that my LDL cholesterol is very good, so nothing to worry about it. But they don't know that there is increased prevalence of small dense LDL particle, which is more atherogenic and which is a problem creator. Now, how, I'll just give you an animation that how it, you get diabetic dyslipidemia, means tried-off, high triglyceride, low HDL and small dense LDL particle. So we all know that diabetes basically is an insulin resistance. Whenever there is an insulin resistance, there is increase in VLDL particles. And another important feature of insulin resistance is that there is inhibition of lipoprotein lipase because there is higher ApoC3 level. And when there is a inhibition of lipoprotein lipase, the VLDL stays for much longer time in the circulation. Normally it stays for few hours. It stay in the circulation becomes much longer. At that time, simultaneously, because of insulin resistance, CETP, cholesterol ester transfer protein, get activated. What it does is that it transfers cholesterol ester, cholesterol from LDL and HDL to VLDL. Means cholesterol goes from LDL or HDL to VLDL in exchange of triglyceride which comes from VLDL to LDL and HDL. What happens exactly that the LDL particle contains now more triglyceride, comparatively less cholesterol, and so is the HDL particle. So this is the story which is initiated, and whatever extra LDL cholesterol, triglyceride LDL cholesterol particle gets from VLDL is removed by the hepatic lipase. So overall what happens, eventually we get a LDL particle which is smaller in size because it has lost cholesterol ester also, it has lost triglyceride also, so this particle becomes small. So this is how the dense LDL particles are formed whenever the triglycerides are higher. Similarly, excess triglyceride in HDL is also lost by hepatic lipase, and this HDL also becomes, get excreted in the urine, so you get low HDL cholesterol in patients with insulin resistance. This is the mechanism how high VLDL is translated into increase in small dense LDL particle and low HDL cholesterol. We published our consensus statement on management of diabetic dyslipidemia about 2 years back, and you'll be very happy to know that it was one of the most popular JCL article in social media. This is from the National Lipid Association website. Now, to understand good, bad, and ugly, lipoprotein, I'll just talk about some basic so that it will be much easier for you to understand. There are 6 prominent main lipoprotein in circulation. 5 of them carries ApoB, which we call as ApoB containing lipoprotein particles, which are said to be atherogenic particle, and each atherogenic ApoB particle contains only one ApoB. So number of ApoB in circulation can tell you that how many atherogenic particles are in circulation. The other particle is HDL, which we all know that it is ApoA containing particle, and it is responsible for reducing atherogenesis. Now the cholesterol content of all these particles taken together is total cholesterol, which you measure. If I remove or subtract the HDL cholesterol from the total cholesterol, what I get is non-HDL cholesterol. So what is non-HDL cholesterol is total cholesterol minus HDL cholesterol. And if I remove or subtract the cholesterol content of LDL and lipoprotein A particle, what I get is the remnant cholesterol. So remnant cholesterol is total cholesterol minus HDL cholesterol and LDL cholesterol. So non-HDL cholesterol minus LDL cholesterol is the remnant cholesterol. So what is good, bad, and ugly lipids? Bad, no doubt everybody knows, is LDL cholesterol. Ugly is triglyceride-rich lipoprotein or remnant cholesterol, and good, of course, is HDL cholesterol. Now, what are the role played by these in diabetic dyslipidemia? There is no doubt that LDL cholesterol is culprit for ASCVD. There is strong evidence in favor of it. If you look into the family, natural history of homozygous FH, where the child is born with LDL cholesterol of 300 milligram or more, or 500, and most of them, they die by 20 years of age because they develop severe coronary artery disease at a much younger age. The LDL cholesterol target has been changing since 1988 when ATP1 guidelines was published. Initially, it was less than 130 milligram. Then gradually it came down to less than 100, and in 2004, it was the optional goal of less than 70 milligram was recommended for high-risk patients of coronary artery disease. Remember, it is not a number which is important. It is how much LDL cholesterol you reduce is important, and how long you reduce it is important. For example, I reduce LDL cholesterol by 40 milligram for 5 years. I reduce event by 21%. If I reduce 40 milligram for 12 years, I reduce event by 32%. If I reduce 40 milligram of LDL cholesterol because of a genetic mutation for 52 years, the event reduction is 53%. So it's a duration which is equally important for us. And these event reduction is irrespective of what is your baseline LDL cholesterol value, whether what is the sex, what is the whether the patient is diabetic or non-diabetic, or patient has a peripheral artery disease or no peripheral artery disease. It is irrespective of that. Similarly, if you reduce LDL cholesterol by 20 milligram, you reduce even by 16%. You reduce LDL cholesterol by 10 milligram because of genetic mutation, you reduce even by 17%. If you reduce 5 milligram, you reduce even by about 7 to 8%. So each milligram of LDL cholesterol reduction is extremely important. Why it is extremely important for our country? Because we have in India, if you look into the facts of coronary artery disease, we have high prevalence of coronary artery disease. We have a high prevalence of premature coronary artery disease. You will be surprised that 25% of patients who presents with myocardial infarction, they are less than 40 years of age. And this memorial, oration is for a doctor who died of sudden cardiac death in a young age. So that is one of the reasons we have to be very careful and we have to be very aggressive because our atherosclerosis is very aggressive. It progresses much faster. So, and third, of course, is that it is associated with higher mortality. If somebody has, if you look into Indian statistics, 50% of patients who die of coronary artery disease are less than 50 years of age. In contrast, European, 90% of death due to coronary artery disease is more than 65 years of age. So imagine that the amount of tsunami we have in our country about coronary artery disease. Therefore, since diabetes is one of the biggest culprit for progression of atherosclerosis, it has to be treated very aggressively. The first trial of statin versus placebo in diabetes was long back in 2004. It was such a wonderful results that it was stopped prematurely because there was significant reduction in cardiovascular event, and after that there was no trial of statin versus placebo or high-intensity statin versus moderate-intensity statin. So whatever data we have about diabetes is based upon post-hoc analysis or subgroup analysis of ASC secondary prevention trial or primary prevention trial. We do not have a separate trial for diabetes where we can say that patient with diabetes versus no diabetes. So we'll discuss more about it now. We in 2016 came out with our first expert consensus statement, and we classified patients of diabetes with no or one ASCVD risk factor or no target organ damage as high risk group, and we recommended LDL cholesterol goal of less than 70 milligram in this group of patients. And those patients of diabetes with target organ damage or 2 or more ASCVD risk factor was classified as a very high risk group with a target of LDL cholesterol of less than 50 milligram. We were again one of the first association in the world at that time to recommend LDL cholesterol less than 50 milligram. And this was based upon strong scientific evidence. This is some scientific data which we took into consideration. And most important trial was the IMPROVE-IT trial. This was basically a post-ACS trial where about 27% of patients had underlying diabetes also. And here it was found that when LDL cholesterol was reduced from 69 to around 53 milligram, there was 6% reduction in cardiovascular event. And now the real story starts. Because if the diabetes is separate, there is no much problem. When it has an association with some other diseases, it becomes a very, very serious issue. I can say that diabetes, like India is a diabetes, diabetes when I talk about India. And when I say something else, coronary artery disease, I talk about Pakistan. To make it understand, otherwise no other feelings, it will be much easier for you to understand. Now, these are the statin trials, in which, there were, like in CARE trial and TNT trial, 15% of patients had diabetic. So there were two groups of patients in this trial, one without diabetes, another with a diabetes and coronary artery disease. So coronary artery disease without diabetes and coronary artery disease with diabetes. Now, in CARE trial, where the mean LDL cholesterol achieved was 98, and TNT trial, where the mean LDL cholesterol was 77, you can see about 19.4% patient had events at 5 years in CARE trial and 7.8% in TNT trial. In those patients who did not have diabetes. In diabetic patient with the same level of achieved LDL cholesterol, events were 28.7 in contrast to 19.4 and 13.8 in contrast to 7.4. Means mere presence of diabetes, everything is same. The events went up significantly higher. Surprisingly, the events in these statin-treated patients in diabetes was much more than those patients of coronary artery disease in which statin was not given. You can see 24.6 versus 28.7 and 9.7%. What does it mean? It means that when there is an associated coronary artery disease in diabetes, there is a significant increase in cardiovascular event. So please don't take the relation of coronary artery disease and diabetes in a very lighter mode. Don't consider Pakistan and Indian relations to be so good. You have to be very serious about this because you will lose patients if you treat the patients of coronary artery disease and coronary artery disease and diabetes in the same way. But surprisingly, those patients of diabetes who, whatever level of LDL cholesterol achieved, they have more events are prevented. The more events are prevented in patients of CAD and diabetes as compared to patients who have no diabetes. Means there is a greater benefit in event reduction with LDL cholesterol lowering in patients. That shows diabetes adds to the risk of the patient. As you all know, higher the risk of the patient, even the relative risk reduction may be same, but the absolute risk reduction will be much higher. As you can see here, absolute risk reduction in diabetic patient was 7.9 versus 5.2, with no diabetes 4.1 versus 2.1. So we have seen the difference in 98 LDL cholesterol and 77. And same finding was found in IMPROVE-IT trial, where the mean LDL cholesterol achieved was 53. That at 53, the events were higher in patients with diabetes as compared to those patients of coronary artery disease without diabetes. You know, the event is higher, significantly higher. But benefit was significantly more in event reduction in diabetic patient as compared to patient who did not have diabetes, with absolute risk reduction of 5.5 versus 0.7. What does it mean? That association of diabetes with coronary artery disease gives rise to more events but greater benefit. But when the events are more, we have to bring down the event. So therefore, one thing is very clear, that patients of coronary artery disease and coronary artery disease plus diabetes cannot be placed in one group. It has to be a separate group because the events are significantly different in these two, both the groups. Now the story doesn't end here. Now China comes into picture. Now we have Pakistan and China along with that. Now, this is a study from South Korea where intervention was done in patients who presented with acute myocardial infarction. And in 12 months outcome, if you look into this, there are 5.5% patients with coronary artery disease had event, only 5.5, which went up to 15.6 when there was a diabetes, and it went up to 18.7 when there was associated hypertension. I'll give you another example of IMPROVE-IT trial. A person with diabetes, coronary artery disease without diabetes, they had 30% event in 7 years in IMPROVE-IT trial. When there was diabetes, the event went up to 40%. And when there was peripheral artery disease, it went up to 56%. So this means adding more comorbidities to coronary artery disease and diabetes add further increase in the cardiovascular event. Another example, reason is this, that there is a very important trial, which is a TRP secondary prevention TIMI-50 trial, where it was seen that the patients with coronary artery disease, when none of these 9 risk indicators was present, which is shown in below, heart failure, hypertension, age more than 75, when none of these indicators was present in patient with coronary artery disease, only 3.5% of these patients had recurrent cardiovascular event in 3 years' time. Only 3.5% in 3 years' time. When their number was added from 1, 2, 3, 4, and to more than 7, at more than 7, 58.6% patient had an events. Imagine from 3.5 to 56%. What does it mean? That coronary artery disease as such is not in a homogeneous group. You know, it has to be heterogeneous group, and especially with the diabetes, the condition worsens, which of course is very obvious from this particular slide. This is an IMPROVE-IT study. Here, as I said, 27% of patients of IMPROVE-IT trial were diabetic. So group A is patients of CAD with diabetes, and group B are those patients of CAD without diabetes, therefore. When the risk indicators were applied, 9 risk indicators which I discussed before, the patient was classified as low risk group when there is no or 1 risk indicator, 2 when intermediate when 2 were there, and more than 3 it was high risk group. In both the groups, you can see. Now, in those patients of without diabetes, you can see that in low risk group and intermediate risk group, there was not much difference in CV events in LDL cholesterol of 69 and 53. Means absence of diabetes in a patient with coronary artery disease, even if there is 1 or 2 risk indicator, doesn't lead to much difference in change in the cardiovascular event. But if there is an associated diabetes, then those with 1 or 2 also makes a lot of difference. You can see 17.9 versus 11.7 in 0 to 1 group, and 19.3 to 16.8 in the second group, intermediate group. So this means diabetic patients, if there are additional one or two risk indicator leads to a further increase in cardiovascular event. And when 3 or more of them are present in both the group, the incidence of residual risk becomes much, much higher, significantly 2 to 3 times higher. Therefore, based upon this, we can now very clearly say that patients of CAD is one group, CAD and diabetes is second group, CAD plus diabetes with 3 or more risk indicators, third group. So there is a need for 3 groups. When I talk of coronary artery disease, you can equate this as patients of diabetes with target organ damage, because the risk of diabetes and with target organ damage and coronary artery disease is practically the same, you know. So that is all. So what we did in 2023, we solved this problem and we created one new risk group, which was an extreme risk group. And this risk group was further categorized into those patients of ASCVD who had one or more features of high risk group as category A, and those patients of ASCVD who had one or more features of very high risk group as category B. We were again only country or only association in the world to have category A and category B, and then we can stratify this based upon 10-year risk. If somebody has a 10-year risk of 20 to 29%, it falls into very high risk group. If it is between 30 to 39%, it is category A, and if it is more than 40%, it's category B. And we recommended LDL cholesterol goal of less than 50 for category A with the optional of less than 30. For category B, we recommended goal of LDL less than 30 milligram. We were again the first association in 2020 to recommend such an ultra low level of LDL cholesterol of 30 milligram. Again, this was based upon strong scientific evidence, and the trial which we took into consideration was the 4-year trial. And there was a lot of post-hoc analysis, and I'm not going to go into detail of it. 1 year after recommendation, National Lipid Association also, for their South Asian population living in United States, also created an extreme risk group, and in diabetic patients, they also proposed LDL cholesterol less than 30 milligram. It was just after 1 year of our recommendations. Now, how to treat patients of diabetes? Classify patients whether the patient has underlying ASCVD or no ASCVD. If a diabetic patients have no target organ damage or one or no ASCVD risk factor, is classified as a high risk group with LDL cholesterol target of less than 70 milligram. If that patient has ASCVD, then that is classified as category A of extreme risk group with an optional goal of less than 30 milligram. If diabetic patients have target organ damage with 2 or more ASCVD risk factor, he falls into very high risk group with LDL cholesterol target of less than 50 milligram. And the patient, if he has a diabetes, has ASCVD, then he falls into category B with the LDL cholesterol target of less than 30 milligram. This means patients of diabetes without ASCVD will either be high risk group or very high risk group, and target of patients of diabetes with ASCVD will be in category A or category B. Now, the story doesn't end here, because 14.4% of patients of diabetes, despite achieved LDL cholesterol of 30 milligram in 4-year trial, had cardiovascular event. So we have to look beyond LDL cholesterol. And the other drug, which the lipoprotein which comes in mind of all of us, is triglyceride. What about the triglyceride? It was seen in PROVITE trial that even if the LDL cholesterol was achieved less than 70 milligram, those patients who have triglyceride more than 150 milligram have significantly higher event as compared to those in which the triglyceride was less than 150 milligram. But question comes, if we reduce triglyceride, does it translate into reduction in cardiovascular event? Answer was no, because the field trial and ACCORD trial was a negative trial. But when the subgroup analysis were done, it was found that those with the triglyceride more than 204 and HDL of 34, they had about 35% reduction in cardiovascular event. And it's about 6% reduction in those who has a triglyceride less than 204 with HDL of 34. LAI recommends that triglyceride should be brought down to less than 150, but preferably less than 100. Remember one thing, that whenever triglyceride is raised, always rule out secondary cause of dyslipidemia, hypertriglyceridemia. Extremely important. Whatever you may do, if there is a secondary cause, you will not be able to bring down triglyceride. And second, that lifestyle intervention plays a very important role in reduction of triglyceride. This is the algorithm which I am not going to discuss in detail. You can go. It's very nicely. We have told shown that how you should manage the triglyceride more than 500 and less than 500. Now, we are talking about triglyceride. Is really triglyceride a culprit? Answer is yes or no? Majority says no. Yes. This is true because this meta-analysis shows that if you increase triglyceride by 90 milligram, it increases even by 76% in women and 32% in men. It is non-adjusted. When it was adjusted, from 176 it comes down to 137, and 132 it comes down to 1.14. When it was adjusted for both HDL and non-HDL cholesterol, triglyceride loses its significance. Absolutely, you can see a straight line. So this means what is non-HDL cholesterol, because that is most important. Non-HDL cholesterol is the total circulating atherogenic cholesterol in the circulation. At any level of LDL cholesterol, increase in HDL cholesterol is associated with high cardiovascular event. Rather, this statin trial shows that if with the reference of is LDL of less than 100 and non-HDL of less than 130 milligram. This is the reference. So these are normal range. If that LDL is less than 100, but non-HDL is more than 130, there is 32% events. As compared to those patients where non-HDL is less than 130 and LDL is more than 100. So that shows that in statin-treated patient, it is a non-HDL cholesterol which tells you about the future cardiovascular event. Recommendation is it should be treated as strongly as possible. Remnant cholesterol, I have already discussed about what is the remnant cholesterol, and in TNT trial it was found that if the remnant cholesterol is more than 39, there is a 48% increase in event as compared to those with the remnant cholesterol less than 19 milligrams. So that shows the importance, and this is independent of LDL cholesterol. It adds to the risk of LDL cholesterol. ApoB, as I said, each atherogenic particle carries one ApoB, and inter-heart studies shows a strong positive linear relationship of ApoB to ApoA ratio with coronary artery disease, and therefore LAI has strongly recommended ApoB as a secondary target. If possible, it should be routinely done at age 20 if a person is able to afford. The summary of ugly lipids is extremely important for you to understand. Elevated triglyceride level adjusted for HDL, non-HDL cholesterol and ApoB loses their significance. So if you have achieved non-HDL cholesterol level, if you have achieved ApoB level, even if triglyceride is raised, please forget about it. Nothing is going to happen to the patient. That should be a clear message to all of you. And if somebody wants discussion, we can always discuss later on. And always try to achieve LDL cholesterol, non-HDL cholesterol and ApoB target when you treat patients with dyslipidemia. HDL is controversial because it is a complex molecule because if it consists of hundreds of thousands of lipids, more than 70 different proteins, more than 10 subclasses. If any of the protein becomes dysfunctional, this whole molecule becomes dysfunctional. And worst part of HDL is that when it becomes dysfunctional, it becomes atherogenic. It behaves in absolutely reverse gear. It harms you. So that is the biggest problem with HDL, and no pharmacotherapy has shown that elevated if you increase HDL cholesterol, it is going to reduce the cardiovascular event. And this is the algorithm of our how you should treat patients of diabetes. It's very nicely given. You must treat this, and if once you read it, you will definitely like, and you will love to treat your patient accordingly. This is what all I have discussed with some important messages. One of the most important messages is that initiate statin on the day you diagnose diabetes. That is extremely important. Please don't delay. Don't go for age of 40 as you see in American Association of Clinical Endocrinology or American Diabetic Association. That is very important for us. Achieve all three targets, LDL cholesterol, non-HDL cholesterol, and ApoB target when you treat your patients of diabetic dyslipidemia. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Puri, sir, for the excellent exposition of the subject. And this being a keynote address, there won't be any question-answer session. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. We prepare for the next oration, and I request the next rapporteur, Dr. Kaumudi Chanamshetty, to please take over the proceedings.
Good morning, everybody. For the next session, that is the Diacare Gold Medal Oration, I request our esteemed chairpersons, Dr. Asha Shah and Dr. V.K. Abhichandani to come on stage. Dr. Asha Shah is a senior consultant at Zydus Hospital, and Abhichandani sir is a senior physician and diabetes specialist practicing in the city of Ahmedabad. Thank you.
Requesting Dr. V.K. Chandani and Dr. Asha Ben to read the citation for Dr. A.K. Singh. A.K. Singh का citation है? Requesting very close friend of mine, Dr. A.K. Singh, to come here on the dais. Would like to felicitate. A big round of applause for A.K. Singh from Kolkata.
Dr. A.K. Singh or Dr. Avdesh Kumar Singh is a senior consultant endocrinologist at GD Hospital and Diabetes Institute and Horizon Lifeline Multispeciality Hospital, Kolkata, and Sun Valley Hospital and Diabetes Research Center, Guwahati, India. He is a national lifetime board member of Research Society of Diabetes in India and Endocrine Society of India. He is the adoption editor of Williams Textbook of Endocrinology, South Asian edition. He has also contributed a chapter on diabetes in South Asia in the same textbook in 2020. He serves as a deputy editor of Clinical Endocrinology and associate editor of the World Journal of Diabetes and International Journal of Diabetes in the Developing Country, the official journal of RSSDI. He is also executive editor of Elsewhere Clinical Keys, India, Point of Care Diabetes and Endocrinology. He is recognized as the most inspiring diabetologist and endocrinologist of India, awarded by the ex-president of India, Shri Pranab Mukherjee, on the eve of Doctors' Day in 2020. He is also recognized as Legend of India by Ministry of State and Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India, Dr. Jitendra Singh in ETH at New Delhi in 2023. He has received many recognitions and awards across the nation, and he has published over 165 papers in high-impact international journals with more than 13,000 citations. That is amazing. His H index is 44 and his I-10 index is 174 as of September 2024. It's our most profound honor to present you with the Diacare Gold Medal Oration for the year 2024.
Thank you, madam. I mean, 2% of the best scientists in the world, which has been just recently released by University of Stanford University, USA. So we have a great scientist, a great clinician from our India, from Kolkata, Dr. A.K. Singh. I will also request Rakesh to join me and to felicitate Dr. A.K. Singh, and I will request Dr. Asha Ben and Dr. V.K. Pichandani to felicitate Dr. A.K. Singh.
Thank you, entire team of Diacare Con, led by Dr. Bansi Sabu. Thank you, Madam, for the kind word. It's always a pleasure to come to Ahmedabad. Now, so when Dr. Bansi asked me in this oration what is going to, you would like to talk, I thought that I should talk on something which is today's hot topic, controversial, debatable. For past 60 years, this pre-diabetes, treating pre-diabetes with any particular drug or not, were very controversial. So I thought that why not present, this controversial data in front of you and try to understand how metformin in pre-diabetes is really important. Is it an opportunity, or are we over-treating our patients with diabetes? So as a convention, you all know, if you have developed pre-diabetes, 50% of people will remain in pre-diabetes. Only 1/4, 25% will develop frank diabetes, and 25% will come back to normoglycemia. That's the story. So 50% will remain pre-diabetic, 25% will reverse to normoglycemia. So basically 75% people will not have anything. Only 1/4 will develop diabetes and associated complications. Now the pre-diabetes word is actually a very controversial word. If you look at the WHO, they don't say pre-diabetes, because if you say you have got a pre-diabetes, means diabetes is in front of your door. आप घर के बाहर बाघ खड़ा हुआ है, आप घर से नहीं निकलोगे. So you are putting someone in a contextual disease mode once you utter a word pre-diabetes. In one way, it is good that you have cautioned the person that you are likely to develop frank diabetes in coming future. So therefore, some people said that if you tell them pre-diabetes, you are making a psychological trauma to the patient. Oh my God, what will happen to me, etc., etc. So you are medicalizing a disease which is actually in 75% doesn't progress to frank diabetes. Therefore, the WHO has abandoned the term. They never say pre-diabetes, they say intermediate hyperglycemia. Second important point, that if you develop pre-diabetes, you don't develop diabetic nephropathy, neuropathy and retinopathy. The only risk is that you might develop cardiovascular disease in future, or you might die because of the cardiovascular disease in future. The only problem with pre-diabetes is that you will develop diabetes. That's it. That's the only problem. Now, once I have said that if you develop pre-diabetes, your chance of dying is higher, then we cannot ignore it. Then we need to look back at it. Do I have some kind of disease where I am going to die? Whether I develop diabetes or not is a different issue. But I will die because I have got a pre-diabetes. Where from this concept came? This is one of the paper published in BMJ. There are many meta-analyses published in the past. Look into right-hand side. This data suggests that if you have got a pre-diabetes, you look at those pre-diabetes, whether you have got a established heart disease along with pre-diabetes, then your chance of dying is very high. But if you are pre-diabetes, but you don't have any other cardiovascular disease, then not necessarily you are going to die. So even pre-diabetes patient has to be risk stratified, that if you have got a pre-diabetes, along with you have got a heart disease, then your chance of dying is higher. So in this meta-analysis, stratified on people, all people with pre-diabetes and people with pre-diabetes along with atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, they were tend to develop cardiovascular disease more, and they tend to die more compared to those who didn't have pre-diabetes. And therefore, we completely cannot ignore that live with pre-diabetes and don't do anything. You need to do something to reduce death in people with pre-diabetes. So that's the basic, essential and premise of today's this oration. Now, if you look at the indication of metformin in pre-diabetes, it's a BG slide, no need to read. On your left-hand side, you can see it was wrote by the same author in 2015 and 2021. Now, at the moment, across 66 countries, metformin has got a therapeutic indication in the pre-diabetes. But FDA do not recommend, do not license any drug for that matter for the treatment of pre-diabetes. Although you can see this is the data from Merck Serono, original metformin maker. At the moment, they got the license in 66 countries. But the big boss, FDA, it has not given you any label indication to treat pre-diabetes with metformin. So where from the entire story happens? What is the story behind? So I will take you through the entire story in next 15 minutes in a very easy way to understand. This is a landmark paper called United States DPP trial published in New England Journal of Medicine in 2002. This was a double-blind randomized controlled trial and only double-blind randomized controlled trial published till date with metformin in pre-diabetes. All other trials, including Indian DPP trial, is an open-label randomized controlled trial. So it's only double-blind, largest, longest trial conducted with metformin along with placebo, along with lifestyle modification. You can see this is a 3,000 patients arm trial randomized into 1:1:1 in 3 arms. You can see lifestyle modification versus placebo down you can see, and third arm was metformin 850 milligram twice daily. Now when I am saying lifestyle modification, please note that it is an intensive lifestyle modification. In DPP trial, the lifestyle modification was that you need to lose body weight by 7%. So if you are 100 kg, you have to lose by 93. And not or, and you have to walk 150 minutes per week, which has to be a brisk walking. So this is when we are talking about lifestyle modification, don't be casual. हाँ थोड़ा चला कीजिए, walk कीजिए, diet control कीजिए. Look at this, lose 7% of body weight. No drug at the moment available in India, even anti-obesity drug, make you a weight loss of 7%. That is such a hard, intensive lifestyle modification. So what happens exactly in the DPP trial? Before I tell you the result, you need to understand some basic facts. Look at the baseline characteristic of the DPP trial. Because if you make a conclusion based on the only trial, which is DPP, you need to understand who were the people with pre-diabetes in the DPP trial. First of all, this trial involved 70% patients of pre-diabetes with female. No trial in the planet has got 70% patients with pre-diabetes. So be mindful when I'm saying it. Now, if you look at the Asian, you say, oh, India, we developed diabetes so fast. They represent almost nil. No Indians were involved in the US DPP trial. If you're looking at the Asian, they are Pacific Asians. And they included only 4% Asian population. So don't derive data in India from the US DPP trial. If you look at the family history of diabetes, people having a pre-diabetes, in 70% of cases, they had a family history of diabetes. Of course, if you have got a family with diabetes and now you have developed pre-diabetes, you're likely to develop diabetes. But if I have got a pre-diabetes, but none of my family member has got a pre-diabetes, I may perhaps never will develop diabetes. Why should I take any drug for that matter? Look at the BMI. Their BMI was 34. I can't see anyone, single doctor in this hall with a BMI of 34. So when you derive the data, please look at this background. They were morbidly obese by definition of Asia. 35 is the Western criteria. In India, we call it 30. So they were morbidly obese with pre-diabetes, with a family history of diabetes. Now, so these are the basic idea of these patients with pre-diabetes. So what happens? If you look at this trial result, you can see there was a significant reduction in conversion from pre-diabetes to diabetes by 31% in the metformin arm, 850 milligram twice daily, and almost double, 58% in the lifestyle arm. Look at the beauty of lifestyle. Losing weight by 7% and doing 30 minutes of walking 5 days in a week would allow you in 60% patient not to develop frank diabetes. And these are against placebo. But did anybody thought how many people in the lifestyle was superior compared to metformin? Almost twice. And if you look at the data, lifestyle modification reduce conversion of pre-diabetes to diabetes by 40% compared to metformin. So metformin is not the winner. Lifestyle modification is the winner. As simple as that. This should be the interpretation of DPP trial, which has been wrongly interpreted across the world for past 2 decades. So what did we learn? From the US DPP trial, we learned that to prevent 1 case of frank diabetes over 3 years, 7 persons should have been on intensive lifestyle modification and 14 should be on a metformin treatment. So who is the winner? Lifestyle modification is the winner. Now this DPP trial did not end at 2.8 years. It kept on going. It stopped at 3 years of time, but they followed up, and this is called DPPOS, that observational study of a randomized control trial. When we learn UKPDS follow-up, here it is a DPPS follow-up. It's called DPPOS. So from 2.8 was the randomized phase, as you can see, and it kept on following up until 22nd year last year. You can see, if you look at the diabetes progression, so if you look here, so let me point out here. So as we discussed, 58% with LSM, 31% with metformin. The moment you follow up these patients over next 20 years, these benefit you start losing. You look from 31, you came to 18% at 10 years with metformin, 18% at 15 years, 18%, but with the metformin arm, it persisted at 18%. So still metformin was showing the ability to prevent conversion into frank diabetes. Even if you look at the lifestyle, you are losing the effect from 58% to 34 to 27 to 25. But at every point of time, lifestyle modification was superior to metformin. That should be the moral of that story. Since DPP trial was completed, people said, oh, when you are taking metformin, of course this drug would reduce your blood glucose and you are converting from pre-diabetes to normoglycemia because you are taking metformin. Why don't you do a washout period? Stop the drug and then show me that really metformin worked. So in the DPP trial follow-up, what they did, they stopped the metformin for 2 weeks. First of my question is, why 2 weeks? Why only 2 weeks? Why not 1 month, 3 months, and then show me that diabetes has not come back or pre-diabetes has not come back? But for whatever reason, there was a 2 weeks washout period and people looked, then what happened to IGT to frank diabetes conversion? Now look this data. If you look at the DPP data, so that 0.66, that is 0.34% reduction. One moment you stop the metformin, there was increase from normoglycemia to pre-diabetes back by 69%. This suggests that this is a direct effect of metformin in glucose control. This is not anything change in the basic mechanism of diabetes to frank diabetes, but simply it's a drug effect of reducing blood glucose from pre-diabetes to a normoglycemia range. However, because you know this is a pharmaceutical company driven trial, there has to be something positive. So said that, okay, after 2 weeks, then again we got the benefit. Now it was for 25%. But the moment is, look at the second point, moment you stop, there was a 60% increase in the chances of going back to pre-diabetes from normoglycemia moment you stop it. So what did we learn? You continue with the metformin for entire life to prevent from pre-diabetes to diabetes. This is a 14-year follow-up study of, again, US DPP trial. What they was trying to look in this DPP trial, that if you really treat pre-diabetes with lifestyle modification or metformin, can you prevent future cardiovascular disease? So when they looked at the data of coronary arterial calcium scoring in these people receiving lifestyle modification and or metformin, they could show that the benefit was not greatly significant. Benefit happened in men, but not in women. There was a signal of benefit which was only seen in men, but not in women. So this data although showed that there was a signal of benefit in terms of reducing coronary artery score, but this was only limited to male gender. It did not happen in female gender. Finally, when they looked into cardiovascular events, so that is one of the surrogate marker, calcium artery scoring, coronary artery calcium measurement, CACA score. But when they looked into what happened to cardiovascular event, they did not find any benefit. That if you treat pre-diabetes with either metformin or lifestyle, that intensive lifestyle, you reduce conversion from pre-diabetes to diabetes. But you are not able to reduce cardiovascular disease. What is the point of treating it? At the end of the day, from the very first slide I show you, because pre-diabetes is not associated with microvascular disease, it is associated with cardiovascular disease, but by treating it by even lifestyle modification or metformin, we are not able to reduce cardiovascular disease. So what is the point of treating it? That is the entire moral of the story, was not only to prevent diabetes progression, but to reduce cardiovascular event and death. But there wasn't any benefit in the cardiovascular disease progression in these people with pre-diabetes, either on intensive lifestyle or metformin. So that's the conclusion of this study. There was also controversy. When the US DPP trial came, people said metformin is such a cheaper drug. Do a cost-effective analysis. And this paper was published in Diabetes Care. There are 5 papers on cost-effective analysis. I am showing you the best one from them. They said, oh, metformin is such a cheaper drug. Go for it. It's a very cheap drug. And it was published way back at that point of time. This paper published 1 month back in Diabetes, Obesity, Metabolism. When they recalculated the formula, they said the entire story was wrong. Metformin is not at all a cost-effective drug for treating pre-diabetes. Look what is going on. 66 country approval for metformin in pre-diabetes. Right-hand side data, the people recalculated that something went wrong when you calculated this cost-effective analysis. So there is a huge controversy even in a cost-effectiveness. Now let me shift gear from US to India now. This is a trial called Indian DPP trial. Indian DPP trial led by Professor Ramchandra. Wonderful trial, but it is an open label trial, unlike the previous trial which was a double-blind randomized. Here there is a 4-arm trial. You can see randomized into 1:1:1, but number of patients is 1/6 less than the US DPP trial. Here you can see you have got a 4-arm. 1 arm is lifestyle modification, not intensive like US DPP. It was only 150 minutes of walk per day, per week. No 7% weight loss. The placebo was a standard advice, khana pina control kijiye chaliye. And the metformin arm was only 250 milligram twice daily in the Indian DPP trial. Let me tell you the story. In Dr. Ramchandran's studies, the plan was to start from 250 twice daily and increase to 500 twice daily. But he has to return back because 45% people develop hypoglycemia in people with pre-diabetes. You would be surprised to know that moment you give 500 milligram twice daily, 45% of the patients develop hypoglycemia in Indian DPP trial. So Dr. Ramchandran has to revert back to the 250 milligram twice daily. That's one important story. Now what happened in this trial? Look at the background data and try to compare with what was there in the US DPP trial. In the Indian DPP trial, unlike the US DPP trial where there 70% were women, here only 30% is women. Look at the BMI. It was 34 there, it is 26 here. If you look at the HbA1c, it is 6.2. Moment is it 6.5, you are diabetes. So you are nearly into the field of diabetes from pre-diabetes. 6.2. It was 5.7 in the US DPP trial. But what happens in this trial? As you can see, 4-arm trial, 3 arms is superimposed with each other. The green one is the placebo, And you can see whether you do lifestyle, whether you take metformin, or you take both combination of lifestyle and metformin, the chance of conversion from pre-diabetes to diabetes is ranging between 26 to 29%. There was no superiority of lifestyle with metformin over metformin, or lifestyle with metformin over lifestyle modification. So that's the Indian DPP trial. And here, but there was no, surprisingly, and I asked Dr. Ramchandran, why did not you compare LSM versus metformin? That would have been the fun. The answer is by looking at the simple data, no difference. Because LSM is giving you 29% and metformin is giving you 26%. So of course LSM is numerically better than metformin, but they did not compare from the statistical point of view. This is a second Indian trial now led by Dr. Mohan. It's called DCLIP trial. Again, this is an open label randomized control trial, randomized 1:1. This is a 3-year follow-up. 2-arm intervention arm was lifestyle modification, but in DCLIP trial led by Dr. Mohan, this was similar to the US DPP trial, that you have to lose body weight by 7% and you have to do exercise 150 minutes per week, and you have to take metformin 500 milligram twice daily. So it was a 2-arm trial. If you look at again the baseline characteristics, 40% female, almost similar like the Indian DPP trial. Here 57% had family history of diabetes. If you look at the body weight, it is 75 kg and BMI of 28, higher than the Indian DPP trial. If you look at the result, in both metformin and intensive lifestyle modification arm, there was a 32% reduction to frank diabetes conversion from pre-diabetes. This is a 4th trial from China. And why I am showing you, because that's the largest trial after US DPP, because it has 1,678 people. Again, open label randomized control trial, 2-arm, lifestyle, 150 minutes walk, and metformin 850 milligram twice daily. You look at the baseline again, here female. In their all international trial, the women represents the maximum. In Indian trial, perhaps the female do not want to come to get recruited in the trial. If you look at the result, and if you look at the baseline HbA1c, it was 5.9 in the Chinese trial. There was 17% reduction to frank diabetes conversion from pre-diabetes. So if you look at all the trials put together with metformin in pre-diabetes, this is the paper currently in press we wrote. If you look at the data, so the blue one I have discussed with you, US DPP, Indian DPP, DCLIP trial, and this is Chinese trial. What is interesting to note that there was even a trial done with metformin prior to the US DPP in 1999 in China, and it was a double-blind randomized control trial. There was a 66% reduction in pre-diabetes to diabetes conversion prior to even the US DPP trial. There is even a Pakistani trial you can see here from Pakistan, and they also shown nearly in Pakistan 80% reduction in diabetes conversion from pre-diabetes. Always data from Pakistan goes haywire, right? So now if you go further down, and why I'm interested, when we looked into the meta-analysis done on these trials, so once these are the RCT, and you look at the meta-analysis done with the RCT, you have got 5 systematic reviews and meta-analysis published till date. And you can see here, the one was from the Cochrane itself, the medicine one is from the Cochrane. And you can see overall there is 35 to 50% decreased risk of diabetes conversion when you are comparing metformin versus placebo. However, when you are comparing metformin to lifestyle, there is no difference. Unfortunately, when we looked into this trial, every line, all the trials has got a severe flaws. Basically, it is wrong. If I would have seen these trials published earlier, I would have withdrawn those papers by writing letter to editor because of the flaws in the trial. Unfortunately, these all are published trial, and I have put it in the limitation. If you read limitation, you will say that throw into dustbin all these meta-analysis which was flawed. So what are the lessons we learned? Should we use metformin or not? What are the points in favor of metformin in pre-diabetes? First, if you label pre-diabetes as a disease or illness, because pre-diabetes has a higher rates of both somehow frequency of microvascular and of course macrovascular, then one should treat pre-diabetes to prevent cardiovascular disease. But by treating by any drugs, it did not lower anything. I have shown you US DPP 15-year data. So there is no longitudinal follow-up data to show whether metformin can benefit macro or microvascular complications. The definition of pre-diabetes is itself controversial. ADA-ESD said that if your fasting blood glucose is between 100 to 125, you are pre-diabetes. WHO said that no, definition should be 110 to 125. So what happens to people between 100 to 110? So definition of pre-diabetes varied across all the trials. Those who look 100 to 125, they had something. Those who took 110 to 125 has got something. People used 250 milligram twice daily dose in the Indian DPP trial, and someone used 850 milligram twice daily. What should be the optimal dose? Exactly, we don't know. Theoretically, metformin, because it is working on liver, it should reduce endogenous hepatic glucose reduction. So metformin should work in people who has got a IFG. But in all the trial, metformin work better in people who has a IGT, not IFG. That's very paradoxical. So we exactly don't know what is happening. It is not related to metformin. It is happening because of the entire lifestyle metformin put together. Metformin is not doing only wonder. Secondly, if you look metformin, as I said in Indian DPP trial, 45% developed hypoglycemia on 500 milligram twice daily, and Dr. Ramchandran has to revert back to 250 milligram twice daily. The biggest problem in all this trial is, in some trial they looked for ITT analysis, and in some hall per protocol analysis. What is the difference? ITT means I have given you metformin, but you have stopped the drug. Still I will include you in the study. In per protocol, those people who are only receiving metformin at the end of trial were studied. So some studied put the data of ITT analysis, some put per protocol analysis. That's the biggest problem. GI side effect of metformin is known to you. Long-term use of metformin causes vitamin B12 deficiency, known to you. And finally, by using metformin for such a longer period of time, we could not reduce, ultimately cardiovascular event, although in men there was a reduction in coronary artery calcification. So what's the way forward? Simple. There are three possibilities what we should do. We are not ignoring pre-diabetes, yet we are not very much interested to treat with drug. So what are the options? Option is label pre-diabetes as a disease. Well, aapko ho gaya diabetes, aap bimari ho gaya. So what are the pros and cons? Common sense. If I tell you that you develop disease, the pros is that you are careful. Okay, from tomorrow I am not going to take sweets, I am going to run, I am going to walk. So that's the one advantage. The disadvantage is that rapidly it will increase the diabetes world in the community. The people will start tending this labeling as a disease, will have not only psychological trauma, but rush to the pharmacy to get some drugs to cure it. And you will overutilize anti-diabetic medications. So these are the pros and cons of labeling pre-diabetes as a disease entity. Second possibility is change the definition of diabetes and lower down the cutoff criteria of diabetes and pre-diabetes. Mix all. All pharma companies in this world will be very happy. Already 60% of Indians are diabetic. At that time, if you do it, everyone will be diabetic, including myself. So you can see the pros and cons. The cons are always more than pros. There is no pros basically, except that saying that you are going to develop frank diabetes in future, but nothing might happen to you. Third is, which is perhaps best, is that risk stratify. You have got a pre-diabetes, your BMI is more than 35, you are female with a history of GDM, you are the candidate whether you should get something, do lifestyle. If it doesn't work, add a drug like metformin, which is cheaper and we have used for past 60 years. So define these groups into low risk and high risk. Simply, doctor sahab, mera 105 sugar hai fasting, dawa lein kya? This should not happen. So you risk stratify. So finally we decided, the consensus from A, B and C, that intensive lifestyle modifications should be the key. There is no question about that. And if you want to really reduce it without drug, go for intensive. Not 7%, it is not possible in our part. Think about even 3%. आप 100 किलो हो 97 करके दिखाओ आपका डायबिटीज चला जाएगा. And actually the earliest benefit of weight loss is happening from converting from pre-diabetes to diabetes. All other advantage of weight loss happens after 10%, 15%. But the first advantage of weight loss is that if your IGT, you will lose, you go back to normoglycemia. So the consensus is treat everyone with lifestyle, those with high risk, only these subgroups should be treated with metformin. What dose? Only God knows. We don't have data. Thank you very much for patience.
Let's give the erudite orator a very standing ovation. And Dr. A.K. Singh sir, आज मैं जो आपसे सीखा हूँ, tonight I am going to tweet on the topic metformin revisited. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Next, we'll be starting with the session Unlocking the Power of GIP. And I request the next rapporteur, Dr. Deepak Chudasama, sir, to please take over the proceedings.
Thank you so much. For our next session, I'll like to invite Chairperson Dr. G.R. Badlani, sir, Dr. Sushil Patel, sir, and Dr. Mustafa Rangwala, sir. Dr. G.R. Badlani, sir, is a senior diabetologist in advanced diabetes care in Sabarmati, Ahmedabad. Dr. Sushil Patel, sir, Aksar Diabetes Care in Baroda. Dr. Mustafa Rangwala, sir, is also practicing diabetologist and senior physician in Ahmedabad. Over to you, sir.
We were supposed to start in the morning, but now it's an afternoon. It's already past 12. Good afternoon, all of you. Bansi, Diacare in September goes hand in hand. No September is without Diacare. We are all here for that. And now we are going for the narration after orations, which will be followed by a discussion. And to talk about unlocking the power of GIP, first and foremost, we have Dr. Rajesh Rajput, who is going to talk on GIP, a forgotten incretin. Over to Dr. Rajesh Rajput, please.
Good afternoon.
Do I need to introduce him? I think nobody needs an introduction. Dr. Rajesh Rajput must be an icon in himself. He is a director, Department of Endocrinology, Medanta, Gurugram, MBBS, MD, GMC, Bhopal, DM from PGI, Chandigarh. He has various fellowships like FRCP, FACE, FICP, and the list is endless. He has been a former senior professor and head Department of Endocrinology from PGIMS Rohtak. He is an editor, and he has several papers and medals to his credit. Over to Dr. Rajesh Rajput.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. At the onset, I like to thank Bansi and team for inviting me for this lecture. And as rightly been pointed out, we have to start in the morning, but we are starting in the afternoon. So, and it's actually a right time to discuss about the concept of GIP and GLP in the afternoon, because we are proceeding toward having our lunch. So I am going to discuss about the concept of GIP, a forgotten incretin hormone, over next 15-20 minutes to you. We learn only what has been taught to us until and unless something has been taught which is already there in the pipeline. Now, if we see, whenever we eat anything, when we go for the lunch, there is a release of a group of hormones from intestine which collectively are known as incretin hormones. And they are responsible for secretion of glucose dependent insulin secretion from pancreas, apart from other properties. There are two important hormones which are secreted from the intestine in response to nutrient load. One is GIP, which is a glucose dependent insulinotropic peptide. Another is GLP-1, which is glucagon like peptide 1. Now the topic is GIP a forgotten entity. Why it is forgotten? Now if for that we have to understand the history. If you see, for first time in 1930, actually somebody identified that there is a substance which is secreted from the intestine, and when it is injected into the animal model, it will result in lowering of glucose. At that time, nobody knows about GIP, GLP and incretin. And then over many years and decades, scientists identified both GLP and GIP. Now it is in 1970, for the first time, GIP was first identified. And later on 1984, it is GLP which was identified. But unfortunately, GIP was forgotten. Why it was forgotten? Because in type 2 diabetes, GIP levels are normal and GLP levels are reduced. So a concept came up that individuals with type 2 diabetes are having GIP resistance and they are having reduced level of GLP. So the scientists tried to focus on the issue of developing GLP-1 analogs so that GLP-1 levels can be restored and diabetes can be controlled. But this was the initial thinking based on which the science progressed. Now what is incretin effect? Now as I have told you, whenever we eat something, there is secretion of intestinal hormones which are incretin, which goes into the plasma, act on the pancreatic beta cell, result in secretion of insulin. Now when you give to a same individual, same amount of intravenous glucose and oral glucose, which result in similar rise in plasma glucose, the insulin response is different. As you see the area under the curve, the lower curve is when you give intravenous glucose, the topmost is when you give the oral glucose. So the area under the curve, the difference between oral and injectable is known as incretin effect. This is the increase in insulin secretion in response to the gut hormone when we eat something. Yeah, pointer है नहीं इस पे और ये इस पे चल नहीं रहा, right? Now, when we see patients of type 2 diabetes, these are normal people and here are type 2 diabetes individuals. In type 2 diabetes, there is incretin defect. As I have told you, GIP people are not responding, levels are preserved and GLP levels are reduced, which result in reduced secretion of insulin in response to the nutrient load. And now the GLP-1s are developed for that. But then as the understanding goes on, basically GIP resistance is not absolute. If you bring down plasma glucose, GIP resistance can be reversed. So the concept which was initially that there is a GIP resistance, so there is no role of using GIP, has now changed with the availability of newer class of agents which are now available in the US world, going to come to our country in next few years or month. Now if we see GLP-1, I think I have already told you the story. What are the actions of GLP-1? I know all of you are knowing, it's just a repetition that when you take or when your GLP-1 is secreted inside your body, it acts on the pancreas where it causes glucose-dependent insulin secretion. Also, it suppresses glucagon secretion. Now, the suppression of glucagon is uniform. GLP-1 in whatever dose we are using, whatever is your plasma glucose level, GLP-1 only suppresses plasma glucagon. It delays gastric emptying, it acts on the central nervous system and decreases your food intake. These are some of the properties based on which various GLP receptor agonist has been developed. From there, as I have told you, now we have started discussing about GIP, although it was discovered first in 1970, but now we are discussing about GIP because a drug has been developed based on GIP backbone where GLP receptor agonist is inserted into it. So the molecule has both actions of GIP as well as GLP-1. Now if we look at the actions of GIP and compare it with GLP, there are some differences and some similarities. What are the similarities? GIP also act on pancreatic beta cell to cause glucose dependent insulin secretion. But in contrast to GLP-1, GIP stimulate glucagon secretion. Now some of you will be confused that over last 15 years repeatedly it has been taught that glucagon level should be suppressed. Now we are using a drug which is causing increase in glucagon secretion. The answer is the effect of GIP on glucagon is bidirectional. What do we mean by bidirectional? That only when your glucose level is going down, it is less than 70 milligram per deciliter, only then GIP will stimulate glucagon. If your plasma glucose levels are normal, GIP is not going to change your glucagon level. And even when you are using DPP-4 inhibitors, where we have taught the concept that in hypoglycemia, glucagon level will be high, it is actually GIP, native GIP which is present in the body, which is actually causing increase in glucagon secretion. With increase in GLP, or when you use DPP-4, when you restore normal GLP, GLP does not causes increase in glucagon secretion even in presence of hypoglycemia. So even when we were using DPP-4 inhibitor, it is GIP which is responsible for prevention against hypoglycemia. Apart from that, action on pancreatic alpha and beta cell, if you see the other actions of GIP, adipose tissue is a primary organ where GIP is acting. And adipose tissue is now recognized as the biggest endocrine organ of human body, which is dysfunctional, as I am going to discuss with you, in patients of type 2 diabetes. There is dysfunctional fat partition in patients of type 2 diabetes. So if a drug is there which is going to change this dysfunctional fat partition into functional or good fat partition, probably it is going to be advantageous. So if you see effect on brain, there are some studies, especially from rat models, where it has been shown that GIP is also associated with a decrease in food intake, increase in energy expenditure, but these are not from human studies. So friends, if you see, if somebody is taking a nutrient load, and if you see the effect of IV glucose and oral glucose, I have told you, but then if you do the same experiment by giving GIP alone, GLP-1 alone, combination of GIP and GLP. So this green diamond is combination of GLP and GIP. Yellow is with GLP alone, which we are using as of now in routine clinical practice. This is GIP and IV glucose, which means the action of GLP and GIP is complementary. When they are acting together, it results in brisk insulin response as compared to use of either of these GIP hormones alone. So as you see in this cartoon, in response to the nutrient load, glucose level rises and glucose acts through GLUT2 receptor, where it goes inside, glucose is metabolized to glucose 6-phosphate, and then through opening of potassium channel, calcium entry takes place and insulin is secreted. But at the same time, there are GLP and GIP receptors which are present over pancreatic beta cell, which are cyclic AMP dependent. Through increase in cyclic AMP protein kinase pathway, it augments release of insulin secretion in response to your nutrient load. Now this augmentation is actually the majority, 2/3 response of insulin secretion in response to the load as compared to glucose. So if I show you the absolute contribution of glucose, GLP, GIP towards insulin secretion, whenever you eat something, glucose per se is responsible for 33% secretion of the insulin. If you see GLP-1, it is responsible for another 22% secretion of the insulin. If you see GIP, it is responsible for 44% secretion of the insulin, which means if you now combine GLP and GIP, they are responsible for 70% of insulin secretion in response to the nutrient load what we are taking. So therefore, incretin hormones are critical in maintaining euglycemia in health. We already know the concept of GLP-1, but because of our understanding in the past, which has now changed, GIP is equally important in maintaining euglycemia, and not only euglycemia, as I am going to discuss with you, even in maintaining fat where it should remain in our body. Now let's understand more about GIP. What are the places where GIP receptors are distributed in the body? This is a list of various organs in a human body where GLP-1 receptors are identified in rat models or in human beings. But there are two important locations where they are in human beings, they are identified. Islet of Langerhans, alpha cells and beta cells, adipose tissue, subcutaneous and visceral. There are some presence in the brain, as I have told you, but majority of studies are done in rat models. Now let's see what they do when we know the receptors. I already told you the alpha story, that these hormones are actually in health synergistically acting on alpha cells, maintaining a physiological level of glucagon. So therefore, whenever somebody is now telling you that GIP results in increase in glucagon secretion, do not jump into the conclusion that this glucagon secretion is going to be harmful, because 5 years down the line, we are going to have triple agonist, GIP, GLP and glucagon agonist. So glucagon is also required for normal health, normal well-being. It serves a number of good functions. Now coming to adipose tissue, I have told you it is the biggest endocrine organ. There are presence of GIP receptors over adipose tissues. Now in type 2 diabetes, there is impaired nutrient partitioning. What do we mean by impaired nutrient partitioning? Normally in health, the fat should remain in subcutaneous adipose tissue. Liver, pancreas or the other visceral organs are not the place where ideally fat should be. But when your capacity of subcutaneous tissue is overwhelmed in presence of obesity or because of defective intracellular signaling, this fat is going to be deposited at number of ectopic places. Now this is there in presence of obesity in patients of type 2 diabetes. Now can we do something to take care of this ectopic fat accumulation? And we know the concept of now diabetes remission and reversal, where if you remove ectopic fat from liver or from the pancreas, there is remission or reversal of diabetes. So can we do something for that? Here probably GIP has to play a bigger role. If we see in healthy individual, GIP increases adipose tissue blood flow. Now by increasing adipose tissue blood flow, it results in better utilization of fat. GIP also causes activation of lipoprotein lipase. Lipoprotein lipase is an enzyme which is required to keep fat into subcutaneous adipose tissue. On the other hand, there is an enzyme which is hormone sensitive lipase. If it gets activated, there will be release of free fatty acid from subcutaneous adipose tissue and it will be deposited in ectopic locations. So with GIP, there is an increase in blood flow, there is an activation of lipoprotein lipase, and as you see the effect of GIP, there is increased fat utilization, increased oxidation of fat. There is decreased release of free fatty acid into the circulation. There is increased glucose utilization into adipose tissue, and there is increased free fatty acid esterification. So all these are beneficial effects which changes the impaired partition or the defective partition of fat into good partition. So this is in very brief, I am trying to tell you the GIP which was discovered way back before GLP-1, because of understanding at that point of time, it was believed that GIP is not going to be useful. But now, as you learned in second part of the symposium, GIP we know is an important incretin hormone present in the body, specifically when we look its effects on adipose tissue, where it utilizes better lipid uptake, storage capacity. At pancreatic beta cell, it is more powerful than GLP for insulin secretion, and together they act synergistically and they are responsible for causing 70% of the insulin secretion. So I will like to stop here, will not go further, and my co-speaker will tell you further about this concept.
Thank you, Dr. Rajput, for highlighting the importance of GIP. So old is definitely gold, according to you. And now I request my co-chair to introduce the second.
Our next speaker is Dr. Anand Nigam. He's a very senior diabetologist practicing since last 40 years in Jaipur. And he has many feathers in his cap, long list of his achievements, but to mention a few, he is a fellow of Royal College of Physicians, Glasgow, and has been a visiting fellow at Josling Diabetic Center, Boston and Johns Hopkins University. And he has been awarded several orations, including the RSGI and DMDA honor lecture. And he was one of the founder of Diabetes India and is CEO from 2002 to 2014. Over to Dr. Anand Nigam. He will speak from increasing journey in type 2 diabetes from GIP to GLP. That's the diet.
Thank you,
Dr. Anand Nigam,
chairpersons.
please.
Good afternoon, friends. Let me thank Diacare and Bansi and Eli Lilly for this symposium, participation in the symposium. Rajesh has already set the stage of what GIP is and how it was forgotten and why it has come to light and what are the advantages. So I'm going to talk to you something more than that, combining the two molecules, the incretin partnership between GLP-1 and GIP. So we've used GLP-1 for the last several years. Remember, the first GLP-1 came to India in 2007 and Eli Lilly got it there, which was known as Byta. Then Eli Lilly again got the first weekly GLP-1 Trulicity, that was 2014. And now this is another first by Eli Lilly, and there's the twin cretin terzepatide, which I'm going to call TZ in short form, it's a long name. And how the two have come together in this incretin partnership to make lives better for people with type 2 diabetes, both in the form of better glycemic control and effective weight loss, which we are not discussing today. So incretin defect has already been shown, but I'm just going to simplify a couple of things here. So on the left are healthy volunteers who received the glucose load. The glucose goes up. The gray bars are IV glucose. The red is oral glucose. And you can see here on the right panel, the lowest is the incretin effect because of the GLP-1. So the gray is flat and the incretin effect is seen in red. The middle panel shows you the GIP. Look at the difference between GLP-1 and GIP secretion, almost 3 or 4 times. And the resultant insulin secretion seen on the top. So that's the classical incretin effect, both hormones contributing to the resultant insulin secretion that you have. You just heard Rajesh speak about the increased blood flow that happens when GIP in association with hyperglycemia and hyperinsulinemia increase blood flow in the adipose tissue. Now when these human subcutaneous adipose tissues are combined with, when GIP comes in association with that, in addition to some insulin, you can see the increase in LPL activity, lipoprotein lipase activity, which is responsible for handling triglycerides and fatty acids and really improving lipid metabolism. The effect of GLP-1 is almost minuscule as compared to the effect seen by GIP. And what does that do? It really improves how the lipid metabolism takes place. You can see the blood flow entering and you've got the adipocytes sitting on the top there. If there is no change in your energy intake or expenditure, this transfer doesn't let your weight change. And this, as Rajesh mentioned, helps you to get the fat into the right place. This you've just seen the various actions of GLP-1 and GIP. Classically, GIP acts at the level of the adipose tissue, increases insulin sensitivity, and alters nutrient metabolism. Both decrease appetite, and probably GIP also increases energy expenditure at the level of the brain. Glucagon effect has already been said, but GLP classically decreases gastric motility, and that is the fullness that you've been experiencing with your patients on GLP-1. So classically, tirzepatide is a GIP-based incretin hormone on which you have the GLP-1 there. It's an amino acid with a C20 fatty acid diacid moiety that enables albumin binding, and it increases the half-life, and it works for almost 5 days. Its plasma concentration in patients with renal and hepatic ailments do not really differ than those in healthy individuals. So it's classically a GIP molecule which has taken the GLP-1 together and put the tirzepatide in front of you. Now let's see the receptor pharmacology. So on the left you see the GIPR, that is the GIP receptor, and this experiment was done on human endocrine embryonic kidney cells, the 293 cell line, which has both the receptors present, the GIPR and the GLP-1R. Now if you look at tirzepatide here, it has the same affinity as the GIP. So it's matching the GIP rise in the cyclic AMP that comes with the stimulation of these hormones. But what happens to GLP-1? You can see that tirzepatide is weaker than the GLP-1. Now what does that show? It probably shows that the tirzepatide engages the GIP receptors more than the GLP-1s. And that is also labeled as biased agonism, which means the GIPs is more favored by the tirzepatide than the GLP-1. So more powerful probably of two incretin hormones. This experiment is conducted in mice. So the left shows you that these mice don't have the GIP receptors. On the right are mice which do not have the GLP-1 receptors. And this is an intraperitoneal glucose tolerance test conducted in these mice. They received tirzepatide. They received GIP 30 millimoles per kilogram and also received the specific GLP-1 semaglutide. Now these mice don't have the GIP, so you can see here the blue is tirzepatide and semaglutide, both of them reduce the glucose. Now what happens there? Here the GLP-1 is missing, so the semaglutide has no action, but the GIP and tirzepatide both reduce glucose, but you can see here again the tirzepatide is more powerful than the GIP because probably it uses both the receptors. Again confirming that tirzepatide is using both the receptors to get you that effect on glycemia. Now across these SURPASS trials, we've seen that tirzepatide has been able to reduce HbA1c from baseline to primary endpoint, and these are various SURPASS trials, one with placebo SURPASS-1, two comparing it with semaglutide as add-on to metformin, insulin degludec as add-on to metformin, plus SGLT2, that is SURPASS-3, SURPASS-4 with glargine as add-on to metformin, sulfonylurea or SGLT2, and the last is SURPASS-5 as add-on to insulin, glargine and metformin. So the different colors that you see are different doses of tirzepatide. The lightest blue is 5 milligrams, 10 milligrams, the darkest blue is 15 milligrams, and the other gray and the lighter yellow are the comparators, one semaglutide and the other comparators. So effective glycemic control, almost 2.4% compared to the others. Of course, this increases with the dose that you increase with tirzepatide. Now look at this study. This is a multi-center randomized double-blind control phase 1 study in patients who had type 2 diabetes for almost 6 months and were being treated with lifestyle intervention, with metformin, with or without one additional stable dose of another oral agent. Now they were subjected and divided into 3 groups. One received tirzepatide in an increasing dose from 2.5 to 12 to 15 milligrams. The other group, the middle group, received semaglutide in increasing doses from 0.25 to 1 milligram, and the third was placebo. The primary objective was to study the insulin sensitivity and the beta cell function, measures of insulin secretion and sensitivity up to 28 weeks. And there were secondary endpoints like seeing the change in clamp disposition index, total insulin secretion rate, and insulin sensitivity. Now, what are the results? We all know that insulin is secreted from the pancreas in a biphasic manner. All of you remember that physiology. The first phase of insulin secretion, you will remember, occurs within 2 minutes and continues for about 10 to 15 minutes. What does it do? It decreases postprandial elevation, decreases hepatic glucose output, and improves peripheral utilization of glucose. The phase 2 secretion that occurs from the pancreas really adds on to what the first phase is doing and maintains the glucose for another 10-15 minutes. Now look at what happened in this study. Tirzepatide increased both first and second phase insulin secretion. Of course, semaglutide also did, but you can see the difference between tirzepatide shown in blue and semaglutide seen in gray. So it's a more powerful secretor of both first and second phase insulin secretion, and these are all statistically significant values. Now let's see insulin sensitivity, and this is measured by the hyperinsulinemic euglycemic clamp. And you can see here the insulin glucose infusion rate was the highest with the tirzepatide seen in blue compared to semaglutide and placebo shown there, and also the whole body metabolism or sensitivity, which is called the M factor, and measured usually at about 120 minutes, was the maximum with tirzepatide shown in blue. So it means tirzepatide increases insulin sensitivity. The slide before that showed you it increases beta cell function, improved beta cell function, and also increases whole body metabolism. Now we are talking about glucagon, and this shows that glucagon suppression also at the end of 28 weeks was maximum with tirzepatide. Now Rajesh showed you how glucagon goes up during hypoglycemia with GIP, suppresses that and gets it back to normal and prevents hypoglycemia. Otherwise it stimulates, and here is a combination of GLP-1 and GIP, and together they give you the beneficial effect of decreasing glucagon as shown in this study. Now let's see the effect of tirzepatide on weight loss. And these are again data from the SURPASS trials, and you can see here in increasing doses, you can see the response of tirzepatide as compared to placebo, semaglutide, degludec, and glargine, that it decreases body weight, and this body weight reduction could be as much as 12 or 13 kilograms, and these are all studies over 40 or 52 weeks. Ad libitum energy intake over a 45-minute buffet lunch. You're going to have a buffet lunch outside, and this is what tirzepatide and semaglutide do. Both of them reduce energy intake. So people start eating less, and you can see here at 16 weeks, both of them have reduced energy intake. The values are not statistically significant, but numerically more with tirzepatide. And the same is their energy intake during the ad libitum lunch. Over a 45-minute buffet lunch is much more reduced with tirzepatide 348 calories versus 284 calories, although not statistically significant, but numerically much more with tirzepatide, which means it decreases energy intake like the GLP-1. It reduces fat mass, and this is the basic concept how it gets your weight lost in people who receive tirzepatide compared to only GLP-1. And the primary loss is the fat mass that it is losing. And you can see here these values are statistically significant with a value of 0.002, mainly driven by fat mass. This effect is seen as early as 5 weeks. You can see here, I don't know how it works. Anyway, yeah, so it's as early as 5 weeks, but by the end of 28 weeks, the values are clinically significant and people have lost almost 11 to 12 kilograms of body weight. So the fat mass loss is the main mechanism how people lose weight with tirzepatide. Another very interesting part of the study was from the SURPASS-3 MRI study. Now this was a subgroup where they first did an MRI, and these were people who were about body mass index 25 with type 2 diabetes on additional drugs, but the prerequisite for inclusion was a liver fat index of at least 60. Now what happens when they receive tirzepatide versus insulin degludec? You can see here, and this is the pooled data of 10 and 15 milligram tirzepatide, and you can see the drop from almost 15 or 16 milligrams there down to 8.9. This is percentage loss with tirzepatide in liver fat content as compared to degludec, where it was only 3, and this is statistically significant 0.001. And this was seen across the doses of 5, 10 and 15 milligrams over 52 weeks, and you can see here the data there also on the right is statistically significant. In the same study, they also tried to see what happens to the abdominal visceral adipose tissue, and you can see with increasing doses of tirzepatide, you can see the difference in visceral adipose tissue and also subcutaneous adipose tissue with increasing doses of tirzepatide compared to degludec. Let's come to the last part of the talk, and that is very, very important. People who use GLP-1s know that GLP-1s have to be used with patience and education. Two very, very important things. You've got to reassure patients that you're going to get nausea, you're going to get vomiting, you're going to get diarrhea. Just stay on. As your duration increases, these symptoms gradually wane away in most people. Of course, there will be some who just don't get any nausea and vomiting, so you're very happy. They may sometimes be non-responders, but most of them will have this, but will pass off with time. And these are, again, data to show that the overall adverse events were similar to the GLP-1s, nothing very significant, mostly nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, sometimes constipation, no real other threats seen. Similarly, hypoglycemia and other events were also not really significant. No cholecystitis, no diabetic retinopathy, no injection site, very, very minuscule, and hypoglycemia, of course, also was of no consequence. So friends, we've seen in this part of the talk how GIP with GLP-1 has played an important role in this designer novel molecule, which is called tirzepatide. So it's an incretin partnership between GLP-1 and GIP. It's a single molecule, and we've shown you how it improves beta cell function, it improves insulin sensitivity, it decreases glucagon glucagon concentrations are decreased after a mixed meal, reduces food intake during that lunch that we showed you, the data from that, and has additional benefits of weight loss. We've shown you also how it decreases adipose tissue, both visceral and subcutaneous. And that is the reason why today tirzepatide has been approved as a novel twin incretin in most organizations and most clinical algorithms. The WHO is classified as a separate molecule, and this is called what is called as the ATC classification of WHO, where they try and classify a molecule according to where the organ where it is working. So this is the stomach, and they've labeled as 10B cross 16 terzepatide. That's how it's labeled there. So it's a separate category in the ADA guidelines and is the first and only approved single molecule GLP-1 GIP molecule receptor agonist, and also in the American College of Endocrinology consensus guidelines. And that is the twin cretin that is probably going to give a better quality of life for our patients, both in terms of glycemic control and other advantages that it will offer. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Nigam, for a wonderful insight on the new kid on the block, tirzepatide. And I think we all need the secretions of GIPs because the pre-lunch session is there, and I think in the interest of time, we would omit this discussion. Okay, that's why I said curious minds would have certain queries. So if at all anybody has a query, please. I think she has a query, and that is why she wanted her question to be good. Anyway, please, go ahead, please.
Acids to the liver, while tirzepatide, sir, shows is lipolytic. So how will that help? I thought GIP would increase insulin secretion and have the same effects like insulin. Can you just explain?
The flow, the adipose tissue flow, and
so
the increase
you
in
have to understand
LPL
insulin
activity.
causes increased action of lipoprotein lipase, and it decreases action of hormone sensitive lipase. That is why with insulin, fat remains where it is. In absence of insulin, fat moves out of the adipose tissue. That is why we have hypertriglyceridemia in patients of uncontrolled type 1 diabetes. And this excess of free fatty acid ultimately goes to the liver, where beyond esterification, excess is deposited inside the liver, causing fatty liver. It also enters into the ketogenic machinery, where glucagon will there and causes ketogenesis. Now, what twin cretin or GIP plus GLP-1 is doing, it promotes insulin secretion. Now, by promoting insulin secretion, you are trying to increase the insulin sensitivity at the level of beta cell. Also, there are direct GIP receptors which are present over adipose tissue. Now, when there is a direct adipose tissue GIP receptor, it increases the GIP blood flow, and along with insulin increases lipoprotein lipase activity. So the efflux of free fatty acid from subcutaneous tissue into the plasma is reduced, which means your visceral adipose tissue is going to come down. Now, when your visceral adipose tissue is going to come down, it is visceral adipose tissue which is metabolically bad. It is not subcutaneous adipose tissue. You will see so many obese individuals in the society, they does not have diabetes, they does not have hypertension, they does not have dyslipidemia, because most of the fat remains in subcutaneous tissue. Now, this subcutaneous tissue sink capacity is actually genetically mediated, not individually mediated. So an individual will have huge amount of subcutaneous tissue, but still no visceral adipose tissue.
But sir,
You saw that,
terpezadide has a specific action in the adipose tissue.
Pardon, sir?
Terpezadide has a specific action on the adipose tissue by acting on melanocortin 4 receptors.
Actually,
that
you know,
was causing
melanocortin 4 is
lipolysis.
not present in adipose tissue, it is present in the brain.
We
MC4 receptor.
showed you there that once you give those subcutaneous adipose tissues, you give tirzepatide in the presence of insulin, it increases LPL activity. But GLP-1 doesn't. And that is the, because it's a GIP based molecule, that's the reason why you get this effective weight loss. So something other than energy intake, you know, both decreased energy intake. The GLP-1 also decreased energy intake and TZ also decreased. But there are mechanisms working at the level of the adipose tissue which probably are responsible. We are using the word probably because everything is not understood how weight loss occurs.
But in the best interest of time, sir, I will have to skip. We'll have room for discussion on the floor. I thank all the speakers and the chairpersons for such a wonderful session. Thank you so much. Rajesh Rajput sir and Anand Nigam sir, and all the chairpersons. I would like to invite the rapporteur for the next session, Dr. Viral Raj sir from Bharuch, to take over the session.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here today. Now we are moving for the next session, state-of-art lectures, especially to discuss the advancement in diabetes care, which are vital for improving patients' outcomes. So for this session, I would like to invite Chairperson, Dr. Jitendra Patel sir, Dr. Manoj Vitlani sir, and Dr. Rahul Desai sir.
Thank you, Dr. Bansi, for giving this opportunity to chair the wonderful session going on since morning. And coming to the last part of before lunch, the state of our lecture, for which we have two eminent speakers, Dr. Sujay Ghosh and Dr. Shashank Joshi. First, I would like to invite Dr. Sujay Ghosh, and he's going to speak on the value of innovation in saving the life, particularly focusing on the SGLT2. He is a DM endocrinologist, FRCP, and the specialty certificate endocrinology diabetes UK, and also professor of endocrinology at IGPGME at Kolkata, and has been international advisor board members, and also National Joint Secretary, Indian Thyroid Society, Vice President, RSSDI, Vice President, Indian Thyroid Society, and many more. So without taking much time, over to you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. A big thank you to Dr. Bansi and his team for having invited me here and to share the dais with you all. This session is sponsored by AstraZeneca, and actually the initial slide decks were provided to me were from AstraZeneca. They wanted to talk about innovation in the sense that you're looking at the generic molecule versus the innovator molecule, which I thought is important, but perhaps not the most important thing that this audience would like to listen to. So I've taken the liberty of dividing my talk into two bits. The first bit about saving lives with SGLT2 inhibitors, and the second bit about what's the difference between the innovator molecule and the generics in terms of the science. And I thought of talking about certain things related to that. So the issue is, the topic says saving lives. So the various SGLT2 inhibitors, can they prevent death? And can they or do they prevent atherosclerotic cardiovascular events? Might seem very mundane topic to you, but once upon a time in Stockholm, the EMPEREG study was presented at EAST. Everybody went gaga over it, saying we've now got a miracle drug of empagliflozin which reduces all-cause mortality and CV death. And we were all surprised to see that the benefits were happening within 3 months of starting the drug. Never before had we seen any molecule changing outcomes in atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease within 3 months of starting of the drug. But what was interesting is that when you're talking about the 3-point MACE, the major driver of that 3-point MACE was cardiovascular deaths and not non-fatal MIs and non-fatal strokes, which seem to be moving the other way as compared to the CV deaths. And the greatest benefit that was happening was non-ACVD deaths, because you didn't know what kind of CVD deaths you were talking about here. Whatever they be the case, they went on to apply, and the FDA said that this reduces cardiovascular deaths in adults with type 2 diabetes. That's the label that Jardiance got. And this is the algorithm that you and I see every day in every conference. And what is important is this bit, which says when ASCVD predominates, use either or. It doesn't say both. It says either use a GLP-1, sorry, it went back. Either use a GLP-1 or use an SGLT2 inhibitor. That's the guideline. Now, this was a wonderful article that was published in Diabetes Technology and Therapeutics about the Emperor's New Clothes. The caveats of the EMPEREG trial that I talked about was atherosclerosis does not change in 3 months. You and I know that very well. And it seems that fatal events were much easier to prevent than non-fatal events, which does not follow biological plausibility. And in the EMPEREG, for example, 40% of the deaths were presumed cardiovascular deaths. And there was no dose effect. Whether you gave 10 milligram or whether you gave 25 milligram, it was same. And in your clinics, this is not the group of patients that you see. This would be maybe 1 in 6 of the diabetes patients. So if you look at Inzaki's paper in Diabetes Care, they wanted to figure out, because everybody was coming out with different mechanisms of how SGLT2 inhibitors prevent death. And what they showed was the only predictor of change in mortality in EMPEREC trial was change in plasma volume. So it was a brilliant diuretic of sorts, which was changing hematocrit and plasma volume, leading to benefits probably not related to atherosclerosis. So we first published one meta-analysis in endocrine practice, which is the Journal of AAC, because at that point of time, people started talking about, is this a molecule-specific effect, is this a class-specific effect, and things like that. So why we did that? Because even, for example, when you're looking at a statin, you first want to normalize the values, LDL ठीक हुआ. उसके बाद then you look at surrogate markers, atheroma volume, intimal thickness. Then you look at non-fatal events. Then you look at fatal events. And then you look at all-cause mortality. That's the hierarchy of benefit of any drug. And there was so much of heterogeneity in the RCTs that have been published with the SGLT2 inhibitors. I'm not going into the details of it for the paucity of time. But for the first time, you have a class of drugs where you can do a meta-analysis with 50,000 people. When was the last time you had such kind of an opportunity? So the baseline data I'll not bore you with. But to cut a long story short, we can show that overall, if you're looking at the SGLT2 inhibitors, there is CV mortality benefit. You are able to prevent cardiovascular death. And that quantum of benefit was about 15%. There were numerical differences between the individual molecules, but the p-value for interaction was non-significant, telling us, irrespective of which SGLT2 inhibitor you use, the benefit was the same. And if you're looking at all-cause mortality, the SGLT2 inhibitors prevent deaths, irrespective of which SGLT2 you were reducing. So the overall benefit of CV death and all-cause mortality is approximately about 15%, dramatic benefits. So the conclusion was SGLT2 inhibitors as a class reduce both all-cause and CV mortality, no doubt about it. Which CV events do SGLT2 inhibitors reduce? So if you look at the previous FDA guidance, because after this you now know that 2 years ago there's been a new FDA guidance, that people realize that you will not get benefit with one event. So you clubbed the three and you talked about the 3P MACE. What were the assumptions? That in diabetes, the three major things that will happen are all related to atherosclerosis. Nobody appreciated at that point of time that how much heart failure was important, how much of arrhythmias was important, how much of sudden cardiac death was important. And we published this meta-analysis in the Journal of Clinical Endocrinology and Metabolism, which is the journal of the American Endocrine Society. And what we showed was, let us look at first myocardial infarction, whether it's fatal or non-fatal. SGLT2 inhibitors don't do anything, because we looked at the data and we excluded all those sudden cardiac deaths which were unexplained. If you look at stroke, the diamond is exactly in the middle. Kuch nahi karta hai stroke mein. Now let us add all of those, fatal and non-fatal MIs and strokes. There is no benefit. Non-fatal MI and strokes, no benefit. So SGLT2 class reduce both CV and all-cause mortality, but it has got zero effect on atherosclerotic cardiovascular events. And this is the editorial that the journal published, which clearly tells us a few things. That it seems likely a plausible explanation that the primary driver for SGLT2 reducing MACE may be because of optimization of heart failure and volume status. That's the reason why you're getting the benefits within 3 months. And it represents an opportunity for FDA to reconsider the stratification of cardiovascular mortality analysis in clinical trials, as suggested by the authors, that in future mandates considering separating cardiovascular mortality events associated with ischemic events from those related to heart failure. So if you now come back to this, in today's world, what do we realize? If you have atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, you are more likely to have heart failure, arrhythmias, and sudden cardiac deaths. If you want to prevent those, give an SGLT2 inhibitor. If you want to prevent atherosclerotic cardiovascular event, either go for a GLP-1 or go for pioglitazone. So it can't be either or. Ideally, it should be A plus B. So you've understood that this is a class of drugs which is preventing deaths, preventing events, and is a meandering path which tells us that future guidelines should change. So in the second half of my talk, I'll try and talk about what the sponsors actually wanted to talk about, the value of originals in saving lives in terms of the innovator molecule versus a generic molecule. We are all using both, I'm sure. I am using both of them in my clinical practice, left, right, and center, whether it's the innovator and the generic. But let us look at the science behind, and is there any value in actually thinking of that the innovator might be different from the generics, and it's predominantly related to the regulatory mechanism through which approvals happen in India. So there are 7 key factors for drug safety and efficacy. Those include bioequivalence, bioavailability, efficacy, safety and side effect profile, the manufacturing, the molecule and the structure, the salt and the excipients. So all of you are aware of bioequivalence studies, because that's the first step when you are producing a generic molecule, that you will actually have to demonstrate that this molecule is bioequivalent. So in a standard practice of development of a drug, just look at when a patented drug goes through a stringent process of events, of basic science studies, early discovery, preclinical studies, clinical developments, and randomized controlled trials, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and then getting approval and post-marketing monitoring. Whereas the shortcut of the generic drug does not necessarily go through all of these stringent processes. And there is a big difference between the originator versus the generic review process requirements as well. So if you're looking at, this is the guideline that people will be following when you are getting approval for a drug. So bioequivalence limits by regulators is also something which is not necessarily equal in the world over. So if you look at in India, for example, we are looking at the drug is considered bioequivalent if compared to the innovator, your equivalence is anywhere between 80% to 125%. I'm not very sure how many of you, and us, me included, are comfortable that particularly in certain cases of drugs where safety is very important, that it's plus minus 20 to 25% of what the innovator molecule is. So particularly drugs which are narrow therapeutic index drugs, the bioequivalence limit should be much, much lower rather than what the current Indian guidelines are talking about. And there are several such situations where we know that, numerous studies have highlighted that when you're comparing the originals versus the generics, there is a big difference in what you're finding in the market. I think last week itself, that is this current week itself, we've had so many headlines about spurious drugs and their equivalence and the qualities. So this will probably be even more important for, say, something like an antiplatelet drug, right? The bioequivalence, if it varies so much, either you will have no efficacy or you will have bleeding tendencies. What about bioavailability? Now, this is something which I read and I myself was not aware of, that there is a biopharmaceutical classification system of drugs. And accordingly, depending on the permeability and the solubility of the drugs are classified. The class 3 drug, for example, dapagliflozin is a class 3 drug which has got a low permeability with a high solubility, and there is no separate, guideline that is required in India, unlike the Western world, to test such drugs. So straight away, they are treated as if it's a class 1 drug and approval is given. In India, class 1 and class 3 are eligible for bioequivalence, whereas the US waives only class 1 drugs. So actually, the generics that we are using of DAPA in India, they will actually have to prove bioequivalence studies if they were wanting to be marketed in the United States. So there are certain processes through which bioequivalences are tested, including dissolution testing of the generic drugs. And the variation in bioavailability of generics, as you can see, varies so much. This is of vitamin D. All of us are prescribing, for example, vitamin D. So it can be anywhere between minus 68 to plus 51. That's the kind of variation that you can see. What about the manufacturing processes? The most common cause of problem is that you don't have the active ingredients. The active pharmaceutical ingredients are lacking. You saw last week talcum powder is there in paracetamol. So the major cost of the drug is in the active ingredients. So we don't know what is happening in India in a lot of these situations. Expert opinion on substandard quality. Price pressures is one of the major issues. Everybody wants to be cheaper than everybody else. And as a result of which, you know, the amount of active ingredients that are put into drugs is also a major problem. Each dapagliflozin formulation is sourced from different manufacturing sites. It's not that, you know, there's only one place where everything is being bought. For example, when there was co-promotion by, say, for example, Sun Pharma for dapagliflozin, the source was the same. Here, every company has a farm somewhere, you know, manufacturing source some other place with varying variability of standards. And polymorphism of the structure is also, which is very important, and you can't have too much of variability of that either in clinical practice. So if you're looking at the molecule and the structure, 25% of available drugs are a mixture of more than one stereoisomer. So here, I'll just skip one or two slides because of the paucity of time. This is what the original innovator DAPA supposed to look like. Look at the side chain that is there in one of the generics. Just taken a picture from the box. You can see that the side chain is different. There are structural differences in the dapagliflozin that is sold in India by the different companies. And original dapagliflozin is there in a crystalline form. The crystalline form is more stable as compared to the amorphous form. There is again a problem with some of the manufacturers in India. This is a classic example because if there was loss of the structural changes were there with atorvastatin. This is an Italian study, I did not show that study, which showed that the efficacy of rosuvastatin and atorvastatin is dramatically different between the originator and the innovators because of the change in those slight structural changes that we are talking about. The salts and excipients are also very important because that actually results in differences in dissolution rate, solubility, stability, and a hygroscopicity of the molecule. So here if you look at the DAPA salt which is there in, say, Forxiga, and if you look at the DAPA salt which is there in the generic, is very different. That might also lead to differences in clinical outcomes. So these are several of the other examples where you can see that the propanidol brands are not there. It's some other salt which is there. And there is variation in chemical structure, ratio, and molecular weight of the various generic DAPA brands which are there. You can see there's a big difference in the molecular weight of the salt which is used. Say, look at Forxiga, which is the original one here, and the two generic brands that are there on the top. In terms of efficacy, the originator obviously has gone through all of that rigorous process that I talked about, and including all of the RCTs that I was talking about, to show that actually it leads to those benefits. Here we are not sure how these drugs will actually lead to those benefits. These are all of the original publications of the originator molecule. So I think I learned a lot after having gone through the slide deck that Astra had given to me. And this is one of the studies that has been done in India to look at the analysis on patients with type 2 diabetes, with hypertension or cardiovascular conditions, taking DAPA generic versus the DAPA innovator molecule. This is a comparison of Forxiga with DAPA generics using patient data and digital analytic tools over collected symptoms and reports of patients over time, just to see if you actually swapped over from innovator to generic and back, what was the difference, and the A1C reduction was different in this particular database study that was published from India. Even in the safety profile, there is a difference between the innovator molecule and the generics that we are talking about. And also the label. Look at the labels of the generics. It says you can use it up to an EGFR of 45 with the generics, whereas if you look at the original, it says you can use it up to EGFR 25. So I'm not very sure because it's probably the kind of population that the generics have actually tested on. They've got a different label from the ones that is the innovator. And indication-wise, the generics are very, very, kind of shortcut, one-line indication for diabetes management, whereas the innovator has, I know it's not a insurance-based driven situation in India, unlike the American world, where the indications are also very important to have. The safety and the side effect profile, this is the statin data that I was trying to talk to you about, the Italian study. There's a big difference in the side effect profile, generics versus innovator in the statin. And the role of generics in the healthcare ecosystem is very important, because we are not denying the role of generics, but we have to think of all of those factors that I talked about when you're actually approving a generic molecule. So let us consider original for type 2 diabetes, heart failure and CKD, where patience is critical. The patient trusts you, you trust the drug, and you hope for the best clinical outcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sujoy, for giving a wonderful explanation of advantage of using the innovative drug versus generic. And now I would like to invite the second speaker, and then we'll take the question answer at the end of the session. For second talk, Dr. Shashank Joshi doesn't need any much introduction. He's a very good friend of mine, and he's going to speak on Syndrenon in clinical practice, who, when, and how.
So, thank you so much, chairpersons. And we know that kidney disease is as important as heart disease. And for a long time, nephrologists did not have many compounds, and SGLT2 inhibitors came in, and now SGLT2 inhibitors have become standard of care in nephrology. But there has been one molecule which is a disruptor molecule. It's a game changer molecule, and every year you see a couple of papers in the highest impact journal on planet Earth, NEJM, from this finerenone stable. Even last week and last week in the New England Journal of Medicine, you saw some data which was presented at Madrid in ESD. So obviously cardio-renal protection has been the standard of care. And we know that kidney disease and heart disease are closely linked for acute and chronic, and the organ dysfunction, organ damage is very vulnerable. And we know that our elderly people with chronic kidney disease are more likely to die of heart disease than even advanced end-stage renal disease or dialysis. So can we actually save people from dialysis and end-stage renal disease? Can we really address kidney and heart systems together as one? And as I told you that for CKD, there was not many therapies in the last 40 years. Originally, they said blood pressure control, tighter the blood pressure control, the better it is. Then they said glucose control, tighter the glucose control, the better it is. And then came a very cutting-edge study from Bronwall's group, which was the captopril trial in 1993, just at the time of the DCCT trial. And then came the ARBS, the INDT trial, the renal trial. And then for 20 years, there was a gap in CKD specific therapy. And then we had large trials, the Credence trial, which was prematurely terminated, DAPA CKD trial prematurely terminated, and the EMPA kidney trial, which is also prematurely terminated on the SGLT2 inhibitors. Suddenly we had explosion of drugs. But the two trials which took the nephrology by storm, because they have a different mechanism of action, are the non-steroidal mineralocorticoid receptor antagonists. The Fideligo DKD trial and the Figaro DKD trial. 2020, 2021, just around COVID time. So let's look at a case, Mr. Raj, 57-year-old man, type 2 diabetic, who visits your clinic for a routine checkup. His A1C blood pressure is relatively well controlled. He was diagnosed type 2 diabetes 10 years ago, 7.4 A1C, blood pressure 138/84. And Raj is one of those 101 million people across India with type 2 diabetes. In India, we know that almost 35 million adults had CKD and type 2 diabetes in 2017. So almost half that population. So he could be one of those 35 million or 50 million people with CKD and type 2 diabetes from the Indian population. But we have to focus on his kidney health, because everything looks normal, and before we know, the kidney health is spoiled. Duration of diabetes 10 years, A1C 7.4, blood pressure not well controlled, 130 over 84, BMI 28, baseline eGFR, now people do, app it and do it, 64, potassium 4.7, positive history of hypertension and peripheral artery disease. So there is a risk, a renal risk. Looking at the eGFR, it looks like it's a low risk. For diabetes, glimepiride 2 milligram, metformin 500, DAPA, telmisartan, carvedilol and thyroxine. But we need to do a USCR to get the complete picture. So clearly, with eGFR of 64, the risk profiling will be, around say G2. The CV profile is hypertension and CAD, but unless and until we do albuminuria estimation, we will miss the bus, and that's something which we need to recognize. Because Raj's UACR is 352 and it's a high risk. And that's what many of us as physicians were missing in the past. And I think we are happy that a lot of pharmaceutical mediated education occurred in that direction. And nevertheless, based on Raj's eGFR and UACR, we are now looking at guideline recommended care. And at least twice a year you should do an UACR. So UACR is important because, if you diagnose late, CKD progression is late, the entire burden will be for dialysis. Because if you have CKD diagnosed late, there will be twice as more fold of myocardial infarction cases, 5-fold increase in heart failure cases, 3 to 6-fold increase in heart failure hospitalizations, and 3 times more cardiovascular deaths. And therefore, whenever there is a moderate to severely increased albuminuria versus normal albuminuria, because remember, albuminuria is kidneys hypertension. It is glomerular hypertension. It is equal to glomerular hypertension. And you may have been normotensive, but you may have albuminuria. Your likelihood of hitting an emergency room is 2 to 4% more. Inpatients admissions 4 to 10%. Receiving dialysis goes up almost 4 to 40-fold. So we need to reduce the downstream cardiorenal risk, and we need to hit hard, hit early. We also know that albuminuria is a very simple but important early indicator both of heart and kidney disease outcomes. If you look at the composite CV outcome, you can see here the various shades of green and blue, and you can very clearly see if the USCR is low, the CV composite outcome or the kidney composite outcome, which is the first doubling of serum creatinine in end-stage kidney disease or death, is much less compared to the higher risk of ratio. So very clearly you can see the graph separation occurs very early. And CKD unfortunately is grossly underdiagnosed. Tomorrow is the World Heart Day. Heart attack awareness is very high, but CKD awareness is very poor. Even in physician community. And I think we need to ensure, because 85% of people have a eGFR assessed, but only 47% of them had a UCSR assessed. And fibrosis and albuminuria are the best prognostic markers or biomarkers for kidney failure. So eGFR may look normal, but it is the leaking albumin which merits attention, merits focus. And therefore, if you have a composite of both eGFR and USCR, at least once a year in every patient with type 2 diabetic, and if you look at the ADA, the ACE, the KIDCO, all of them say that do both eGFR and USCR. So my first take-home message is, as clinicians, it is mandatory to do eGFR and USCR in every person living with diabetes, at least once a year, because you can pick that renal risk early, and we need to support a more routine use of eGFR and albuminuria, because it will also pick up the early CVD risk. And the ADA 23 last year itself said that if you reduce very high albuminuria levels, it will slow the CKD progression by 30%. So a person with CKD who has an albumin which is more than 300 milligram per gram, there will be a 30% reduction, and that will slow CKD progression. And the level of evidence is B, so it's a very high level of evidence there. So how should we take off people like patient like Raj? What should we do? What do the guidelines say? Well, all the societies, whether it's the European Society of Hypertension or Cardiology, the ADA KIDCO consensus, the ERA, ERB, the ADA or the KIDCO, they say RAS. Then we have non-steroidal mineralocorticoid receptor agents and SGLT2 inhibitors. So there's a 3-pillar therapy with combined glucose control, blood pressure control, lipid control, smoking cessation or tobacco cessation, nutrition and exercise. So lifestyle is mandatory. De-addiction from smoke and tobacco is mandatory. The ABC, A1C, blood pressure and LDL is mandatory, but RAS or ARB, MSRA or Findranone and SGLT2 inhibitors are right there in the equation. So what is Findranone and how is it different from the steroidal MRAs? So we know when the heart and kidney disease progresses in a type 2 diabetic, there is increased intraglomerular hypertension or hypertension. That is a hemodynamic factor. When the glucose control is poor, it is a metabolic issue. And then we have inflammation and fibrosis. So whether it is cardiac fibrosis or kidney fibrosis, what happens in the kidney? There is tubulointerstitial damage and inflammation, glomerulosclerosis, mesangial expansion, and glomerular hypertrophy. And that leads to CKD progression. What happens to the heart? There is myocardial fibrosis, atherosclerosis, vascular stiffness, calcification, ventricular hypertrophy. And fundamentally what happens is that there is a lot of mineralocorticoid receptor overactivation. And this overactive mineralocorticoid receptor activation contributes to CKD progression. That leads to hypertension or glomerular hypertension and albuminuria. That leads to inflammation and fibrosis. And therefore, if we have an agent which blocks it, we can make a difference. So this is the first agent on planet Earth which blocks inflammation and fibrosis. Because whenever there is mineralocorticoid receptor overactivation, we all know that the aldosterone, which is a breakthrough in patients with CKD with ACE and ARB, is increased. The cortisol is increased due to the ligand-dependent mineralocorticoid activation. The oxidative stress is increased due to the activation of the receptor. And due to the activation of receptor, albumin leak or a high albumin is also seen. So clearly, neither RAS or ARB nor SGLT2 inhibitors address the aldosterone, cortisol, oxidative stress or albumin. So we have an agent called Findranone now, which blocks this receptor and not only targets hemodynamic factors and metabolic factors, but targets inflammation and fibrosis. So it is different from a spironolactone or a eplerenone. Because we know that structurally, both spironolactone and eplerenone are steroidal and flat, while Findranone is bulky and non-steroidal. It has very high potency against and selectivity against the mineralocorticoid receptor. So the selectivity is very high, and it has a very short half-life. And no metabolites which are left over, lower rate of hyperkalemia, and other adverse events like gynecomastia. So, though spironolactone is still used in congestive heart failure and resistant hypertension, and so is eplerenone, which is used in people who have a low ejection fraction heart failure, particularly below 40 and 30% and resistant hypertension. Findranone is one agent which impacts the CKD progression with type 2 diabetes. But we are in an evidence-based era, and we need to go by evidence. So is there evidence for this mechanism of action and its effectiveness? And the phase 2 and the phase 3 programs for Findranone, the ARTS study, the ARTS DN study, the ARTS heart failure study, showed there was less hyperkalemia head-to-head with spironolactone, dose-dependent reduction of albuminuria, and comparable safety with eplerenone. So they have direct comparisons head-to-head. And the Fideligo DKD and the Figaro DKD study showed that it reduced kidney failure and disease progression on the kidney as well as on cardiovascular mortality and morbidity. So again, the data is far more compelling than even the SGLT2 inhibitors. So if you look at the evidence documented on the complementary kidney and cardiovascular endpoints, on both the composites, heart and kidney, the data is very, very overwhelming. And you can clearly see that this data is very, very compelling. So clearly, finerenone programs have shown that you can use it in a late stage CKD, in early stage CKD. So we have trials which is Figaro, early stage CKD, Fidelio, late stage CKD, and the Fidelity, which is from across all stages. So I think we have now one agent which is a universal agent, which has documentation in the entire kidney space, which is universal. Worldwide, if it is affordable and accessible, it will virtually replace the entire RAS blockade, ARB blockade pathway. And it is the Fidelity include, as I told you, type 2 diabetic people across CKD severity, which were treated with maximal tolerated doses of RAS. So you can clearly see here, and the Fidelity showed a statistically significant reduction in kidney composite outcome by 23%, end-stage kidney disease by 20%, the cardiovascular mortality and morbidity by 14%, and heart failure hospitalization risk by 22%. So data is very clear-cut. And even if you see the overall all-cause and cardiovascular mortality, risk for sudden cardiac death, clearly you can see finerenone showed evidence. So whether it is cardiovascular or heart failure outcomes, 22% reduced risk for first half of hospitalization for heart failure in Fidelity, and the Figaro DKD showed a 32% risk reduction of new onset heart failure. And therefore the European Society for Cardiology said, for prevention of heart failure, finerenone has been recommended with class 1A indication. So it has a very high class of recommendation. It reduced the USCR by 32%. It clearly showed that in the Fidelity, the benefits which are kidney and CV of finerenone were consistent, independent of the SGLT inhibitor used. So clearly you can see the combined data is keeping people free from the end-stage kidney disease survival. And the incidence of hyperkalemia, so though the potassium did show an increase, was clinically the impact was insignificant. So if you see that if there's a robust potassium vigilance, this was there. So what did finerenone show? It showed consistent heart and kidney benefits in every subpopulation, independent of SGLT2 or GLP-1 receptor results, number one. Irrespective of atherosclerotic cardiovascular history, regardless of the A1C, insulin use, A1C variability, or diabetes duration, across stage 1, 2, 3, 4 CKD, irrespective of age, sex, and obesity, and irrespective of the baseline blood pressure. So I call it a universal agent which can make an impact on your heart and kidney both. So for Raj's health, how should we use finerenone? Because if you see every guideline on planet Earth, 2022 ADA, level A recommendation, guideline update, again updated the label, ACE guidance, ADA KIDCO guidance, every guideline on planet Earth now has a level A, 1A recommendation for the agent. So how do we start it? Start with finerenone. If the potassium is less than 5, 10 milligram OD. If the eGFR is between 25 to 60. If the eGFR is more than 60, you can start with 20. Monitor potassium in first month, fourth month, and every 4-month intervals. Adjust the dose. If the potassium is less than 4.8, increase it to 20 milligrams and keep monitoring the potassium. If the potassium is less than 5.5, you can use 10 or 20 milligram. And if the potassium goes up, temporarily stop finerenone and restart finerenone with 10 milligram again. So it's very easy to use the 10 and 20 milligram of finerenone. So Raj has returned for his follow-up. Let's assess his current status. His A1C is 7, eGFR is 65, USCR is 154, potassium is 4.6. So 20 milligram of finerenone is continued. So there is a clear-cut drop in the USCR from 352 to 154, a 56% reduction. The eGFR is same and potassium is constant. So clearly you can see that the largest risks for CKD progression after initiation of finerenone shows a positive movement from a high risk to a moderate risk, with over a 50% reduction in USCR in the 3rd month itself. So you can actually change the risk equation. As I told you, we were in Madrid, and at Madrid at the ESD, we had more data published in New England Journal of Medicine in September of this month, which investigated role of finerenone in care of patients with heart failure. So the Fine Hearts heart failure study was published and presented there. And again, these study results were very compelling. We always thought that the only agent which is impacting heart failure after diuretics and other agents is SGLT2 inhibitors. No. Finerenone has clear-cut data now in the heart failure space, which is compelling, because not only it impacts the primary endpoints with an 18% meaningful reduction of relative risk, but also on cardiovascular death, total heart failure events, and even on the overall risk profile. So if you look at the pre-specified analysis of the Fine Hearts heart failure trial, independent of glycemic status or new onset diabetes presented at the ESD, you can see that people with history of diabetes had a significantly increased risk for CV death and total heart failure events versus people who have pre-diabetes with normoglycemia. And finerenone reduced the risk for CV death and total heart failure events versus placebo, regardless of the history of diabetes and baseline status. So whether you are a diabetic or non-diabetic, it made a difference on heart failure, just like SGLT2 inhibitors. So the data is very, very compelling. It reduced the risk of new onset diabetes, so it's a diabetes prevention agent, by 25% in people with preserved ejection fraction heart failure or moderately reduced ejection fraction. So again, it reduced the new onset diabetes in all the 15 subgroups which are studied, including BMI, waist measurements, and glycemic status. So my final points is that people living with diabetes have a 10-fold increase for progression to end-stage kidney disease than those without diabetes. Early-stage CKD management is often missed, and if managed appropriately, progression can be slowed or halted, and therefore do both eGFR and the USCR. The mineralocorticoid receptor overactivation contributes to inflammation and fibrosis, and this is a potential target to slow the CKD progression. Despite of RAS blockade and SGLT2 inhibitors, still there is a large residual risk of CKD progression. We should talk of CKD residual risk only in heart disease, but that's not true. There's a renal residual risk. And now we have an agent for that renal residual risk, which is finerenone, but it can be used universally. It can be used in 1, 2, 3, and 4 of CKD. It's a novel non-steroidal selective MRA. It blocks the MR overactivation and is far different from the available steroidal MRAs. It has shown consistent CV data and kidney benefit data across spectrum of pre-diabetic, non-diabetic, diabetic, and CKD patients, with all comorbidities and co-medications. Thank you so much for a patient hearing.
Many thanks, Dr. Sasangbhai, for a very lucid talk and informative talk on DKD, highlighting the DKD's risk and the finerenone. Many thanks.
I think any questions from the audience, 1 or 2 questions will be permitted. Dr. Shashank, there is a question.
Yeah.
The steroidal area is non-steroidal area, whether it is going to replace the whole thing.
So can it replace spironolactone or eplerenone?
That's right.
The current data suggests it will. The only challenge is the rate limiting step of that is the cost.
Sir, does it have any effect on retinopathy also?
So currently, all that data is anecdotal and experimental. Current data is only on the kidney disease.
Any caution in particularly CLD patient using Finretron in chronic liver disease?
So currently, in end-stage liver disease with portal hypertension and esophageal varices, there is no contraindication. One can use it, it's not this thing, but again you have to monitor potassium. And potassium monitoring is mandatory. So it's not, see, because we use a lot of spironolactone in the end-stage liver disease space. You're talking of chronic liver disease space. So there is no major contraindication, but people who are being made ready for a liver transplant, one may avoid them.
Thank you, sir. I think there is no more questions, so we'll end the session over here.
Thank you.
Over to the
have been provided by the Zydus. I wrote few articles in our CMA India website about the mitochondrial induced endothelial cell dysfunction in diabetes progression, and I gave a slogan that make your mitochondria green on this World Diabetes Day. This is available because this is really very, very interesting science. Reversing the mitochondrial dysfunction is a game changer in diabetes. Remember, we are well aware, I'm not going to tell about that, what is type 2 diabetes, what is happening in it. There is some beta cell dysfunction, there is insulin resistance, and ultimately everything is happening at the molecular level, and that we are going to discuss about the things. So what you can see here, that here the signal is red. This could be due to many things like mechanical stress is happening in your life. You are getting then high glucose. There is hypoxia, ultimately leading to mitochondrial lots of changes. But remember, this can be made green. And this can be done by many things, not only the therapeutic targets of some drugs, but apart from that, your caloric restriction, your antioxidants, your physical exercise, many things can reverse that. So we'll talk about that. You see here that mitochondria are integral to the pancreatic beta cell function and survival. And type 2 diabetes, there are so many pro-inflammatory cytokines are coming. ROS there, AGE is there, oxidized LDL is there, and leading to microvascular complications and complications, and lots of complications is happening. So their diabetology had a very beautiful issue on the mitochondria in obesity and type 2 diabetes, how this can be the damaging and how it could be the protection. So today, targeting mitochondria is a great boon to fight type 2 diabetes. And we have got some sort of pharmacotherapy like bigonides, glitazones, GLP-1, SGLT2 inhibitors. We have got exercise and diet, but mitochondrial targeted molecules are also in the forefront coming up. And this shows how even a simple can be a green. I'm not going to tell for that. This is just showing how even doing exercise every day. There are lots of key genes are regulated by the exercise, by genetic variation, transcriptional factors, and other things. And before I start going to the details of the pharmaceuticals or pharmaceuticals of the some molecules, remember your oversupply and your metabolic undersupply. This will lead you for the longevity, this will lead you for the reversal of things, and this is nothing more you need if you understand why it is happening. And this is beautifully explained in this paper. When there is oversupply, your mitochondria go to the respiratory deficiency leading to fission. You can see in that part here, a बिखराव हो जाता है, टूट जाता है. And the moment there is undersupply, it becomes a fusion. And if you can understand this great science, nothing more is to be done here. So chronic episodes of metabolic oversupply may fragment the mitochondrial network. So in diabetes, if you are going to treat someone, you have to take care of it. That conditions that favor the metabolic undersupply induce mitochondrial fusion. As a result, preserve the mitochondrial DNA integrity and optimal function, which may promote optimal physiological adaptation and healthy aging. With that, increase your mitochondrial function in order to prevent or treat diabetes and keep them young. This is, I think, one of the best slogans which you can remember. So diabetes today is considered a phenotype of mitochondrial dysfunction, remember? And pathogenesis of diabetes, you can see here, there's in pancreas, you have got the liver, you have got the skeletal muscle, you have got the adipose tissue. And lots of things happening. You can see the ROS generation, ATP synthesis, disruption, and everything is happening where? It is happening at the mitochondrial level. So in update 2024 is that the mitochondrial dysfunction has long been associated with diabetes as a potential cause of both insulin resistance and beta cell dysfunction, and more recently in the context of secondary diabetes complications. Here we are not discussing the mitochondrial diabetes, that is a different thing. If there is in the chromosome of the mitochondria, there is even the 10.4 kb deletion of the DNA, the genetic form of a typical diabetes occurs that is known as mitochondrial disease. Here we are discussing the normal type 2 diabetes. So you can see here the imbalance in which ATP levels are compromised and mitochondria play a crucial role. You are well aware. So there is clear-cut mitochondrial dysfunction in type 2 diabetes. An influence of oxidative stress on mitochondrial dysfunction, insulin resistance, diabetes. Remember, this is happening in the very big way. And I'm not going details, but mitochondrial impairment and structural destruction leads to accumulation of ROS. Then this accumulation, which within mitochondria induces apoptosis by the oxidation of the cardiolipin, and excess ROS is released into the cytosol of beta cell and oxidized proteins, lipids, and carbohydrates. And additionally, ROS can modify the DNA structure to inhibit insulin expression, and these processes result in diabetes. Even though if you have got lots of fatty acid increased in mitochondria, it will lead to insulin resistance and the reduced glucose uptake. And ultimately, what is going to happen? There is mitophagy, apoptosis. So even the beta cell mass will reduce, beta cell secretion will reduce, and apart from so many things I showed you, there will be insulin resistance. So there is decreased mitochondrial biogenesis, and we have to think about that, how we are going to improve this biogenesis. Now let us see in the, when you are going to treat a case of type 2 diabetes, what you have got with this background, where what is happening inside the mitochondria. So how to improve this? So we have got many agents today. You can see here the mitochondrial dysfunction is a significant factor in development of type 2 diabetes. Lots of things are there, but remember that tissue target at adipose tissue and skeletal muscles. Today we have got a metformin and glutazones. At pancreas, you want to increase the insulin secretion, we have got the sulfonylurea or insulin. At the kidney, we have got beautiful drug SGLT2 inhibitors. At the liver, you have got again biogonerides and glutazones. And glucose absorption, you have got these alpha glucosidase inhibitors. But these are the main effects which we are going there. But what the metformin, what is the potency of metformin in doing anything on the mitochondria? There are some mechanisms which are being questioned that even the mitochondrial function improves by the use of this metformin. But I will not go into detail of that because it is not too much in the research mode that can prove that. But basically there are some sort of beneficial effects again with the glutazones. Results of some studies are not conclusive, so I will again it is not conclusive. Even if you think about the SGLT2 inhibitors, they also inhibit the complex 1 expression in primary mouse hepatocytes, and to increase the expression of proteins important for the mitochondrial biogenesis. So far, due to molecular mechanisms of SGLT2 inhibitors demonstrated in cell and animal models so far, they might be assigned a respiratory complex 1 inhibitor or PPAR agonist pharmacology action in the future, but today we don't have the proper thing. अब एक कहावत है बिहार में कि ऊपर से फीट फाट और नीचे से मोकामा घाट. I think go and read about what is the Mokama Ghat. It is a very, very important place in Bihar. So far in the history, when there was a Bengal famine, and it is a very important place, but lots of infamous stories are with the Mokama Ghat. So I think let us see, Meglin, when we talk about this molecule, a drug with dual mechanism of action that is designed to increase insulin secretion also in response to glucose and to improve insulin resistance. Why it is not happening that such a beautiful molecule is propping up in the market? When we talk to my colleagues, even Dr. Srinivasa Murthy and other many I taught, they are not at all happy with molecule. Why it is happening? We are well aware, know that this is a approved novel drug for the type 2 diabetes, approved in Japan in 2021. Then later in 2022, it was approved by our DCGI. It has got also a preclinical and so many clinical studies. And remember that this is the only compound with a dual mechanism of action that is directly designed both to increase insulin secretion in response to glucose and to improve insulin resistance. In firstly, they will show you that effects of this molecule happening to increase the glucose utilization, decrease in the glucogenesis, increase in glucose utilization, and increase in the insulin secretion and decrease in beta cell apoptosis. If this is happening, then I think this should be the ideal molecule, which we should tackling everything in our body. So this provides a novel approach to treatment of type 2 diabetes due to its unique dual mode of action. And this is just a result, I think, with very 2024 article showing that how this is doing. We are decreasing the ER resistance, stress, decreasing beta cell death. So there is functional beta cell mass increase also. So this is a peculiar molecule. They are also increasing the beta cell mass. Insulin secretion is also coming up, and glucogenesis in liver is increasing, and insulin sensitivity also at the liver and muscle cells. If this is happening in reality, then I think this is the only molecule we should use. But this is not, so I'm not going to detail of the mechanism of action. I have 2 or 3 minutes more. But this molecule by which improves glucose homeostasis by insulin sensitivity, I told you about glucogenesis, beta cell function, everything. And if you see here, I think only 3 ticks is with this molecule. Everywhere your insulin sensitivity, beta cell stimulation action on the mitochondria, so this itself tells you everything. So possible beneficial effects are on the endothelium. Now the things are changing a bit. In the 2024, lots of papers are coming which say that even at the brain level, at the heart level, at kidney level, it is doing beautiful work. And by that even many complications which is happening in diabetes, all these complications of the diabetic vascular disease, metabolic cardiomyopathy, your this NFLD, obesity, everything can be tackled by this molecule, but we don't have proper research today like EMPA-REG and CANVAS trial and other things which show that, but still these are all animal studies and showing beautiful results. If you show this is oral drug, you can should give by 100 1 gram milligram BD, very low protein binding is there, very low hepatic metabolism, urinary excretion of unchecked drugs, no drug-drug interaction, no QT prolongation. So what I find is whatever the issues are with other molecules, it is not at all with this molecule. Still it is not propping up. You can see here how this plasma protein binding, the transport proteins, a dual phase metabolic process, even the absorption part is very, very good. Even the metabolism in the liver is minimal, and pharmacokinetics is very good. And even in the special situations, like hepatic patients, safe and well tolerated, see here. Even in the pregnancy, it should not be given, that is a contraindication. Lactation, consider continuing or discontinuing breastfeeding, talking into the account, and therapeutic benefits and benefits of breastfeeding. But even in the CKD, I think this should be remembered, that the latest thing is that for type 2 diabetes, if there is eGFR stage 3B or the eGFR is 30 to 40 in a stage 4, I think eGFR 1529, the CKD, the Japanese PMDA only advised reduced dose of 500 BD. But remember today, the Indian regulator suggested that this molecule should not be used at any dose in type 2 diabetes with CKD of a stage 3B and above. But in Japan, they are not following this. So this shows you the insulin secretion and sensitivity increases. If you want about some papers, there we have got lots of papers. I will just finish it very fast. That absence of QTC prolongation, and let us see the clinical data. Today, I think the only guideline which tells you to use this molecule is only from the Japan. Apart from that, in the world, no one, even the RSSDI, even the IDA, anything, no one is using, but here imaglin is mentioned. And we have got in the basis of the times 1, times 2, and times 3 study, efficacy and safety of the study. Everyone is showing a very beautiful decrease in HbA1c. You can see here the times 3 study also, which is the latest one. And page 3 clinical trial report also, the Indian study is showing in the same way, although the data is here. You can see here the mean change in the glycosylated hemoglobin, mean change to fasting to or PP. And systemic review and meta-analysis, two are very important. One is from the Dr. Avdesh Kumar Singh. He has done a beautiful meta-analysis, and that tells about in favor that meta-analysis using the random effects model from the 2 monotherapy studies, that this molecule significantly lowers the HbA1c against placebo. And this is the last study by systemic review, which shows a very, very important message again that it works very well. When given as a monotherapy, BD dose 1 gram was associated with a greater reduction in HbA1c. The two meta-analysis is very, very important, and conclusion of this study that there is no significant difference in the incidence of any side effects or other things. I'm not going to details.
Dr.
But lastly, sir, last
quickly wind
question,
up,
sir. Last is that this is a very important molecule, and this dysfunction plays an essential role in type 2 diabetes, improves the insulin sensitivity, enhances beta cell function, improves mitochondrial dysfunction, potential to treat diabetic complications, and works synergistically with the other anti-diabetic drugs. किसी के साथ दे दो, इसको कोई problem नहीं है. Thank you very much. I think I've given my message. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. With this, we are now moving to another talk. The talk is on the metformin, role of metformin in type 1 diabetes and prevention of type 2 diabetes and as a first line of therapy. To deliver a talk, we have Mr. L. Srinivasan Murthy from Bengaluru. He is a senior consultant physician and diabetologist working at a Life Care Hospital, Bengaluru. He is a vice president, National RSSDI, vice chairman, Karnataka API. He is an executive member of various national society and commissions. Welcome, Doctor.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the kind words. This is my topic. I think Bansi sir gave me this topic when he was angry on me because he's given me 4 sections: first line therapy, prevention, type 1, and GDM, all to be covered in 15 minutes. No, but I have covered, so I can skip the slide, sir. Thank you. So we know metformin is derived from this plant, which most of us know. It's also in our country. Just to touch upon the journey, you can see on the right-hand side how the metformin has sustained the development of all these molecules from last 100 years. This is also a 100-year-old molecule, though it came into picture in 1950s. And FDA approved only of late, that is 1995. So this is a frontline soldier. I always keep telling in my talks, metformin is like a horse. All the other drugs are jockeys. That's because of my research background, where any new drug comes, SGLT2, TZDs, or tirzepatide, or triple G, whatever comes, all the inclusion criteria, metformin failure. Add on this drug, above, if you see all the clinical trials of SGLT2s, 50% on an average, people were on metformin. Added to that was these drugs. So it's something like a horse and a jockey concept. And I was just, for this study, looking at the PubMed results. When I talked about the mechanism of action, I was just going through. You can see the results, which I highlighted, 2,500, 11,000 in last 5 years. This is the number of searches in the PubMed which is there. And of course, the efficacy, Dr. N.K. Singh sir was talking about, the insulin sensitivity, which the other molecules are doing. But this is which the molecule which has been doing help for us from more than 100 years. And there is no direct trial until the recent trial with linagliptin, that the other things which we did not show. And this is the multiple mechanisms of metformin which has been contemplated in various diseases, including in the cancers, which studies are ongoing even today. And anti-aging properties they're looking at. So there are a lot of other explorations happening towards this mechanism of the beneficial mechanism of metformin. Just to touch upon at the liver, at the muscle level, and the fat, it improves the insulin sensitivity, definitely. With the intestine, the microbiota also. So there is an improvement in the hepatic and the peripheral sensitivity. And across this continuum, this is what is metformin is indicated: pre-diabetics, diabetics, type 1, and GDM. This is one drug which is there across this spectrum of indications. Now let us look at one by one what the guidelines talk about. Pre-diabetes, it is being used to prevent or to delay the onset of diabetes. It significantly reduces the incidence as per this diabetes prevention trial. And this is the latest ADA 2024, which talks about metformin intervention in diabetics. BMI more than 35, age 25 to 60, women with prior GDM. And it has got a strongest evidence-based demonstrated long-term safety as far as pharmacological therapy. Now, what are the other guidelines? Just to touch upon, the Canadian, the international IDF say that the lifestyle intervention, when it is not sufficient, you can add on this as a first-line drug. Till today, it is going on. Of course, it reduces the rate of conversion from pre-diabetes to diabetes. And this is the AS Consensus 2023, which talks about the metformin. Still, it is there, and it recommends metformin as the first-line drug. And this is one of the papers which talks about the biguanide metformin, which the elevated fasting or post-load plasma glucose concentrations, long-term metformin monotherapy can delay or possibly prevent the onset of diabetes. That is the evidence which is there. And of course, in pre-diabetics, I'll skip these slides quickly because there was a oration by Dr. K. Singh, I think. The DPP, which is the randomized clinical trial with about 3,000 plus, and you can see 850 mg intensive life control and placebo control. What I want to emphasize in this trial, it is not about the metformin, it is a lifestyle intervention. You can see there, reduced by 58%. And none of us spend time to talk about this lifestyle, which is free of cost, and we do not encourage our patients, and many of us do not follow the lifestyle changes ourselves as well. So this is very important slide, not to talk about the metformin, but to talk about the lifestyle intervention, what is it. But of course, when you do the sub-analysis, you can see in obese individuals, in younger individuals, and women with previous history of GDM, the metformin definitely matches up with the lifestyle intervention, which is otherwise free of cost. EDA recommends that the prevention of diabetes should be considered in all adults with a high risk, with the age group, BMI, higher FBG, and higher A1C, and individuals with a prior GDM. This is what it is there. And of course, the glucose-lowering medications in the type 2 management, the metformin still stands as the #1 drug which is there. Of course, if you see on the right-hand side, it is compared with the GLP-1 with a high efficaciousness when it comes to the reduction of A1C. Our own RSSDI, metformin can be started in the pre-diabetics failing to achieve any benefit on lifestyle modifications, and this is what we have given about the how to initiate. And of course, ESC-EASD does not recommend pharmacological intervention in non-diabetic hyperglycemias, and NICE guidelines clinically talk about the metformin if the BMI is above 35, and to try metformin 6 to 12 months and discontinue if there is no improvement, and then to monitor renal function initially and periodically every 6 months. As a first line, of course, as I said, it is the Rs and the Jackie is various other drugs which we definitely add on. It has to be there, and you can see on the right-hand side the various benefits, and all of us are utilizing this drug enough, I feel. And of course, this was way back in UKPDS, which reduced the risk of diabetes-related endpoints and deaths also with all-cause mortality reduction compared to insulin and sulfonylureas. With a 10-year follow-up, now we have a 20-year data as well. Of course, we should be aware about the side effects, the renal insufficiency. Up to 45, you can use the same dose, whatever the patient is on. Below 45, you need to downtitrate it by 50%, and below 30, you need to stop. So EDA 2024 diabetic treatment recommendations in adults with diabetes and cost-related barriers, consider using this lower cost medications for glycemic management in the context of the risk for hypoglycemia, weight gain, cardiovascular and kidney events, and other adverse effects. It's inexpensive. It can be compared with sulfonylureas, and of course the safety is estimated as long as the eGFR is above 30. Now let us look at in the management of type 1 diabetes, the role. Is it a good or a bad idea? Again, looking at the PubMed results, you can see about 200 talked about the metformin in this. These are all the various studies which have shown about the advantages of metformin in diabetics. Let me touch upon the ADA recommendation. In individuals with type 1 diabetes and overweight or obesity, metformin may have an adjuvant role in reducing the insulin resistance. So there are several studies which have shown that doses between 1 gram to 2 grams and its use seems to be associated with the reduced insulin requirement and less weight gain with little effect on the A1C part. And this is one study which talked about the type 1 in diabetics with metformin 1 gram, and there is a little effect on the glycemic control, but it had the reduction in the cardiovascular risk factors. That is something very important when you add as an adjuvant. It's called the removal, reducing the metformin vascular adverse. And the metformin, the type 1, as far as the NICE guidelines, it is recommended in type 1 diabetics with a BMI about 25 who want to improve glucose control while minimizing their effective insulin dosage. That means to reduce the number of units. And the ADA followed stating that the adding metformin to insulin therapy may reduce insulin requirements and improve the metabolic control in overweight or obese patients with poorly controlled type 1 diabetics. And of course, we have other evidences where the metformin improves the glycemic variability in type 1s. And finally, touch upon the GDM. We know 1 in 6 live births are affected by this hyperglycemia, and about more than 7 lakh pregnancies are affected by this pregnancy-induced hyperglycemia. Now, this is the evidence way back in 1994, which talks about the congenital malformations in offspring of diabetic women treated with the OHS during embryogenesis, that is in the first trimester. And there was no major congenital malformation in infants with diabetic women, no obvious indication for therapeutic abortions in patients who have been taking the metformin during the embryogenesis period. And of course, the guidelines, the NIH and the clinical excellence suggest that the metformin as a first-line drug in GDM, WHO, Australian associations, and various guidelines have modified their guidelines to include metformin because of the growing evidence. And of course, the Diabetes Canada said the insulin is the first line, metformin may be used in an alternative to insulin, which is good safety data in pregnancy. And this is the FIGO guidelines, which talks about insulin, glyburide, and metformin are safe and effective therapies in GDM during the second and third trimesters and may be initiated as a first-line treatment after failing to achieve the control with lifestyle modifications. So this is something which is there. And the MIG trial, 2008, the metformin in gestational diabetes, prospective randomized multicentric trial with a woman, about 750 numbers, both in Australia and New Zealand. And this was not associated with increased perinatal complications as compared to the insulin. And the woman preferred metformin over insulin any day pricks. That is a satisfaction score which showed. And this is called MIGHTY study, where metformin in diabetic, type 2 diabetic patients in pregnancy, multicentric international randomized placebo-controlled, 25 centers across Canada and Australia, metformin versus placebo, about 500 women, and metformin had several maternal glycemic and neonatal adiposity benefits. And this was the trial design. For want of time, we'll not get into, but look at the results. Women in the metformin group achieved better glycemic control and required less insulin dose. Women in the metformin group gained less overall weight and less weight per week. Fewer women in the metformin group had cesarean sections. Fewer women in the metformin reported serious adverse group than in the placebo group, and there was no difference between the women who received metformin and those receiving placebo when it comes to the composite of neonatal morbidity and mortality. And this is the same MIGHTY which converted into MIGHTY Kids after 24 months of follow-up after those deliveries, and there was no other anthropometric measurements or difference in these children who were born to these mothers. The role of adding metformin in insulin-resistant diabetic pregnant women, this is another evidence, the randomized control trial, which talks about adding on a metformin to insulin therapy in women with insulin-resistant diabetes with pregnancy seems to be effective in proper glycemic control in a considerable proportion of women, along with the benefits of reduced hospital stay, reduced frequency of maternal hypoglycemia, and of course, reduced frequency of neonatal hypoglycemia, NICU admissions, and neonatal RDS. So this is a BMJ open article about the treatment of gestational diabetes, meta-analysis, 42 trials, about 9,000 patients GDM, metformin found to be effective in reducing the risk of complications compared to the insulin or glibenclamide. And of course, metformin treatment in the first trimester was associated with a statistically significant 57% protective effect. And on the basis of this data analysis, there is no evidence of an increased risk of major malformations. This is what we are worried about. And of course, first trimester exposure to metformin are not associated with the increased rate of major malformations. And this is another evidence to show that metformin exposure in first trimester pregnancy and risk of all specific congenital anomalies, no evidence was found on the overall increased risk of these anomalies. And of course, this is another trial called CLUE, where the consequences of life of children with an in utero exposure to metformin in Finland, again, they found nothing about that as far as the congenital anomalies were concerned. So metformin successfully overcomes all the drawbacks which is there with the injectable therapy. And finally, the ADA metformin was associated with a lower risk of neonatal hypoglycemia and less maternal weight gain. And nearly half of the patients with GDM who were initially treated with metformin in a randomized trial needed insulin in order to achieve acceptable glucose control. And ADA again talks about the women with GDM requiring medical therapy due to low cost or language barriers or comprehension or cultural influences may not be able to use insulin safely or effectively in pregnancy, and oral agents can be alternative in such group of patients. And just to break the monotony of my face, you've been watching this, and just look at the beautiful ladies who are there with the type 2 diabetes and type 1 diabetes. And of course, what do the guidelines talk about? The ADA clearly talks about insulin as the first line agent, metformin as a secondary option. Similarly, Canadian, NICE, Italian, all that, but the Greek guidelines do not accept as any oral drug. And of course, there are various rationales. In the Indian perspective, metformin and insulin therapy is accepted medical management in our MNT, which is the Government of India. And so finally, the standard of care in diabetes 2024, insulin is the preferred medication. Other oral and non-insulin injectable glucose-lowering medications like long-term safety data. Metformin, when used to treat polycystic ovary syndrome and induce ovulation should be discontinued by the end of the first trimester. That is a level A evidence. And metformin glyburate should not be used as a first-line agents as both cross the placenta. And people with GDM, as I said earlier, indication, oral agents can be an alternative for these individuals after discussing with the known risk factors, the risk-benefit ratio, we need to talk to the parents. And however, due to the potential for growth restriction or acidosis in the setting of placental insufficiency, metformin should not be given to pregnant women who are hypertensive or preeclampsia or a risk of intrauterine growth reductions are seen. So finally, metformin is 75 years old and it's an old wine served by various pharma friends in the new bottles, in the new forms. I think, thank you very much for the patient hearing.
Thank you, sir, for the wonderful metformin enlightenment. Thank you. We'll move on to the next session. We'll take the questions at the end. Okay. Moving on to the next session, I would like to introduce Dr. Tirthankar Chaudhary, sir, for our next session. He is our endocrinologist doctor from Kolkata, senior consultant in Apollo Multi-Specialty Hospital, president of the Kolkata Diabetes and Endocrinology Forum. He has various publications under his name in various national and international journals. He's also a reviewer for the journals. Sir is here to talk to us about sulfonylurea and the importance of sulfonylurea in today's world. Okay, over to you, sir.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. And my topic, and thank Bansi and the team for inviting me again. And I have got, this is the hospital I work in Kolkata, and my presentation is based on my original work, so I'll try to chip in with some intro. So ICE 2021 is basically, my work was accepted for oral presentation at International Congress of Endocrinology in Buenos Aires. So that was the ICE 2021. So let's start with the pharmacologic treatment, because people has got an impression that when we are talking about the guidelines, sulfonylurea has been relegated to insignificance. I think it is an incorrect interpretation of the guideline. If you look carefully in the guideline, then you would see is that the so if you look carefully, that if you have got ASCVD or heart failure or CKD, you are starting SGLT2 inhibitors and you are starting GLP-1 RA, etc. But what is important is, it is not saying that you have to end here. There is enough evidence, so you are starting. But once they are not under control, you have to go to the next. You can see the arrows, and high to very high, you have to use sulfonylurea. So it is basically trying to make a place for each molecule based on evidence. This is not anti to the concept that this is very good for glucotoxicity. But the NICE guidelines tells it very clearly. The opening lines tells you that for symptomatic hyperglycemia, consider sulfonylurea or insulin. Therefore, the thought that sulfonylurea, and especially the modern one, has been relegated to insignificance is a wrong concept. If you look at management of hyperglycemia type 2 in RSSDI recommendation, they are probably more rational in trying to put everything together, and you need to individualize your patient. So this is not a sponsored lecture, so I'll be talking about the data. This was my presentation that was done. And we primarily looked at the durability of sulfonylurea. What I mean is that if you use a modern sulfonylurea in the background of standard of care, then how long the patient remains without starting insulin. And then, of course, our preliminary word that when we talk about the sulfonylurea, they act on the sulfonylurea receptor. And when they act on the receptor, there are many subunits. That's why the variation. This glycoside acts on the SUR1. As you know, the KATP channels where it acts. Therefore, this is very specific. And that's why you find different sulfonylurea acting on that subunits differently to different level of affiliation and different level of target and specificity. If you look at glimepiride also, they act at the sarcolemmal KATP and not the mitochondrial. That's why the different sulfonylurea has got different presentation. So the myth that we have is hypoglycemia, weight gain, beta cell exhaustion, durability of glycemic control, and cardiovascular profile. These are the issues discussed with sulfonylurea for donkey's years. But the main reason is because we had some first generation, they gave us not so good result. So how do we debunk these concepts? Start with the efficacy. You can see here the sulfonylurea is only next to insulin in terms of efficacy. So therefore, this is a very good molecule and efficacious. In fact, if you look at the market value of sulfonylurea cell in the country, it is 47%. Do you understand that when you talk of a cheap molecule and having 47% in value addition, then how much prescription there should have been? 70 to 80%. Because if you have got an expensive molecule and the value of market share is 40%, then they may be having less prescriptions. Therefore, this valuation again vindicates that sulfonylurea, modern sulfonylurea, you wise people are writing left, right, and center. Let's look at the advanced molecule, advanced study. There is not a bigger study that tells you 91% patient on glycoside and 41% on insulin. And you know in glycoside, in advanced study, you had 8 plus minus 6, so 2 to 14 years duration of diabetes. You had insignificant hypoglycemia and insignificant weight gain. So therefore, you should remember that per se, it is not the sulfonylurea, the modern sulfonylurea that causes weight gain. If you look at the glimepiride data again, you can see here that they also showed in one study that after 5 years, so the main problem is eating habit, relative hypoglycemia. Those are causing the weight gain. It's not the molecule per se. So again, I would say that hypoglycemia and beta cell exhaustion is a very, very interesting statement that's made very often. Remember that even not now in the UKPDS days, Rudy Holman tells you no solid evidence of beta cell exhaustion in the clinical setting over 6 years in UKPDS. Therefore, sometimes I hear about squeezing of beta cell is not a right theory. Now let's go to the practice. In vitro, what they did is put pancreatic beta cell line against these molecules, control and glibenclamide, glimepiride, and glycoside. What did they find in vitro? That glycoside and control are comparable. There was no apoptosis, increased apoptosis with glycoside. It was the first generation that had more probably. Therefore, again, I debunk the theory that there is a beta cell exhaustion due to C. It is a progressive disease, is the natural history of diabetes. So again, as I said, that you have got 91% on glycoside, 70%, 74% received metformin, and 40% received insulin. If there has to be an exhaustion, then in advance, all have gone into insulin. And you can see here again the meta-analysis for all-cause mortality and CV mortality. Again, you see glycoside and glimepiride are actually on the safe side of the, so do not hesitate writing this. If you look at the Bronwell's textbook of cardiology, this clearly says exception of glycoside with no associated mortality signal. Therefore, it is wrong to discuss that SUs have gone into irrelevance. If you look at another meta-analysis, you can see use of SU not associated with any difference include MI with respect to comparators. And you can see the number of studies, 62 trials are included to come into this conclusion. This is my study. What we looked into 300 patients. We longitudinally followed them up. We had 50-50 male and female. And what we wanted to see is durability, efficacy, weight change, and hypoglycemia. What we found is that we conducted this in this study. The results, I would go for the interest of time, but they were all followed up in our clinic, and they were compulsorily on glycoside plus standard of care right from the beginning. And the average duration of follow-up was around 13 years in average, but we had patients more than 20 years on the drug. And we had a structured education for all patients, and descriptive analysis was utilized. This was my paper accepted for oral presentation. Now, the mean age was 55 years in my study. HbA1c arrived was 7.1, which is very close to the ADA goals, 7%. 82% patient achieved target of less than 7%. 18.7% had diabetes more than 20 years. So if somebody is on gliclazide 100%, along with standard of care, trying to propose that they have got apoptosis or more hypoglycemia would be slightly far-fetched. Mean duration of treatment, starting, I recruited patients from 5 years onwards. And only 1% patient had episodes of minor hypoglycemia. This is the raw data of all the patients, and you can see the distribution across. So every sector, whether you look at BMI, you look at duration in terms of year, whether the gender allocation or BMI, we had a well-spread patients in all the things. And the results for your advantage, 16.3% patients in due course required insulin. I'm talking average 10 to 15 years because 12.8 years was the average. So number of patients with BMI, 50% were over the 25 and the others were less. So, and we initiated insulin when the HbA1c was more than 8%. So in this group of patients, so after we got this accepted, I thought that we'll do in a different cohort of patients at a different background in a different time frame to validate what we have already done. So this was accepted for poster presentation in Lisbon in 2022, and I presented this. We took up another 50 patients. Main purpose was to look at durability, and what we found, our data was number of patients this time was a pilot study 50 with a history of diabetes 10 to 20 years, and again male female was equally distributed, more or less. Number of patients on insulin, 13 out of 50, 37 still on oral hypoglycemic agents and gliclazide-based therapy. What it means is that this is quite close to my previous understanding and our previous result. Number of patients with diabetes between 10 to 15 years and around 14% went into insulin. In the previous, we had around 13%. Number of patients from 16 to 20 years also we had, and they had over 50% on insulin. Now, the durability of gliclazide is defined as from the start, how long it takes to initiate insulin. So any discussion about apoptosis, any discussion on hypoglycemia and weight change would actually come into picture that our and the advanced experience was different. So we tried to conclude from these two studies that we observed a sustained glucose lowering attributed to gliclazide-based approach demonstrated by majority of the patient, which enabled to postpone insulin initiation despite a long duration of diabetes. Overall, the patients achieved a glycemic level close to 7%, which is what we target. Our findings support sustained glycemic control for durability with potential to postpone insulin initiation attributed to extended release glycoside or modern sulfonylurea. So the results are coming from different from the first generation because a lot of data that you see against sulfonylurea comes from the older version of the sulfonylureas, first generation. And the reason it happens is the way it attaches to the sulfonylurea receptor is different to the varying degree. And the outcome is also therefore slightly different in this. This is my recent paper with Giulio Marchesini published in DRCP. And we looked very clearly, very closely at the metabolic flexibility. Metabolic flexibility, you know that when you are having some nutrition and resources and the body has a capacity to utilize them. And when this metabolic flexibility is impaired, when the body cannot handle the amount of load or tsunami you are giving, then therefore you develop a glucotoxicity and lipotoxicity. Now how this glucotoxicity and lipotoxicity responds to drug, exercise and dieting is a paper on this. So we tried to look at this and we realized again that glucotoxicity was a very, very important issue when the drivers of liver and cardiac diseases. Therefore, sulfonylurea addresses the basic, one of the basic pillars of diabetes where glucotoxicity is addressed. Therefore, do not feel ashamed or apologetic if you are using this without going against the standard of care. That was the point I wanted to highlight. To sum up, treatment of patients with type 2 diabetes is always individualized. And I'm sure all of our prescription within 5 years gets us sulfonylurea. Evidence and clinical practice have confirmed that SUs are the mainstay in the management of hyperglycemia. All SUs should not be considered same. As I told you, that receptor affiliation is different. And modern SUs are effective and safe in the patient. If you are still not convinced, cost is also very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Chaudhary, for nice elaboration on a very effective medication, sulfonylurea. Now we move on to second, last talk of our symposia. Is pioglitazone still relevant in today's treatment era? To deliver a talk on this, we have Professor J.K. Sharma. He is a founder and Secretary General of Innovative Physician Forum. He is a IPF Global Ambassador. He is a treasurer of RSSDA National Forum. He is a medical director of Central Delhi Diabetes Center of New Delhi. Welcome to Professor.
Thank you very much, sir. First of all, extend my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Bansi and the team. And also to Dr. Bansi again for allotting me this topic. Very important topic, pioglitazone. We all have heard about very important molecules and the various mechanisms of action of these molecules. And I think they were all boring. Sorry to say, but our chairpersons not taking much interest. Dr. Makar, please look at this talk. So I'll take you through the various agendas regarding this. And then I will not talk anything about this prevalence of diabetes because we hear a number of times, at least 100 times in one conference. But this is a very important slide which represents the various components of the ominous octet in type 2 diabetes pathophysiology and the pathway of action. And if you look on the left side, decreased glucose uptake and the drug which takes care of the resistance, metformin, thiazolidinediones. So coming to the thiazolidinediones, very important is the pioglitazone, and then increased hepatic glucose production, again the thiazolidinediones, and increased lipolysis. So these three components in the pathophysiology, they are really very important, are being looked after by the pioglitazone. It is an anti-hyperglycemic agent introduced in the year 1999 for the treatment of type 2 diabetes and is the main thiazolidinedione. Position in treatment guidelines typically recommended as third-line therapy. I don't know why. Whenever we suspect in type 2 diabetes that this patient has insulin deficiency as well as the insulin resistance, looking at the patient, proper selection of the patient is very important, and there we should think of the second line also, not third line. Preferred when prominent insulin resistance and the hypoglycemia risk is there, and there are various clinical trials. They have shown that it should be considered. The mechanism of action is by PPAR activation. Primary target is the nuclear receptor highly expressed in the adipose tissues and also present in the pancreatic beta cells, vascular endothelium, and the macrophages. And the secondary target are primarily expressed in the liver, heart, and the skeletal muscles. And this is a very complex mechanism of action which I will not talk about. But the other mechanisms of action which are very, very important, the gene transcription modulation. It leads to the heterodimerization with the retinoid X receptor, and the complex binds to peroxisome proliferator response elements in DNA, regulates transcription of the numerous genes involved in the glucose metabolism, lipid metabolism, inflammation, and the cell differentiation. And the effect on adipose tissues promotes adipocyte differentiation. Insulin sensitization in the skeletal muscles. So these are the three other mechanisms of action. And then the cellular mechanisms like the molecular signaling pathways, the anti-inflammatory action, it suppresses the NFK beta signaling in the multiple tissues, reduces circulating inflammatory markers, modulates macrophage polarization towards the M2 phenotype, and then there is metabolic flexibility. Now there are various factors affecting the pioglitazone use, and we all must consider these important factors, and they are concomitant use of pioglitazone and pregabalin may enhance edema. So be careful when using for the diabetic neuropathy. And the use of aspirin with pioglitazone may increase the hypoglycemic effect of pioglitazone. Selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor may enhance the glucose lowering effect of pioglitazone. And use of pioglitazone with a thiazide or a thiazide-like diuretic may decrease the glucose lowering effect of pioglitazone. Use of pioglitazone with topiramate may result in decreased serum concentration, and by decreasing the insulin resistance, pioglitazone may cause ovulation in premenopausal women with unovulation, especially in polycystic ovarian syndrome. So these unovulatory female patients may get pregnant with the resumption of ovulation. So before starting this drug, give little consideration to all these factors. And when we talk of the clinical efficacy, glycemic control, in primary outcome analysis of 16 studies, the pioglitazone monotherapy reduced HbA1c by 0.5% with no significant difference. And from secondary outcome analysis, the effect of pioglitazone treatment was observed to be associated with decreased fasting plasma sugar, significant by 0.24 millimole per liter. Now coming beyond glycemic control, what are the various pleiotropic effects? You see that decreased incident Parkinson's disease, beneficial anti-inflammatory effect in patients with multiple sclerosis, improved lipid profile, especially decreased triglyceride and increased SDLC, which is very, very important. Increased anti-inflammatory and anti-thrombotic action and the inhibitory effect on the AGEs levels. Visceral fat is decreased. There is a positive effect in reduction of the metabolic parameters, increased subcutaneous fat, and increased insulin resistance and hyperandrogenemia in PCOS, increased ovulation rate and menstrual cyclicity in the PCOS, induced ovulation, increased SHBG, TT, and FT, and decreased hirsutism and acne. There is increased adiponectin, improved insulin sensitivity, enhanced oxidation of fatty acids, stabilization of beta cell functions, increased effect on insulin, may ameliorate metabolic complications, and then look here, which is the most important at the liver, decreased glucose production, reduced content of the circulating fatty acids and triglycerides, decreased intrahepatic fat accumulation, improved insulin sensitivity, normalization of the ALT levels, and the reduced hepatic steatosis, and I'll tell you further how important are all these. ADA 2024 guidelines, pioglitazone highlights, approved for type 2 diabetes as an adjunct to diet and exercise, and considered for patients with insulin resistance and when other medications fail. But why other medications fail? Why not to start it when there is a significant resistance? Start it as the first line. Reduces HbA1c by 0.5 to 1.4% as monotherapy, improves insulin sensitivity and lipid profile, effective in lowering fasting glucose levels in patients with impaired glucose tolerance, and beneficial in patients at risk of hypoglycemia or with non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. The RSSDI 2022 guidelines improves glycemic control, enhances insulin sensitivity, provides cardiovascular benefit including the reduced risk of heart failure, may help manage weight in overweight or the obese patients, effective as add-on therapy when first-line agents fail to achieve glycemic targets, and it exerts pleiotropic effect beyond glycemic control, already discussed, improving overall metabolic health of the patient. But there are certain controversies surrounding pioglitazone. Bladder cancer risk. Mixed evidence on association with bladder cancer. FDA issued a black box warning. And then some studies suggest low absolute risk while others indicate increased risk with the prolonged use. Then heart failure concern. Initial trial showed increased hospitalization for heart failure, especially in at-risk patients. And the recent studies indicate potential safety in low-risk population with careful monitoring. Then associated with significant weight gain and fluid retention, complicating diabetes management, which limits its use as a first-line treatment. This is how we are not using it. But carefully, if we select the patient and carefully use this drug, it is really wonderful. The regulatory responses were varied responses globally, banned in India, but later reinstated due to insufficient evidence of harm compared to benefits. Continued marketing allowed by FDA and EMA despite safety concerns. Ongoing monitoring and studies are required. And there was also another issue behind this which cannot be discussed on this platform. When we talk of the cardiovascular outcomes, prospective pioglitazone clinical trial in macrovascular events. And we see that HbA1c median change from the baseline to final trial visit you can see here. And it reduces the composite of all-cause mortality, non-fatal MI, and stroke in patients with type 2 diabetes who have a high risk of macrovascular events. IRIS insulin-resistant intervention after stroke trial, the very important trial, IRIS trial, where pioglitazone up to 40 milligram, 5 milligram per day was used. It was initiated in February 2025, 3,876 patients, and you see that in patients with diabetes enrolled into the placebo-controlled proactive trial, pioglitazone was associated with encouraging macrovascular outcomes. And the IRIS trial compared pioglitazone with placebo in patients with insulin resistance and a history of cerebrovascular disease. Pioglitazone was associated with significant reduction in incidence of stroke or MI versus the placebo, and significantly fewer patients progressing to diabetes. Then coming to NASH, non-alcoholic steatohepatitis, it may improve NASH histology other than fibrosis, which you can see here, primary outcome, steatosis improvement, fibrosis improvement, lobular inflammation, hepatocellular ballooning, and the resolution of the NASH, which you can see the dark red line, maroon bar is of the pioglitazone. The outcome in NASH, 55 patients with pre-diabetes or type 2 diabetes and biopsy confirmed NASH, pioglitazone, 45 milligram versus placebo, improved aminotransferase levels, decreased hepatic fat content, histologic improvement in steatosis and inflammation, and non-significant trend towards fibrosis reduction. And the 2 to 36 month long-term efficacy was 101 patients with pre-diabetes or diabetes and biopsy-proven NASH, 18 months randomized trial. Results were significant NASH resolution, improved histological scores including fibrosis, benefits persisted throughout the addition, and the differential efficacy in diabetes versus pre-diabetes, potential more effective in patients with diabetes, greater reduction in liver fibrosis in diabetic patients, and increased adipose tissue insulin sensitivity in diabetic patients compared to pre-diabetic patients. So whenever we use this drug for NASH, a regular follow-up of the patient is required, and we have to be very, very careful regarding the fluid retention. The summary of AASLD and EASD, EASL, EASO management guidelines for NASH: lifestyle, 7 to 10% weight loss, 500 to 1000 daily calorie reduction exercise, pharmacology, pioglitazone, and vitamin E. Vitamin E comes after pioglitazone, then comes the bariatric surgery and the liver transplant. This is the real crux, the attributes that make pioglitazone attractive. An inexpensive generic drug is also available. Lower A1C as much as any oral drug. Causes no significant hypoglycemia as monotherapy. Has been used for a long time. No surprises expected since 1999. Easy to use, one pill once a day. Can be combined with any other therapy. The responsiveness is very durable over the years. Has a beneficial effect on lipids, improves SDL, triglycerides, and LDL. Beneficial effect on markers of CVD, beneficial impact on CVD outcome, beneficial effect on beta cell function, and effective even in patients with a low eGFR. Despite the earlier controversies, recent studies have suggested careful monitoring and caution while using pioglitazone in terms of bladder cancer risk in patients with heart failure concerns. Continued marketing was granted by FDA, EMA, and DCGI despite safety concerns. Ongoing monitoring and studies are required. So now let us take up the question. But before that, I would like to take you to Delhi. 52nd Annual Conference of Research Society for the Study of Diabetes in India. And this full house should be happy to see our organizing chair, Dr. Briz Makkad here sitting, chairing these sessions. Our Vice President of RSSDI, Dr. L. Srinivas Murthy. Our past President of RSSDI, Dr. Bansi Sabu. Our EC member, Dr. N.K. Singh, and immediate past chair of RSSDI Delhi chapter, who is conducting this conference, Dr. Meena Chabra. So on behalf of all of them, I invite you all to come to Delhi from 14th to 17th of November 2024. Enjoy the feast and the academic feast. Dr. Meena is saying something. She says, please get your spouses registered also, because we have very good activities for the spouses also. And this conference is with the IDF Southeast Asia region, they have also been invited and involved into this. And President of International Diabetes Federation, Dr. Peter Schwartz himself is coming there for 4 days to interact with all of us. So with that, I finish and thank you everyone. Thank you, sir.
So we can move on to, some questions. We still have 10 minutes with us. So if there are any questions, I would request to the speakers to please join us on the dais. So first question I will, ask Dr. Tirthankar. You presented very nice data and, advocated very nicely in favor of glycoside. But do you think there are some substantial differences in the newer sulfonyl ureas with comparing glimepiride vis-a-vis glycoside?
I think that's a very good question because there are two kinds of diabetologists, glycoside diabetologist and glimepiride. I think they are comparable, but if you look at and after the Carolina study and all, I know where you are heading for. But if you look at the entire body of evidence, then it's more with the glycoside. But I don't blame you if you are using glimepiride, and of course you can do so. And with the recent Carolina and etc., of course we have got a good evidence for glimepiride.
So,
but body of evidence slightly tilting towards.
So
yeah.
if you look at the UK PDS data where we were using glibenclamide, and now we have more than 20 years of follow-up UK PDS also. And the long-term follow-up has shown a reduction in myocardial infarction and CV outcomes, even in the people who were on glibenclamide arm. So do you think the previous sulfonyl ureas are really bad?
I don't think it's bad. I think
because
we have
it's
got
a
a better
long-term,
molecule.
and these sulfonyl ureas were given to people who were new detected diabetes.
I think I would say that they are not bad. We have got a better one, number one. Number two, if you look at the entire data over 20 years, standard of care has increased a lot. So it will be very difficult to do a one-to-one CVOT analysis of one older generation and tell that this made the difference. Therefore, we have got ample evidence now in favor of glycla and glimepiride to say that they are better. And it has entered textbooks, so the evidence is huge. So I would say that we should stick to a newer modern sulfonyl.
So I have one question. I mean, here I'm here, right here, in front of you. Sir.
Sir, खड़े हो जाओ ना.
Sir, हो गया, गलती हो गई.
इसके पीछे दिखता नहीं है.
So, we treat diabetes, one for glucose control and other for complication prevention approach. So our approach is glucose-centric plus complication preventive approach. And that's what we are treating our diabetes. So one you want is a clinician would like to have a good glucose control. At the same time, he does not want his patient to go for complication. And that's what the SGLT2 and GLP-1 have a data for us. And sulfonylurea, I will continue to use along with insulin, even it may not have the data to support that it decreases the complication because it controls the sugar. Now the point comes for the glitazone or imeglium or metformin, which are actually disease-modifying agent. I'm just telling you, they are the one which is taking care of even disease pathophysiology also. The sulfonylurea is, yes, main glucose control, insulin mainly glucose control. GLP, we have some data to talk about the disease-modifying agent. So, a disease is controlled by that. So the point is, in guidelines, they are put far away from the mainstream, they are primarily targeting only on GLP-1, and now they are talked about the SU also last in the part of it, but we don't believe it because sulfonylurea should be considered also along with insulin whenever the glucose control is your primary aim for that. Now, the molecules like metformin or the imeglium, which can be used even for a condition with the pre-diabetes or someone who is a high insulin resistance or the pioglitazone, they are actually modifying agent for the therapy. The disease itself, you are treating disease. Like in a malaria, you are treating one part is a fever, which is like a hyperglycemia part, and other you are treating by chloroquine. So they are the one which are treating diabetes. So do you think, this is a panel sort of a discussion I am asking everyone, where you will put in the guideline. Makkar was the last author for 2022 guideline by RSSDI. We had tried to put all of them at the same circle that anyone can use. These are the molecules with the choice depending on the which conditions you are feeling, I mean, whether it's a glucose control is more important or the contraindications are more important. So where you will fit all these molecules in our national guidelines, or why the international guideline had put them far away. I have not kept particularly DPP-4 in this group, because DPP-4 in my thinking that now they are like, if they hardly they control glucose or hardly they have a CV outcome data or benefit. So I had put the where you will place the DPP-4 in a current scene of with the established cardiovascular disease in separate talk which we had given for DPP-4, but all these 4 molecules in one particular in symposia. So yes, I would like to ask
Once
everyone.
just come one statement, you can take over. That is the initial stages I showed the international guideline. And ADA guidelines I told that we are incorrect in interpretation. We constantly say that we have put GLP-1, SGLT2 inhibitors at the beginning and sulfonylurea back. If you look carefully at the guidelines, you will see that they have got on ASCVD, heart failure, etc., CKD on these. And we all agree because the evidence is there. We have to treat everything. And now then they say that if still you have got a high hyperglycemia, you go to the sulfonylurea. Therefore, I don't think they are anti to what we are talking here. So sulfonylurea is not redundant or sent back. What we are saying that glucotoxicity is also a very important issue. And they go hand in hand. The glucotoxicity, lipotoxicity, and the exit.
I think
That is
sir,
because of the complications.
I think in Indian setting,
Dr.
No, no.
Bansi,
But
Dr.
I think
Bansi, you have to give time others to, for the questions.
Sir, in Indian setting, we cannot practice at present without sulfonylurea. And I think in recent guidelines, these new molecules like imeglin also should come. Because what is happening today in the market, the 1 or 2, 3, 4 drugs patient is taking, and then patient बोलता है कि हम मेरे को इंसुलिन नहीं लेते हैं, तब हम लोग इसको डाल देते हैं. उसमें वो काम नहीं कर पाता है, अब उतना उसको लोग फिर नहीं देख पाते हैं. So I think if there is a guideline, then we can start with the metformin with this molecule, and this can do wonder. We don't have data for a prospective trial or like that. That's the truth.
Even NICE guidelines opens with the statement for hyperglycemia.
So we have a question from Urman Bhai. Comment. Okay.
When we look at ADA table, it completely ignores, it looks about complications, but it completely ignores one Dr. Makkar said. UKPDA said that intensive control early reduces microvascular complication drastically. We know 42%, 26%. So first year or power play as we call it, that is the time when sulfonylurea would still hold true because GLP-1 receptor cannot be used because of cost. Rest of the molecules cannot control apart from insulin your HbA1c. So glucose control has been completely ignored, as Bansi also said. At least in first power play, sulfonylurea would still hold the best play. As we always say, in power play, you send your best player. So that is where I would say sulfonylurea cannot be put into the last bracket as has been put, because it definitely reduces microvascular complications.
With the permission of the chair, I would like to mention here that trials and meta-analysis, they are different. Because how the trial is designed, what are the subjects included into this, what is their demography, and then the meta-analysis. But what we all physicians look in day-to-day practice and what we observe, the real-world evidence, important thing is that management of every diabetic patient is tailor-made. You have to take everything in consideration. The comorbid conditions, the cost, whether the patient understands or not, whether the patient can afford or not, what are the side effects, what are the comorbidities the patient is having. So accordingly, each molecule is important. Each molecule is important, but we have to decide and we have to tailor-make the management of this.
I think we are already, at the end of time allocated. So with that, we come to conclusion of this session. Let us have a big round of applause for all the speakers for doing wonderful job. And once again, I would like to thank Dr. Bansi and his team for giving this opportunity on behalf of my co-chairs and on my personal behalf. Thank you, and over to the organizer.
the opportunity to invite the chairpersons, Dr. Archana Sarda ma'am. She is the founder of Sarda Center for Diabetes and Self-Care and founder of Udan Foundation from Aurangabad. Dr. Narendra Patel, he's the MD from BJ Medical College and a diabetologist from Mehsana in 1993. And Dr. Gaurav Chaya, he's the diabetologist at Shivam Medicare Clinic, Ahmedabad. Can I have the chairperson, please?
Hello. Good evening, all of you. To start this session, I request Meena Chabra to come on the stage. She is MBBS MD, Diploma in Diabetes, Middlesex University, UK, Senior Visiting Consultant and Diabetologist at Sir Gangaram Hospital, New Delhi, Chairman RSSDI Delhi Chapter 2020-2023, Chairman Innovative Physician Forum, Women Diabetologist of the Year 2023 by RSSDI, RSSDI Award for Excellence in Diabetes Care 2019, Center declared as Excellence in Type 1 Diabetes Care by RSSDI, Diabetes India Center declared among top 40 centers of India for creating awareness about diabetes through various initiatives during the year 2016. Part of the Committee on Joint Concession Guidelines on Management of Diabetes by IRSSDI and ESI 2029, Distinguished Service Award 2018 DMA Delhi Medical Association, received Dr. B.D. Kumar Oration Award 2019 for Excellence in the Field of Cardiology at Indian Medical Association 2019. Madam, you can start.
Yeah, thank you. So, Dr. Bansi, I would like to thank you for advocacy of type 1 diabetes, because there's hardly any other conference where the main hall is dedicated or we get a platform to talk about type 1 diabetes. So I think I'm really honored. And so this talk, we are going to start this whole symposium with a very basic talk, what not to miss for our clinicians. So all the clinicians who are sitting here, I will talk about strategies to improve awareness and care for all of you. So I'm not preaching, but there'll be certain messages at the end of my, So what is type 1 diabetes? It's a chronic autoimmune disease in which loss of beta cell mass and subsequent insulin insufficiency lead to hyperglycemia. Now, most 75% of our patients with type 1 are aged less than 19. And so the hallmark of type 1 diabetes is a deficiency of insulin secretion. And it still remains the most common diabetes in the young, although now we are seeing more and more type 2 diabetes in the young. So now classification of type 1, we know it can be classified into autoimmune type 1A and type 1B when antibodies are present or antibodies are absent. Now for the audience, I would like to tell you that even in a place like Delhi, we are not doing all the antibodies. So Dr. Archana Sarda is here as a chairman, and I would like to ask her later. So in Delhi, very few labs are doing all the antibodies. So what I would like to reiterate is, if there are classic symptoms of type 1 diabetes, antibody negative type 1 is common. Also, now that we are doing more and more antibodies, we've seen that zinc transporter 8 antibodies may be positive, which you are not doing. And some of the patients are now who were labeled as type 1B are being labeled as type 1A or autoantibody positive type 1 diabetes. So type 1 diabetes in India estimated, these are the number of cases that are estimated, 0.25 to 0.5 million cases. There's a regional variation, but there's an increasing trend. How do you diagnose? We all know, with the fasting plasma glucose, a glycosylated hemoglobin, or you could do a random plasma glucose test. Now, these are the common antibodies, the GAD65 antibodies, the insulinoma-associated antibody 2, the insulin autoantibodies, and the zinc transporter 8 antibodies. Now, what are the limitations of autoantibodies? Like I just told you, all the patients, all antibodies, expensive. Then you can't do all antibodies even in metro cities. Some antibodies may not be done. So the problem is, if the patient is a classic case of type 1, you need not do the antibody. So the first message, and the second test that we do is C-peptide in type 1 diabetes. The C-peptide level assesses the insulin production in the patient. So the C-peptide is low and it may be absent in a type 1 diabetes. And so this is important, but initially when the patient has presented, there may be some residual beta cell mass and there may be some detectable levels of C-peptide in the type 1 diabetic patient also. So again, C-peptide levels also don't help us in diagnosing type 1 diabetes because there are limitations of C-peptide testing, variability in the results or the values. So there's a honeymoon phase in type 1 diabetes, which means that there is some residual beta cell mass and the C-peptide level may be preserved for some time, and the patient may not need insulin for a while or may need a very small dose when the patient is unwell or has some other problem. So first message is right diagnosis at the right time is crucial. We cannot miss type 1 diabetes. There have been trials in siblings of type 1 diabetic patients where we've done autoantibodies, but as a rule, I do not test autoantibodies in the siblings because that just raises the stress level in the parent if one child is diabetic and you get autoantibodies in the other. So we don't do it as a routine. There may be people who differ. Dr. Sujoy is here, so we'll listen to him whether he does it routinely. But one thing is sure, if you have one sibling with type 1 diabetes, you can discuss, and I'm sure the parents are aware and they know. So routine antibody testing in the sibling of type 1 patient is not recommended and rather not done. Now, one more message here is that any age you can get type 1. So we do see adult patients, and I saw a patient, I was following up for type 1 diabetes for almost 15 years. Her mother was diagnosed with diabetes. She was treated as type 2, and eventually we found that her C-peptides were low, her GAD antibodies were positive, and the mother at the age of 49 years developed type 1 diabetes. So no age is immune from type 1. We have to keep our antenna open so that. Now coming to the management, it's a teamwork. We have to start basal bolus. So from this platform, I'm repeating, there is no other insulin but basal bolus. When people say our patient could not afford a basal bolus, it's not possible because you can use any bolus. You can even use regular insulin as bolus. When you're using regular insulin as bolus or you're using NPH as basal, which of course has to be given twice, it's still basal bolus. So from this platform, I request two things. One is basal bolus therapy is the way forward for the clinicians because my job is to convince the clinicians about diagnosis, management, and what else can they do in their clinics. So basal bolus need not be expensive insulins. You could use the regular insulin bolus. You could use NPH as basal, using it twice. You could use extempore insulin. And of course, if your patient can afford, you could use U100 glargine as basal, or you could use the newer second generation insulins as basals. So nutrition in type 1 diabetes is very important. And there are variables affecting blood sugar, like the dietary carb. So we must initiate the conversation, and none of us can call ourselves type 1 specialist in diabetes if we do not give nutrition advice. So in the first or second visit, you should talk to the patient and the attendant about carbs, fats, proteins, what are complex carbs, what are starches, what are sugars, what carbs can be taken, how to bring down the glycemic index, what about the glycemic load. So all this is very important. You can take the help of a nutritionist, or you can start reading about it because now you have several apps where carb counting is possible, carb content of food can be calculated. So these are various, so the approaches to insulin management. Healthy nutrition, I just told you there's nothing called a diabetic diet. The parents should be eating, or the other siblings should be eating what the type 1 diabetic patient is going to eat. So we are going to talk about carbs, fats, proteins, and we will not discourage the patient from eating. Now counting carbs again is important. So because we know that a fruit can straight away go to the bloodstream, starch will take 2 hours, high fiber starch can take 2.5 hours. So we can bring down the glycemic index of foods by adding vegetables. So all these things are important. Again, my message to all of you is nutrition is basic, and you have to learn, you have to talk about nutrition to your type 1 diabetics patient. Yes, exercise recommendations are important, importance of daily activity. You can't scare the parent of a type 1 saying that he cannot exercise. Of course, what is important is self-monitoring of blood glucose. So the child should check before exercising, maybe during exercise and after exercise. So that's important. The message is self-monitoring of blood glucose is very important. So again, always insulin, no tablets, basal bolus and nothing else, at least 3 boluses, if not 4. Why 4 boluses? Because some children go to school early at 7 o'clock. They need some breakfast there. In school, they will have a meal with the other students. Oh, they need a bolus there. The third bolus is in the afternoon when they come back at 3 o'clock, and the 4th bolus before dinner, and a basal to cover the needs throughout the day. So don't hesitate from giving boluses. And this is the attempt to mimic physiological insulin profile. So you have to give a basal bolus. Premix should not be given in a type 1 diabetic patient. We know the advantages of basal bolus. Very, very simple to titrate. The patient calculates the carbs in the meal, and depending on the insulin carb ratio, they take the insulin doses before the meal. If the meal is deferred for some time, you can defer the insulin dose. So carb counting, I can teach you a little bit of carb counting through one. So yeah, these are studies to show that if you teach your patient to dose adjust for normal eating, this was known as the Daphne study, teaching flexible intensive insulin treatment always results in better outcome. So how do you treat the patient? I'll tell you in this steps to carb counting. Identify foods containing carbs. So in a thali, ask the patient first, teach him to identify that yes, even the dal or the lentils have lentil carbs, the roti has carbs, you have vegetables which have lesser carbs, but they do have carbs, even dairy has carbs. So you can identify the carbs, that's the first step. Then calculate the total carbs in the meal. So suppose the patient is taking 1 roti, then you can say 15 grams of carb, 2 rotis, 30 grams, or rice. You can calculate the amount of carbs in the meal, and then we'll teach you how to calculate the insulin carb ratio. Now, calculate the insulin for the meal, depending on the insulin carb ratio and the insulin sensitivity index, how much dose that the patient need before the meal. Then, is a correction dose needed? Correction factor should be taken into account. Now, what is a correction dose? Very simple to understand. If the target sugar before a meal is 140, but the sugar is 200, so we need to correct the insulin dose. So if he was planning to take 6 units, the insulin sensitivity index is say 30. That means 1 unit of insulin brings down the sugar by 30. You should add a correction of 2 units if you want to bring it down by 60. So correction doses have to be given. Now, how do you calculate insulin? This is very simple, and you can look at the slide. 50 kg child, insulin carb ratio, this is fixed, 500 divided by the total daily dose. So if his total daily dose is 50, which means he takes, say, 10 units of regular insulin 3 times, 30, and 20 units of U100 glargine, the dose becomes 50. So total daily dose, 500 divided by the total daily dose is 10 grams of carb, which means that 1 unit of insulin is needed for every 10 grams of carb. So if a patient is taking, say, 70 grams of carb, 2 rotis, like I told you, 30 grams, some vegetable, 5 grams, curd, 5 grams. If he is taking, depending on the insulin carb ratio, you can inject insulin. Now, what is insulin sensitivity index? If the patient is on analog insulins, it's calculated by 1800 divided by the total daily dose, which is 50 in this case. So the answer is 36, which means 1 unit of insulin will bring down the sugar by 36. So if the sugar is, instead of 140, is 180, you can give a correction dose of 1 unit. So this you have to teach, and again the message is basal bolus therapy is only recommended treatment in type 1, and carb counting is crucial. Now these are the glycemic targets. We must remember time in range. I still have 1.5 minutes. Time in range is important. Now that we are using flash glucose monitors, and we are doing, so most of our patients are on these monitors where you can actually see the blood sugars if they scan. time in range in a type 1 diabetic patient. Now, what is time in range? So if suppose you've decided the time 70 to 180 is he should be in range for at least 70%. Then time below range are two. One is grade 1 hypoglycemia, which is a blood sugar of less than 70, and grade 2 hypoglycemia, blood sugar of less than 54. Similarly, grade 1 hyperglycemia is more than 180 but less than 250, and grade 2 hyperglycemia is more than 250. So a type 1 diabetic should be in range for 70% of the time, less than 1% of 24 hours, which translates to only 15 minutes. He should be less than 54. So hypoglycemia should not be more than 15 minutes or 1% of the 24 hours. Similarly, more than grade 2 hyperglycemia should be less than 5%. That means more than 250. So these are the time in range goals. Glucose monitoring is very important. You have to be empathetic to the patient, but you have to be sure they check before every meal. These are the benefits of self-monitoring. Only when you monitor, you realize it is high. Only when you realize it is high, you can give a correction dose. Then the patient knows that it is high because I ate something wrong. So the answer is empowering the patient and the family. So glucose monitoring is important. And of course, psychological support is very important. Well-being assessment. We do have type 1 diabetic with a lot of mental health issues, particularly if they feel they are financial burden to their families. So we believe in accountable care. Just writing a treatment is not enough. You have to be accountable for what you're doing. You must reach the HbA1c target. And this is the PENTAD cluster program. So this is one slide I would like to concentrate. Patient is important, the physician is important, the parents are important in the management of type 1, the peer is important, the peer could be a sibling or a friend, and the psychologist or the team is important. And you can add a sixth P, the principal and the teachers of the school are important because they also help if the patient has hypoglycemia or if the patient has hyperglycemia. He need not be ostracized for going to the washroom more often than he can. So my last slide, be the one everyone can count on. If you are passionate about type 1, please treat. Otherwise, please refer to an endocrinologist trained in managing type 1 diabetes or a diabetologist who's passionate. So this is very clear. And from this platform, I say we have a very passionate ambassador of type 1, Dr. Archana Sarda here. And through this platform, I'd like to reiterate that if you want to learn management of type 1, yes, go ahead, learn nutrition, learn carb counting, learn insulin sensitivity index, but you'll need to give a lot of time. And you should have a diabetes support group, both offline and online. We do have several support groups, and we should build a support chain. So management of type 1 diabetes is beyond writing a prescription. It's a holistic approach, it's a team effort, and you need a support chain like the cluster PENTAD that I told you, that you do need a counselor in your team. You need a lot of people to help the type 1 diabetic patient. So so that's the last slide. But I like to reiterate from this platform that now I'm seeing more and more type 1s studying, married, and pregnant. So the challenges are still there because the challenge of delivering a healthy baby for a type 1 diabetic patient is immense. So I think from this platform, I like to tell all the clinicians, don't forget to diagnose type 1, even in the older individual. Keep your antenna up if they're not responding to oral drugs, if they have no stigma of metabolic syndrome, if do the C-peptides. If not, you can't do it. You can't do the antibodies in the C-peptide. At least keep your antenna open. Even older individuals can be type 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Meena. I think you covered the entire pearls of type 1 diabetes care in this short time. Thank you so much. We will have questions at the end. I now invite Dr. Meenal Mohit. She is going to take us through heterogeneity of type 1 diabetes. Dr. Meena ended with saying there's a whole spectrum and they're presenting differently. So Dr. Meena is going to take us through that. To introduce her, she is currently the organizing secretary of TIE-UP, which is going to be in Jaipur on 7th and 8th. I'm sure she's going to end by inviting you all. She's a consultant and head of Department of Endocrinology, Manipal Hospital, Jaipur. Many publications, presentations, editorship to her credit. She's the founder secretary of Metabolic Club, founder of Women Practitioners Forum, founder member of AMOSE, mentor of Team India, which won the Osler Cup in ACP 2021, a pioneer of Cloud Clinic venture in the COVID-19. She is holding executive post of Governing Council member of RSSDI Rajasthan chapter, scientific convener for APICON 2022, and the organizing secretary of TIUP 2024 in Jaipur. Over to you, Dr. Meenal.
Thank you, Archana ma'am, for all those kind words. And thank you, Dr. Bansi, though I can't see him in the hall, but thank you so much for inviting me here. And the house is full, and the picture on the board is very well known to all of us, right? So this is the picture that comes to our mind when we talk of type 1. But the picture is changing. Now we have many faces of diabetes. We have celebrities with diabetes. We have young, old, middle-aged. We have with complication. We have highly established bureaucrats, technocrats. Then at the same time, we have poor, very, very poor. And we have small babies. We have everything on our plate today. So we are talking of many phases of diabetes, that is heterogeneity of type 1 diabetes. So T1D is not monolithic. Then the question is, why? Why should we study heterogeneity? Dr. Meena just taught us it goes basal bolus, monitoring, and follow-up. So why do we need to understand the heterogeneity of type 1 diabetes? Let's see. So heterogeneity understanding will give you a personalized treatment. You can develop personalized treatment strategies and targeted interventions. You can also have improved disease management in terms of monitoring and support and risk stratification, enhanced research insight. So you can have understanding of the pathophysiology and the environmental triggers. You will also have global health implications, that is epidemiological insight. Then, as Madam said, the psychosocial factors. So that is why we are looking into heterogeneity. So what do we understand by the term heterogeneity? So it is pathogenetic heterogeneity, clinical heterogeneity, endotype heterogeneity, regional heterogeneity, socioeconomic heterogeneity, and finally we have the treatment heterogeneity. Coming one by one, so we are talking about pathogenetic heterogeneity. When we talk of pathogenetic heterogeneity, we talk about genetic factors, environmental triggers, and autoimmune response. So genetic heterogeneity, we talk about the various genetic markers, the role of HLA genes and the other genetic factors. We all know that there is hardly a family history when we deal with our type 1 diabetes. More than 85% patients will come to you with no family history. So less than 5% will have a first degree relative. Still we talk of genetics. In case of monozygotic twins, the incidence is around 6 to 8%, but whereas in case of monozygotic twins, the incidence is around 30 to 50%, but whereas in case of dizygotic twins, the incidence comes down to 6 to 10%. And earlier the child is diagnosed, greater is the risk of a sibling developing type 1 diabetes. Then comes your HLA association. So HLA DR3 and DR4, at least one locus will be present in 95% of the type 1 diabetes. The protective HLAs are HLA DR2, DR5, and HLA DQB1. So we have HLA heterogeneity at the same time. If you look at the curves, you will find that HLA class 2, the incidence decreases as the HLA class 2 varies. If you look at another bar graph, the incidence is highest with DR3 and DR4 and less with DR3X and XX. Furthermore, to add to the research, we are studying genome-wide association and also we are studying transcription-wide association. So this genome-wide research will also affect the age of presentation of the child. Then comes your environmental triggers. This was the TEDdy study, that is the epidemiological diabetes in young study, and they have given us various factors beginning from your in utero factors, your enterovirus, your rotavirus, even COVID-19. Then you have vaccination, then you have even milk or gluten has been implicated, then various infections have been implicated. So we have the environmental triggers. Then what about the same family, same child, same HLA, same environment, still one is having type 1, another is not having type 1. So we have some epigenetic bridges, or we have epigenetic factors. They become the bridge between the environmental issues, environmental insults in the genetically at-risk children. So these children develop certain antibodies. Though Madam said we don't do it routinely, we don't recommend it routinely, but I differ, I'm sorry. So antibody response happens and we do it. So we have islet antibodies. Islet antibodies, GAD65 is the most common, zinc-8 transporter, and then we have the insulin antibodies. Then, depending upon the autoimmune response, as Madam said, a 49-year-old diagnosed with type 1. It is not surprising. Probably you do a GAD65 screening, and the latest study shows us that even a trace amount of GAD65 justifies introduction of insulin to your prescription. So there's a huge overlapping diabetes syndrome depending upon the autoimmune response to insulin resistance. We have the type 1, we have the LADA variants, we have the normal population, and we have the type 2 population. So depending upon the autoimmune response, the type of diabetes can vary. Now look at the heterogeneity. If there is a first degree relative and you do a proband diagnostic study, you find antibody negative, rule out. Antibody positive with multiple antibodies, less than 20 years, child will develop diabetes almost 90%. Above 20 years, less chances. If single antibody, there are chances of increasing seroconversion. And with increasing seroconversion, there is increased chances of developing type 1 diabetes. So, a time to look back at a disease which is known to us since a century. So we have type 1 diabetes where we are losing beta cells. And the genetic predisposition began in utero. So the entire formatting was done in the womb. And this genetic predisposition does not change. The genetic format does not change. What changes is the development of antibodies or the immunity. And with the development of immunity and the environmental insult, there can be waxing and waning of the insulin secretion. And at times, the child might present quickly, or at times, the child may not present for the entire life. So there is a progression of the disease. Now coming to the clinical heterogeneity. When we talk of clinical heterogeneity, what do we really mean? We mean there is a huge variability in age of onset, in disease progression, variability in insulin production and requirement, the debut presentation of the condition, then the comorbidities associated and the complications of type 1 diabetes. So you will find in this study that mostly the type 1 diabetes presents before 18 years of age. So almost 40% are less than 18. But as Madam said, right up to the age of 76, you can have type 1 diabetes. Then the disease progression. Again, depending upon the HLA, depending upon the antibodies, the multiplicity of antibodies, the disease progression varies. Look at this. Now with single antibody, the disease progression is slow, but with multiple antibodies, the disease progression is rapid. Now, again, look at this. This is a huge molecular level diagram, but if you look at the infant with type 1 and adolescent onset and the adult onset, you will see the variation. The beta cells, the CD8 cells are multiple, and the apoptosis bar is thick, survival bar is thin. If you move down, in adolescent, the two are almost equal, and the CD8 cells are decreasing in number. The protective cells, the T regulatory cells. Again, in adult onset, you will find the beta cells are still surviving, and the apoptotic beta cells are less. So when the beta cells are completely lost, this individual will convert into type 1 diabetes. Now, what about the glycemic phenotypes of type 1? Again, the glycemic phenotypes, recently in a paper, they have shown there are 7 glycemic phenotypes of type 1, depending upon the socioeconomic levels, the educational levels, the social vulnerability, the education of the family, the environment, the place where the child is brought up. So depending upon all this, there are 7 different phenotypes of glycemic variability. Coming to the debut presentation, we know that DKA is the most common presentation. Why? Because we miss the earlier presentations. The child might be complaining of polyuria, polydipsia, and most important, a child suddenly developed enuresis. A child of say above 5 years who had learned the toilet training suddenly starts enuresis. Think of type 1 diabetes. Then, of course, DKA is the most common presentation. Coming to the comorbidities, type 1 is an autoimmune condition, we all know. So there can be rheumatological diseases associated. There can be skin disorders. There can be intestinal. There can be gastric. And the most common we study is the celiac. Then we can have adrenal autoimmune association. We can have another most common is thyroid disorders. So thyroid, celiac, and type 1 are the three sisters. They walk hand in hand. Then this is another picture of showing, this is a study which is showing that the association in 20% of the individual with type 1, there was some associated comorbidity, whereas in the normal population, there was only 4% association of the autoimmune diseases existing. And the HbA1c is not a matter here. Coming to the complications and their progression, now just as type 2, type 1 will also have microvascular complications, macrovascular complications, and even the MASLD, which we are forgetting. Even type 1 will develop hepatic disorders also, NASH also, MASLD also. Now the progression, development is determined by the HLA types and of course the glycemic control. Coming to the endotypes heterogeneity. Now the recent data shows that we have various endotypes, the 6 endotypes. Again, depending upon the age of onset, the genetic markers, the number of antibodies present, the C-peptide levels, and the BMI levels. So the type 1 endotype and the type 2 endotype are the type 1 diabetes, and the remaining 3 have been labeled as LADA. So the endotypes, the type 1 develop below 7 years, type 2 will develop between 7 to 13 years, and then remaining, this is the double diabetes where the adults will have both antibody positivity along with insulin resistance. Now look at this. Type 1 endotype will quickly develop diabetes because the insulin is dipping quickly. But in type 2, the presentation will be around adolescent. Again, a LADA and the SPIDDM variant of type 2, then a coexistent type 2 mechanism. So you can see the drop here, but a plateau here, but finally a sudden drop. And the threshold is higher here. So type 2 also has a component of insulin resistance here along with the antibodies present. So this is the endotype variability again. Why do we need to know this? Again, why? Because we need to intervene. So how do we intervene? We can personalize the treatment by immunomodulation, immune tolerance, replacement therapies. So all these things can be personalized. Coming to the regional and the racial heterogeneity. Now the entire globe is affected with type 1 and India is having a burden of less than 5 per 1 lakh children. So the total burden in terms of numbers, we are having a 9 lakh children with type 1, maybe children, maybe adults, but we have a burden of 9 lakh type 1 diabetes and we are second in the globe. Then the cumulative incidence, again this is a regional and the racial ethnicity variation. You will find the Hispanics overweight develop fast. At the same time, Hispanics lean develop last. Non-Hispanics are in between. Coming to the mortality and the complications, they also vary according to the region and the race. Socio-economic heterogeneity. We talked of so many things, but yes, we are still far away. This is not a slide from Indian data. Otherwise, the bars would have been even worse. So people are deprived of pumps and CGMS still. So this is the population which is least deprived, and 43% are on pumps, and people are using CGMS also. Treatment heterogeneity. Again, depending upon the learning of the heterogeneity, we think of gene therapy, stem cell-based therapies, immunotherapies, transplants, or we think of basal bolus insulin, or even the continuous subcutaneous insulin infusion. This is another way of talking the same thing, that if we know the heterogeneity, if we catch them early, we can intervene in a rightly manner, in a rightful intervention can prevent type 1 diabetes. So to conclude, I have 4 seconds left, but to conclude, heterogeneity begins right from in utero. So in utero, there is genetic formatting. Child develops autoimmunity. Depending upon the environmental insult, there is progression, and that gives us the variability of age, HLA types, risk genotype promoting inflammation, multiple autoantibodies, associated comorbid autoimmune conditions, ketoacidosis to present, residual insulin, insulin resistance again, beta cell endoplasmic reticulum stress, beta cell mass is now losing. We have POSI hyperimmune CD20 insulinitis, and we have the autoimmune T cell burden. So with this variability, why do we need all this? We need all this because of precision in prevention, precision in therapeutics, precision in diagnosis, precision of monitoring, and precision of diagnosis. So with that, if you want to learn more about type 1, every topic in detail, please see us at Jaipur, 7th and 8th of December. Dr. Archana Sharda, my scientific chair, my vice president, Dr. Bansi, the president of Tie-Up Society, my faculties, Dr. Sujoy, Dr. Meena, Mahira, so Abhishek, of course. So please be my guest, be at Jaipur, see me at Jaipur, and I'll be honored to have you. Once again, let's not forget, we are dealing with multiple phases of type 1. Thank you.
It was a very lucid and excellent lecture on heterogeneity, very least known to physicians. On this, we'll have a question answer later. I'll invite Dr. Abhishek Kulkarni for his talk on automated insulin delivery in type 1 diabetic patients. Just a brief introduction. Dr. Abhishek is from Mumbai, and he's done MD fellowship in RCPCH London, and he's a senior consultant in pediatric and adolescent endocrinology, working at SRCC Children's Hospital, and also having Sir H.N. Reliance Foundation Hospital, Mumbai. He has various publications in his name, and also invited to as a faculty in more than 100 over such consultancy.
Thank you.
Over to you, sir.
Thank you, friends. So I'm going to sensitize the audience here about the salient features of automated insulin delivery over the next 10 minutes, and also to let you know what work we have done with these devices in India so far in the last 2 years. My presentation will have glimpses of the pediatric and adolescent population because that is the age group that I cater to. So closed loop systems are one of the arms on the roadmap for future treatment of type 1 diabetes. When I talk of closed loop, it could be insulin administration in response to glucose sensing, or insulin and counter-regulatory hormone administration in response to glucose sensing. The other arm is stem cell derived islet cell transplantation with the need for removal of immunosuppression with micro-macro encapsulation with or without gene editing. So this is the future. But what do we offer to our patients as contemporary standard of care are hybrid closed loops. So these are devices which administer insulin in response to glucose sensing. They are paired with continuous glucose monitoring systems. And why do we call them hybrid closed loops and not closed loops? Because still there is avenue for the user to administer the prandial doses while having meals. So carb counting and administering the prandial dose prior to the meal still lies in the hands of the user, and hence these devices are known as hybrid closed loops and not closed loops as of yet. What do the guidelines say about using these devices? So automated insulin delivery systems should be offered for diabetes management both to youth and adults alike in patients with type 1 diabetes. And initiation early, even at the diagnosis, could be beneficial depending on persons or caregivers' needs and preferences. So these are the international words. In countries like ours, we often like to add that the person must be in possession of a reasonable degree of knowledge and the resources for him or her to seek access to a center of excellence which would empower him to utilize these devices effectively. What the guidelines do not talk, which I would like to highlight here, is the system is currently approved for patients with type 1 diabetes ages 7 or older. But if you talk to pediatric endocrinologists, all of us have patients as young as 3 who are on the device. The caveat is the child must require at least 8 units of insulin per day for the algorithm to work effectively. And the device cannot be used in an individual who uses more than 250 units per day or maybe even 200 units per day or more. So 8 to 200 units per day usage is the threshold at which the algorithm works effectively. So the very young children may not be prescribed the device, out of fear that their total daily dose requirement may be lower. Again, to emphasize, in countries like ours, the physician must exercise clinical judgment in cases where you feel the patient cannot follow instructions. When I say patients, patients and parents for younger kids cannot follow instructions on the pump screen, refuse to routinely check glucose, but now with Guardian Sensor 4, we may not actually need to routinely check glucose, blood glucose for calibration, or patients who are unwilling to announce carbohydrates before eating. They wouldn't be the good candidates to be considered for automated insulin delivery. Now, of the devices available globally, most of the Indian evidence stems from the use of Minimed 780G, with sporadic use of Omnipod 5, primarily because the system is not very easily available in India. So most of the data that I'm going to depict comes from the use of Minimed 780G in the last 2 years. So the salient features, the 3 salient features that I'm going to emphasize of the Minimed 780G, the most important one, it has the ability to regulate basal insulin secretion real time in response to sensor glucose. It does this every 5 minutes, and in addition to the interstitial fluid glucose that it senses, the other target, the basal target provided by the user or the care provider, is the important factor which regulates basal insulin secretion. So there is variable basal insulin secretion throughout the day in response to glucose sensing, and the user is allowed to provide a target ranging from 100 to 120 depending on the need, age, and the clinical profile of the child or the adolescent to determine the basal insulin secretion. The other important feature the device offers is autocorrection boluses. These are delivered when the maximum basal delivery of insulin is reached, and yet the sensor glucose is above 120 milligrams per deciliter. So the system offers autocorrection boluses. These could be delivered once every 5 minutes, enabling the sensor glucose to stay within the therapeutic range. All patients, irrespective, must be initiated in the manual mode for the first 48 to 72 hours for the system to develop personalized insulin delivery patterns, after which the device or the algorithm takes over the insulin delivery. However, the arm which is still under the control of the user and the physician is the prandial boluses. So patients do need to administer meal boluses, but the advantage the algorithm offers is it factors predicted future glucose by simulation, looks at the slope, the past slope of the CGM in 6 hours, and the past insulin delivery, and might actually mitigate the bolus to prevent a prospective postulated hypoglycemia. So in addition to the actual calculation done by the bolus wizard, the algorithm has the ability to simulate and look back at the slope or the rate of fall of blood glucose in the CGM and the insulin consumed in the last 6 to 12 hours to customize or individualize the bolus that needs to be delivered for the meal. So all of us who treat patients with type 1 utilize formulas of sugar minus blood sugar minus 120 divided by the insulin sensitivity factor plus carbohydrate in grams divided by the insulin carbohydrate ratio. So the algorithm overrides the formula, the numerical derived by the formula, and trust me, most of the times it's quite righter than the clinician and or the patient. So these are the distinct advantages the algorithm offers. Now, what are the therapeutic goals that we expect when we use automated insulin delivery systems is patients must spend at least 70% of the day in the therapeutic target range of 70 to 180 milligrams per deciliter. The glucose management indicator, which is a marker of short-term glycemic control, must be less than 7, if not 7.5 in the younger child. And to achieve this, the prerequisites are that the system must be used at least 85% of the times. So before I demonstrate some data, I'd like the audience to carefully look at a few highlights here. The bar in the green is the time in range, the mean time spent by the patient in the therapeutic range of 70 to 180 milligrams per deciliter, and the glucose management indicator, which is the indicator of short-term glycemic control. Usually, glucose management indicator is depicted for a period of 2 weeks by the algorithm. The three factors that I'd like you to pay attention to is right on the top at the left, the insulin carbohydrate ratio. This is the most important variable which is under the control of the user and the clinician. So automated insulin delivery systems do not obviate the role of the clinician, but actually improve the role of the clinician, because these settings are under control of the clinician and the user. So the better you optimize the insulin carbohydrate ratio, more astute do your prandial boluses get, amounting to better glycemic control. The second most important feature is the basal target that you provide the system, varying between 100 to 120, based on which the precision of the basal rate secretion is determined. Third is the active insulin time. The optimal setting used in children and adolescents is usually around 2 hours, unless we encounter frequent hypoglycemias where we like to be conservative. And the active insulin time determines the astuteness or the intensiveness of the autocorrection boluses. Now, fractioning the total daily dose of insulin into user-driven versus system-driven, and also looking whether the boluses were more contributed by the system or the user, also lets the user and the clinician understand the avenue of improvement while using them. Now, let me show the audience here real-world data from at least 100,000 users globally. So I'm going to talk more of users below 15 years of age. They were close to 22,000, and please understand this is not controlled data. This is real-world experience. So patients were at their homes or places of work or school. And if you look at the mean time in range of this cohort of nearly 22,000 individuals, it was close to 70%. And the glucose management indicator being 7%. So both the international consensus goals were easily met in this large cohort of population in the real world setting, with no significant incidence of hypoglycemias. So the red lines beneath determine the time below range, which is the time spent by the patient with sugars less than 70 milligram percent, and as per the consensus goals, these must be less than 4% while using automated insulin delivery systems. And when the settings were optimized to a more intense basal target of 100 milligrams and an active insulin time which determines the insulin on board in the circuit, the glycemic control further improved and the mean TIR went up to 76%, again with no significant increase in the risk of hypoglycemia, which is extremely critical for us pediatric endocrinologists. And to document consistency of glycemic outcomes, the sensor glucose data was prospectively analyzed for up to a year in these patients each month, and consistency and sustainability of the benefit was well documented in such a large cohort of individuals. Now let me present to you some real world data from our country, which was presented at the ATTD symposium last year. The first set of patients numbered to about 219, and what we saw was the mean time in range of patients of this cohort was about 75.4% with a glucose management indicator of 6.8%. So these numericals mimicked what was found in the real world experience of the Western world. Now, we did subset analysis of a small number of patients to track them longitudinally, and we did see sustainability of the glycemic benefit of these systems right up to month 6. I do agree we need much larger numbers and a longer duration of follow-up to say that we have replicated the results seen globally. Now, this is data, a study led by me, specific to children. We analyzed the sensor glucose data of 160 children using automated insulin delivery systems. We presented this at ISPAD last year, and the data mirrored what we saw in the adult population. The mean time in range of this cohort was close to 71%, and the glucose management indicator hovered around 6.9 in this subset, in this set of patients. The other observations, though let me tell you, this was a retrospective analysis, so there was no central control over the settings used across the 8 or 9 centers which contributed to the study. we were only in control of children who were following up at our centers. Each center was doing its own and using its own settings based on their preferences. The other observations that we had was the algorithm provides much lesser exits, and the most important thing we learned was patients need to use the system for an optimal time to gauge its best benefit. There were no incidences of diabetic ketoacidosis or severe hypoglycemia requiring assistance in this cohort of children. There was obviously an increased average score of diabetes treatment satisfaction questionnaires. So, yes, so what we learned from our studies were optimal use of the system. Naturally, the algorithm has improved from the earlier devices. It provides glucose-sensed basal rates. It has increased time of Umax and Umin insulin delivery. It provides automated bolus corrections, which lead to better glycemic control. Optimization of the basal targets to 100 or 110 and active insulin time to 2 hours improves the glycemic control. And using users' behavior, better carbohydrate counting skills, periodic revision of the insulin carbohydrate ratio, and a structured initiation and training program were the other important factors that were associated with better glycemic outcomes. So to conclude, initial evidence from the real world setting across the globe, including India, demonstrates attainment of international consensus goals amongst users of advanced hybrid closed loop devices. Though in countries like ours, the subsets of patients are extremely heterogeneous. Sustainability of attainment of glycemic metric goals is demonstrated in a subset of patients, though we need larger and longer duration of studies. And number of users attaining these goals can be improved by ensuring adequate usage of the system, provision of optimal settings by clinicians, provision of education regarding appropriate user behavior, and obviously a structured initiation program in addition to continuous ongoing supervision. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abhishek, for an excellent talk. We'll have question answer later on. Now I invite Dr. Sujoy Ghosh. He needs no introduction because he had already been introduced in pre-lunch session, but then also he had several international awards, including American Association of Clinical Endocrinology, International Clinicians of the Year 2021, Wide Award for Innovation in Diabetes 2021, published over 200 articles and attributed to chapters in books, and is co-author of 8 books. I request him to start his talk.
Thank you very much. I'm going to talk about something which is not in my comfort zone, in the sense that I'm going to talk about beta cell replacement, things that I actually do not do in my clinical practice, so it might seem very much theoretical rather than actually what I do. So that's my flow of presentation as to why we need beta cell replacement, the types of stem cells, a review of outline of the techniques. That bit I'll probably be the minimum bit. The role of certain transcription factors, potential barriers to it, long-term measures, and future perspective. So all of us who've been to med school and thereafter talk about stem cells. These are undifferentiated cells that can give rise to differentiated stem cells. And they are the building blocks for any tissues and organs. And they have a potential to regenerate to whatever you want by proliferation, transdifferentiation, which I'll talk about a little later. Compared to this, it would be much easier if you put in islet transplantations, because you don't have to go through that process of stem cells and the further techniques that I'm going to talk about a little. And of course, in the past, people have also gone for pancreatic transplant. It's usually been a combined pancreas kidney transplant, and most of our patients will actually not fulfill criteria for that, and therefore we are talking about something less invasive than an islet, than a pancreatic transplant. And one of the major problems is, where will you get the donor from? It's not like the kidney that you can take out one kidney and give it to your kin. Here, it's mostly a cadaver transplant, which again is a problem, and of course, you have problems of immunosuppression. So when you are treating someone for beta cell replacement, what do you exactly want? You want to develop a cure of sorts by recreating physiological insulin secretion and normal blood glucose levels. So free from insulin injection is your first target. The second target is reversal of complications. Many of you would have read some of the papers in New England Journal of Medicine, wherein even pancreatic transplant in adults with type 2 diabetes led to reversal of retinopathy, led to reversal of glomerular involvement and kidney disease, even in type 2 diabetes. So this, I thought, was a very beautiful picture of a stem cell. This is what it looks like in high power electron microscopy. So there are certain characteristics of the stem cells that we need to know. First, the ability of self-renewal, clonality, the same clonal cell will go on multiplying, and potency, the ability to differentiate into different cell types. So you might start from something and become something else. This actually is a beautiful picture from Holt's textbook of diabetes itself. Now, whenever we talk about stem cells, think that they are totipotent, pluripotent, or multipotent. Now, the totipotent and pluripotent is beyond our scope of discussion. Our scope of discussion predominantly would be on the multipotent stem cells. Now, in that itself, you know, you have mesoderm, endoderm, and ectoderm. We are going to only talk about endoderm because that is from where most of the cells will develop, and you will have predominantly mesenchymal stem cells. So, totipotent, omnipotent, for example, if you are looking at fertilized oocytes and embryonic, that we are not allowed to do anywhere on earth at this point of time because of ethical issues, because you will create altogether a new individual or human being from use of that. So the pluripotent has been used, but it is modified pluripotent. So you see there is an I before the PSC which says induced pluripotent stem cells, or you can have human embryonic stem cells, like I said, which in India right now you are not allowed to use. So the multipotent stem cells you are using is the mesenchymal stem cells. They can be found anywhere, and they are oligopotent stem cells which can form 1, 2, or multiple lineages. This is very important. You know, you get somebody who can become Tendulkar today, Anushka Sharma tomorrow. It's like that. The potency of that cell is like that. You can become anything. You can become the brain, you can become the kidney, but you need something to tell the cell what do you become. That signaling is either by gene editing, which my previous speaker was talking about, or having certain transcription factors. So I'm not going to bore you with each of them. Maybe some of you would remember Foxo, the person who described it got a Nobel Prize about 5 or 6 years ago. And the steps of functional beta cell development is very complicated, but I'll try and simplify it in one diagram. So if you look here, there is a stem cell that you've got, and from the endoderm, a mesenchymal, the endodermal stem cell. Then you subject that to certain environmental factors, transcription factors, and in an environment of genes. It will become an endodermal cell. To that you add those transcription factors, they will become a pancreatic multipotent cell. That means it can become an alpha cell, a beta cell, a delta cell, an epsilon cell. To that you add even more transcription factor, it will become a pre-pancreatic cell. To that you add certain more transcription factors, it will become a beta cell. So conceptually looks very simple, but it is very complicated, which I'm sure even you will agree. So the mesenchymal stem cells have been used to generate insulin producing cells as well as enhance islet engraftment and survival. Now here you have to realize, when you have got these stem cells, you do not necessarily have that exact clustering of alpha, beta, gamma, delta and epsilon, and the interconnection and the interworking of the cells. You know there is feedback of the alpha with the beta. That leads to good glucose control. वो नहीं होगा इसमें. And in humans, most of the stem cells that we have been using is in hematology and hematological malignancies. You harvest the bone marrow of an individual, treat it with certain immunosuppressant, and you get back the stem cells and you put it back again into the what we call autologous stem cell transplantation or bone marrow transplant that we commonly talk about. That is the principle. So alternative approach is reprogramming of terminally differentiated beta cells. So we all talked about stem cell as one of the mechanisms, right? Now, in New England Journal of Medicine about 8 years ago, there was a wonderful paper which said that in type 2 diabetes, you and I had treated patients with oral agents, insulin and things like that, right? And we all say there is beta cell failure. What they demonstrated in that FOXO paper was the beta cells become alpha cells. So there is de-differentiation of beta cell into alpha cell over a period of time in type 2 diabetes. Is there anything that you can do to de-differentiate that alpha cell back into beta cell? So that's a kind of trans-differentiation of your already existing cell. So you are not having to get some stem cells from somewhere else. Now that principle has recently been proven to work in mouse model. So they've created a diabetic mouse model where the beta cell have become alpha cells. They have now trans-differentiated that alpha cell back to beta cell. So that is conceptually another principle through which you might be able to renew your beta cell, which would be useful not just in type 1, but also in type 2 diabetes. So I'll just quickly go through some of these papers which are pretty complicated. Here there is generation of pluripotent stem cells from patients with type 1 diabetes. And like I said, what are the approaches? Number one, differentiation of the adult stem cells, differentiation from embryonic stem cells, which I told you is ethically not allowed, reprogramming of adult cells, and compounds that induced endothelial mesenchymal transition. This is relatively new concept, and my previous speaker already mentioned about microencapsulation. So we know from the Edmonton group in Canada that there is islet cell transplantation. So you can harvest islets from a cadaveric pancreas and you can put it back into the type 1 diabetic individuals through the portal vein, and you will hope that these islets will go and lodge in the pancreas, derive some vascularity from the pancreas and regrow there, therefore having that feedback system, because normally we take insulin subcutaneously which goes to the systemic circulation, but in you and me it is in the portal circulation that insulin is secreted. So that's the reason that they've done. So they've calculated ki kitna islets chahiye. As you can see, it's pretty high. And there are certain challenges. Major challenge, 60% is lost in the first few days because of hypoxia, because वहाँ पे vascularization नहीं होता है. Once you put it in, it does not necessarily go and stick there. There is allog rejection and autoimmune reaction. See, the basic reason why the individual had type 1 diabetes was autoimmunity. You have not been able to get rid of it. So there are other papers as well, which this is the follow-up of the Edmonton group from Canada, which has done the maximum number of islet cell transplantation in the world. They have shown that at 20 years, only 8% remain free of insulin. But at least conceptually, they have actually been able to show that something works. You can always repeat it if you have enough money and resources. Poor differentiation to beta cell. So that can happen, and once you put in that islet, things don't work there. So as a result of which, that's a problem. And the second problem is, whenever you're looking at all of these stem cells, along with the cell, you're giving so many transcription factors and other genes, modified genes to make sure that that stem cell grows into your beta cells, right? So all of that might cause teratogenicity. Not only does the stem cell grow, other things might grow if you are giving that. So there are challenges. So one of the things that people thought of is, why don't we encapsulate the islets before pushing it in, so that it does not get exposed to the antigenic environment of the individual where you are putting it in. So I'll just try to be brief because time is running out. So initially they went for macro encapsulation. They took number of islets, put it in a capsule, put it back into the individual. That did not seem to work that well. So this is some of the data from there. And what they did later on was micro encapsulations. Individually, each islet was put in a capsule of alginate, which would make sure that it is not targeted by the host in which you are injecting the islet cells. And the long-term results seem to be technological advancement ke karan seems to be better. So the sites of encapsulation, either the portal vein or you can directly put it into the peritoneal cavity, which is much easier technically, but again, spontaneous vascularization is always a problem. To increase the survival, they have put certain compounds in the alginate microcapsules, which often improve, which is often coated with dexamethasone and immunosuppressant. So this is some of those studies which I'm not going to bore you with. And then we talked about gene editing and genetic approaches, which is again a little complicated, and immune tolerance. Of course, just like we are now preventing progression into overt type 1 diabetes, there are studies in which to show that whatever other forms of treatment you are using, along with that, if you reduce the T cell numbers with immunosuppressants, with the calcineurin inhibitors and the mTOR inhibitors, the outcomes might be better. So this is a summary of what I've talked about, and I'll just talk about only one thing after the future. So one is xenogenic islets. So I told you getting cadavers, human cadavers to get pancreas is difficult. Therefore, to get islets from human cadavers might be difficult. So we can do the same with pigs. In the past, we used porcine insulins as well. So that could be one source. That's a xenogenic islet that has been tried in a couple of patients, and these are the results of them. Cadaveric donor, theoretically good but very difficult, and beta cell proliferation through the TGF beta pathway, so that, and other cofactors, so that the patient's own bad pancreas might be able to produce more beta cells. And I already told you about the transdifferentiation, which has been successful in mouse model. This is the last. Day before yesterday in Nature, you have this publication, the first success, in which stem cell reverses women's diabetes, the world's first. So they have taken stem cells from the patient itself, just like a bone marrow transplant. From her own tissue, they have harvested stem cells, and that they have made with the help of the technology that I was theoretically talking about, to convert into a pre-beta cell, which has then been pushed back into the individual. And this lady, as you can see, 2.5 months after the procedure, is off insulin. So this is a true kind of bone marrow transplantation. This principle se hota hai, same principle. This is Nature Medicine, 26th September 2024. So take home points. Beta cell replacement is safest and least invasive transplant procedure. The cadaveric and the pancreatic procedure are very difficult. Donor shortage and immunosuppressant related problem is always a problem. Stem cells, differentiated beta cells are on demand. Physical barriers with the use of microcapsules improve outcome. Immune tolerance and genetically engineered insulin producing cells can be a solution. And xenogenic transplant and cadaver donors can be a future option. I think it's a very complicated talk, but I've tried my level best to simplify it.
Thank you so much. I think I would invite all the other speakers on the stage as well, so we could have some comments and questions. Dr. Abhishek, Meena ma'am. Okay, these were really tough topics. And yes, yours was the simplest in graded manner. Any questions from the audience, whether it is about insulin?
I have a question. How many of you are treating type 1? Yes. So do you have a nutritionist in your group? You do. So that is the message, that we do need diabetic educators and nutritionists in our groups, and we need to learn carb counting, glycemic index easily. We should be doing that, na? Calories needed. And proteins, particularly in vegetarian setup, protein intake is very low. So we need to increase the protein.
So, can I ask a question to Dr. Sujoy, please?
Yes, please.
So, Dr. Sujoy, I recently read a paper talking about Donisleckel, the Lentidra. It's a cell therapy.
Yes.
So, it has been FDA approved. So, like, how do we relate your talk with Donisleckel?
I don't know.
No clue.
Dr. Abhishek Bhai, what is the goal in
time in range in different trimester of pregnancy and in elderly?
I'd be the wrong person to talk about it.
Yes.
We'll have.
What are you, time and range in type 1 diabetic, you are saying?
Yeah.
Similar as a type 1, but we could relax if she's been diabetic for a long time and has hypoglycemic unawareness. And also in the first trimester, if she's vomiting a lot, so we could relax the time in range, but 70% in range, but less than 1% below second, grade 2 hypoglycemia, which means only 15 minutes of 24 hours. She should be below 54 mg/%. It's a challenge in type 1 diabetic patient. And grade 2 hyperglycemia again should be less than 25% in a type 1 diabetic patient. Grade 2 means more than 250.
Yeah, so for children, I'd like to add that 4% for hypoglycemia. And hypoglycemia, in children, values less than 54 are considered severe and they usually require assistance. So 1%. So those are our targets in children.
Dr. Abhishek, who's your youngest patient? Youngest
so 3
child?
years old.
3 years
3
old.
years old.
Okay.
So as I said, it goes more
I've got
with
a
the
6-month-old, type 1, proven.
So we usually...
Not neonatal.
No.
Neonatal, I've got a 1-day-old.
No, she's talking of the
pump.
one on
Huh.
automated
Yeah.
insulin delivery system.
Right, insulin delivery system. I was talking about diagnosis.
Yeah, so
Right.
we usually utilize the system once we are sure that the total daily dose is at least 8 units. Though
That's
it
the
works,
recommendation.
yeah, though
That's
it
the
works at TDDs even lesser than that.
Yes, because in the European society,
yes.
they always use it
Yes.
even in younger
Yes.
children.
So outside of literature, total daily dose of 5 or more, but we usually stick to the conventional cutoff of 8 units.
Yes.
Since we have 3 minutes, okay, we have questions. Yes, please.
Sir, लीजिए.
So Jay, this is like related to your talk only. Like what we think, beta cells, they die, apoptosis, but most of them become dysfunctional. So that's a de-differentiation of beta cells.
That's what I said.
Yeah. So one is transdifferentiation from other pluripotent cells, like even alpha cells, reprogramming of alpha cells. Other one is a redifferentiation of de-differentiated beta cells.
Yes, I was talking about
yeah,
that.
yeah.
That's the Foxo paper which actually won a Nobel Prize, which is it's re-de-differentiation.
Exactly,
What was
exactly.
differentiated re-differentiates back
Yes.
into a beta cell.
Yeah. So there even some insulin sensitizers like pioglitazone also has been helpful in this process, and weight loss, of course.
So, doctor, to all of us, if there's residual C-peptide, do we expect these patients in the long term to do better as far as glucose control is concerned and as far as microvascular complications?
That's what all the studies say.
That's what the studies suggest, that what ma'am talked about was heterogeneity of type 1, because we all assume that the C-peptide will be undetectable in all type 1s. It does not happen that way. There are some who will have some amount of residual C-peptide secretions, even say 15 years after diagnosis of type 1 diabetes. These individuals tend to do better. They are less brittle compared to the others. But in terms of complications is altogether a different ballgame, because there is so many other key factors which actually kick in. Because even if you are looking at the DCCT outcome trial, people who don't develop retinopathy after 30 years, thereafter they don't develop. So, the complications in diabetes has a heritable component and it has an acquired component. So it's a play of both.
And I think heterogeneity
I think what Professor Ghosh was trying to say is rate of complications vis-a-vis glycemic control definitely better in patients with latency. Independent risk factors of complication, we don't know. Yes, so individual predisposition.
Right.
No,
Ma'am,
so-
the Western guidelines, they all talk about as if the targets are going to be almost similar. If you look at ADA, it will say 7.5. Right. But we know that that is possible only with a closed loop pump. That most of our patients will not achieve even with a basal bolus. It's very difficult for us to actually achieve that target. But that's what the guidelines talk about. The problem is because the guidelines are written by people and the world who don't work in our circumstances, where we are struggling to tell people premix band kijiye or basal bolus kijiye. That's our first big struggle. Our second struggle is even if the patient is on basal bolus, we don't have enough people to help and support us in terms of education of the patient, carb counting, understanding. And I'll talk about my cohort of people. 40% of my patients are below poverty line. 70% of those parents have not completed primary education. Their monthly earning is less than $7,000 for the family. In that circumstances, we are trying to tell them, please go for basal bolus, please check so many times a day, and then we are saying we want to achieve the same kind of control. I think only Archana ma'am achieves what her patients achieve. I am a hopeless failure there, ma'am.
But one more message to you is that HbA1c is not important. If your patient on basal bolus has a 6, that means there are frequent hypoglycemias. Because if you don't do a continuous glucose monitoring, you'll miss the hypoglycemias and the HbA1c may be normal. So it's...
And if you go by the ISPAD paper by Graham Mughal, you'll see it talks about minimal care, intermediate care, and optimal care. So in my clinical practice in a government hospital, I'm happy with that intermediate care, which talks about HbA1c around 8 to 8.5. With few hypos, if we can do that itself, we will improve the outcome in terms of lifespan by at least 20 years compared to a premix insulin with irregular monitoring or no monitoring at all.
In the era of new metrics, 24/7, that is time in range, is far more important than 7. So 24/7, 70%, less than 4% of hypoglycemia is far more important than an A1C of 7. Now coming to your question, ma'am, the hybrid closed loop devices work on a PID algorithm, principal, integral, and derivative. Just to quickly explain, principal is how far is your sugar away from the target or the median. Integral is how long has it been away, and derivative is the rate of change. So when your insulin quantum is huge, the algorithm does not function well. So that's why the threshold of 200, it's written 250, but experimentally scientists have looked that the algorithm falters at a TDD of 200 or more.
Thank you so much. I think our entire panel has given us so much insights that we all have to go home and study. So these are topics which have excited us to study more. Thank you so much. I think we can give them a round of applause. Thank you for being there.
we are doing nothing, miss. So why there is this problem? So this is a paper that we presented at the European Congress of Obesity meeting in 2022 in Maastricht. And this paper was basically, this was done, and study was done at our center. And we looked at the people who have obesity and overweight and have multiple comorbidities. Are they complaining of obesity as a disease? So this study was retrospective observational study conducted in Asian Indian population, New Delhi, to assess the percentage of persons with high body mass index and associated comorbid conditions presenting with overweight or obesity as a medical problem and seeking medical treatment for obesity. Data of all the patients visiting during previous 18 months was analyzed, and we had we had 196 persons screened, 97 persons with BMI more than 23. People who were in the obesity group, those who complained of obesity, were significantly younger and had a higher BMI. Those who never complained of obesity had significantly higher number of people with at least one comorbidity. 94% people had at least one comorbidity. And 82% people had at least two comorbidities. But only 18% of the people complained of obesity as a disease, while 78% with people with comorbidities also did not complain of obesity as a problem with them. So there is clinical inertia in obesity, and there are two types of inertia. We have been reading clinical inertia in diabetes, but there are two types of inertia in obesity. One is the diagnostic inertia, the failure to diagnose disease. And other is the therapeutic inertia, failure to advance therapy or de-intensify therapy when it is appropriate to do so. This is the definition which we use for clinical inertia in diabetes. But I think more appropriate definition here is to failure to initiate or optimize therapy when it is appropriate to do so in people with obesity. So there are two types of inertia here. It is not just clinical inertia, there is diagnostic inertia in obesity also. So diagnostic inertia, as I mentioned, is failure to diagnose disease and has not been analyzed in obesity, and data is very, very scanty on this. The therapeutic inertia is another component, and we believe that medical nutrition therapy and physical activity are the treatment for obesity, and they are the exclusively used treatments most of the time, despite availability of adjunctive interventions including psychological interventions, pharmacological therapy, and bariatric surgery. So are these people assisted in losing weight? This was a study, which was recently published, and this was a study which looked at the local population of Spain to quantify obesity inertia in primary health care in the Valencian population. Study was primarily done to look at the cardiovascular risk factors, and the whole population who are 40 years and above and older who had been recruited in the study for more than 6 months were invited to take part in this study. Obesity inertia existed in 1 in every 6 persons in this study where the people were already having cardiovascular risk. But looking at the obesity inertia in a population, there is hardly any data. This is another study which looked at, this was a quantitative study to understand why people living with obesity and their general or family practitioners experience therapeutic inertia in obesity. And this involved interviews with people living with obesity and their general practitioners or family physicians. Telephonic interviews were conducted, and the same person conducted interview with the patient as well as the treating healthcare person. Both people with obesity and the treating physicians perceived obesity to be a secondary health priority that is associated with negative emotions or stigmatization, you can say, and this had a pervasive influence on obesity management. People with obesity were hesitant to explore new strategies due to financial barriers, access to support, and concerns about the adverse side effects or effectiveness of therapy or sustainability of interventions, and so on. If you look at the responses from general practitioners or the family physicians, they had limited time and resources. They were hesitant to recommend specific treatments due to concern about risk
of the therapies used, the effectiveness of the therapy used, and the accessibility of these therapies. They were also hesitant to make referrals due to skepticism whether other health care providers will be able to provide, the proper treatment for these people. As for the people living obesity, healthcare coverage for many people did not include obesity treatment and services. In India, it is not part of the coverage unless somebody is going for bariatric surgery and it is indicated. And people with obesity were often unable to afford the treatment. They also perceived obesity to be secondary priority while managing other illnesses and responsibilities which took precedence over obesity management. They also believed that lifestyle modifications only was the treatment available for obesity management. They also hesitated to use prescription medicines and bariatric surgery due to financial reasons and concerns about the side effects or the long-term effectiveness of the available therapeutic strategies. They, even after the initial weight loss, they often struggled to maintain that weight loss, and this was accompanied by decreasing motivation and commitment to obesity management over a period of time, and in due course they were gaining weight. These findings underscore the need for accessible resources and professional support for people with obesity. Now, if you look at the clinical inertia, what is causing it? Why are we having clinical inertia? The biggest challenge is the prevalent obesity narrative. What is the current obesity narrative? It is not just India. India, we have this narrative, but globally also this narrative is there. And the narrative says that obesity is a self-imposed condition with an easy way out, which is eat less and walk more. And this is the basic understanding or connotation associated with obesity globally. This simplistic narrative of obesity as a self-imposed condition with an easy way out creates a clear discrepancy on how obesity is managed in the healthcare systems in comparison to other diseases, and the overestimation of efficacy of therapeutic intervention solely based on education and lifestyle modification is responsible for therapeutic inertia in healthcare professionals and the guidelines, limiting or delaying the adoption of more effective therapeutic strategies like newer medication and bariatric surgery. Based on these false assumptions that individual can fully control their body weight through appropriate behavior choices, obesity is simply reversible, persuading the patient to follow healthier or more virtuous lifestyle is usually thought possible, but it is not so. The persistent narrative also forms the deep root for stigmatization of the people with obesity, which is social stigma, and also leads to clear discrepancy on how obesity prevention or management strategies are developed at the healthcare authorities level, leading to so-called clinical stigma. This is a paper published by Luca Bussetto. He is one of the authorities in Italy. And this is a recent paper published in 2021, looking at the forefront against disease, stigma, and therapeutic inertia. This is the abstract, and at the bottom he has written very nice thing, level of evidence. There is no level of evidence. There is hardly any data on this component of obesity. So if we look at the prevalent obesity narrative of obesity as a simple consequence of individual failures and lack of willpower, is responsible for the lack of support of systemic preventive measures against obesity at political and social level. In conclusion, the persistence of a narrative describing obesity as a self-induced, easily reversible condition has profound consequences on how obesity prevention and management are developed or built up, including the design and implementation of obesity management guidelines and tendency for therapeutic inertia. So in a nutshell, we have a narrative that individuals can control their body weight through appropriate behavioral choices, and obesity is self-imposed condition with the easy way out of eat more, eat less and walk more or move more. This leads to stigma against people, leading to disorders of mental health, binge eating, unhealthy eating habits, and further going on increasing weight. On the other hand, it also leads to clinical stigma, leading to decreased systemic preventive approaches, decreased funding for obesity research, decreased coverage for obesity management, and increase in therapeutic inertia. And all is leading to a stigma, increasing the individual suffering and decreased development of healthcare system in terms of supporting obesity. Now, what are the interventions to overcome the inertia? Most important is the education both at the level of patient and healthcare providers. Of course, there are multiple measures which need to be put in place, motivating and supporting the patients on self-management, effective use of information system, developing quality measures, adherence to medication, adherence to guidelines, personal feedback to HCPs, and so on. Changing the narrative is very important. Obesity is not a sign of affluence. Obesity or people living with obesity are not healthy. People will come, wife will come and say, look, doctor, my husband is little healthy. My son is healthy. That means they are overweight. So it is not healthy. They have to understand they are unhealthy. Recognition of obesity as chronic complex disease is very important, and recognition of the fact that obesity needs to be treated like any other chronic disease like hypertension or type 2 diabetes is important. And that treatment may be required lifelong. With that, I conclude my presentation. I would again like to invite you all for the RSSDI 2024. Dr. J.K. Sharma has elaborately told about the conference. I can assure you this is going to be one of the lifetime experiences visiting this venue and enjoying the RSSDI initial conference. Thank you very much for your patient attention.
Now, I would like to invite the next speaker, Dr. Suresh Damodaran, and he will be talking on GLP-1 receptor agonist versus bariatric surgery. Which tool is best to battle the obesity and diabetic epidemics? A short introduction of Dr. Suresh Damodaran. He is a senior diabetologist and endocrinologist at Ramakrishna Hospital, Coimbatore. And he has various publications. He has got various fellowships also. And he has served at various positions in the various societies of endocrine and diabetology.
Yeah, that's fine. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for the wonderful opportunity. I think I got a job of just convincing you with both sides. It's like more of a duologue where the GLP-1 and then the bariatric, I want to discuss both of it, and then we'll come up with this thing, what is the best one or how would it work together. So basically, I think Dr. Makar has thrown light of how the obesity and what are the challenges, and quite a few evidences, very impressive evidences he's shown. But it is on an alarming rise. There's no question about it, and even it hasn't got any sort of socio-economic status. Even the poor people are getting into obesity with the food and the amount of cropping of epidemic of unhealthy food available in the market. So it is a disease and it's a health issue. If you see the various bodies, as in not even the health related bodies are all recognizing it's the biggest challenge. And we know classification, Dr. Makar has gone in a brief way, but for Asians, I think we need to be much more vigilant than what it is, and how we have to overcome this epidemic is by almost, it's like not an epidemic, it's a pandemic. We have to see the challenges, what happens with obesity, as Dr. Makar again was mentioning about the complications, and it's going on each day. But so we need to address that, and then the pharmacotherapies and other lifestyle management, AI, there are quite a lot of things that is in the pipeline. So we see as this thing and almost like a tip of the iceberg. So when the water comes down, then you see the whole of the pillar. So the status wise that people with obesity is in a rise in a big way, and this is all not an accurate measure. But when the government scheme comes in and when we can able to pick up a lot of people through data and all the apps come in an active way, then we could be able to say accurately what the amount of obesity is. So what are the treatments available? This is all the behavioral intervention. There are a lot of tech companies are acting on that. It's just to change the behavior. A lot of them hasn't got an AI incorporated, but some of them has got AI incorporated. And then the pharmacotherapy wise, quite a lot of pharmacotherapies available, and very, very exciting area. There are a lot of new drugs are coming into pipeline, which I will be discussing very briefly. And how about the bariatric? It is in the scene for a very long time. I come from a place called Coimbatore, where we got a bariatric center of excellence, GEM hospital, where it is being done in a big way. So I look after quite a lot of bariatric patients as well. So what is the perception? If you have a patient in your clinic, for example, and if you tell them that you're obese, and then to discuss about it, you cannot convince them that they're obese in the first place. Once that is done, and attitude towards medication is a no for the patient. So if you see the perception and attitude towards the medication, weight loss medication, what will they say is they will eat all the pani puris and other things from quite a lot of nasty places outside with even the fluid what they give in, whether the hygiene, they won't bother about all that. But when it comes to medication, they will ask you the first question, I'm very concerned about the safety and the side effect and what is not. I think that's what I'm sure you will all face up in a day-to-day in a big way. So, and what are the reception of the HCPs, the general practitioner or MD or the guys who practices from gynecology side or any other specialty, what is that? I think the most physicians would prefer to motivate the patient in the first, go and do the diet and lifestyle and then come back. So that's what we do as well. But I think the intensity or what Dr. Makkar was mentioning about the inertia, and that is there in a big way. So we need to motivate the patients, and the attitude is really not different for the surgery as well. Nearly 2/3 of the patients would rather lose weight through diet and exercise. We don't disagree. We are all clinicians. We practice and we don't disagree with whatever we see as the perception. This is done by Dr. Unnikrishnan, one of the endocrinologists. So you can see the medical weight management methods discussed, and then almost 10 of them, about 10% of them is about the bariatric surgery. So if you look at the methods of weight recommended by the healthcare professional, it's mainly the diet and healthy eating, exercise, and we don't ideally, sometimes we do have a dietitian with us. Sometimes most of the clinics doesn't have a dietitian, so we tend to tell the common things, and we need to hand over the paper to the patient. And sometimes it is not ideal scenario, because we are living in the world of precision medicine. So precision nutrition is already there. We can't just go blindly and say low carbs and high protein. Even that is not acceptable. And sometimes a doctor coming up with saying all that is not at all acceptable in the ideal scenario, because we got a lot of responsibility in changing the drugs, looking at the side effects and looking at the complication, identifying it early and counseling the patient. So many things are there. And then if you want to counsel for the drug, that's the last thing you want. And then the tracking, as I mentioned, with a lot of IT companies, and the medical management and the quality of life scenario. So average physician recommend weight loss surgery only through 8%. Even I think this data is just 8% is a bit too high. But the number of bariatric surgery is increasing. But I think after this new drugs coming in, the levels are coming down. But the benefits of bariatric surgery, we almost 15, 20 years now, and there is no question that there is improvement in the technique of surgery and the way they've done, and then the learning from the last decade or so, and the control, the banding, and the vertical gastroplasty and gastric bypass, which is the drastic one, which can lead to a significant weight loss. But I think the various intervention in the bariatric one with lifestyle, very low calorie diet, and then intensive behavioral therapy, and then the pharmacotherapy and gastric sleeve and the gastric bypass. So bypass, as I mentioned, has got the biggest this thing. So And then the non-surgical approach to weight loss, the balloons are inserted, a lot of celebrities are doing it, and that has got its own challenge, but it is working for quite a lot of people. The celebrities, they just go and then come back slim. A lot of them have got this thing and the gastric balloon, but there are a lot of challenges with the bariatric procedure as a whole. Weight regain is the biggest challenge, and then associated with perioperative and short-term complication, the 30-day mortality of any surgery, for example, pneumonia or urinary tract infection and post-operative sepsis, that can happen. I mean, you must have seen recent thing in Chennai where one of the hospitals have done a bariatric and then they're really in trouble now. The risk factor complication and the type of surgery, if you go for a bypass and other things, the risk is bit higher, and then the functionally dependent patient already, and the mental thing, if you don't train them and if you don't do a pre-operative workup and the counseling and the thing, it won't work for a lot of people because they feel like what they are before. It is like having an amputated limb where they will feel that phantom thing, so they will have that kind of old feeling, and if you don't counsel and then make them to receive, it is like having receiving a baby of a pregnant lady. So it is a mental thing. They have to prepare to get the post-operative thing. If you don't do it, they'll get into real trouble, even psychologically. So, and then the long-term complication, no-brainer with vitamin and mineral deficiencies and food intolerance and regurgitation. You might have seen quite a few patients. Leave alone the weight regain, but these are all very, very difficult to manage. I've seen a 17-year or 20-year-old girl who's had done the surgery and then come in with repeated nutrition deficiency, and it is very, very difficult to manage. And also about the suicide risk, as I mentioned, and they go into the alcohol because they get, as I mentioned, if you don't get the counseling right pre-operatively, and that will be a huge challenge in managing post-op. So complications of bariatric surgery, individually gastric bypass, sleeve and adjustable band, biliopancreatic diversion, has got all this thing has got mortality as well. But the biggest challenges I mentioned about the immediate effect and all the late effect. So, but it is an efficacious method when you do the surgery. Compared to the control, the surgery has got its own benefit, but the mortality and other things, quite a lot of other complications can occur. Again, these are all the regarding the gastric band. It's got its own challenges. I won't go into the details, but Row-in-1 bypass surgery and the bypass surgery complications individually has got a problem. I mentioned about the nutritional deficiency, and then this is the very important thing. The psychiatric aspects is real a challenge. We need to consider that. Now, coming to, so I mentioned about the benefits of bariatric and also the complications and how the patients perceive and everything. Now, coming to the anti-obesity medications, these are the medication. Orlistat is available, naltrexone, phentermine, liraglutide. Phentermine and topiramate is not available, and naltrexone, bupropion is not available. Semaglutide is approved, and then the other things, tirzepatide is also approved. So these are all exciting molecules that is going to be coming in India. So drug mode of action, I won't go to the details, but it all works really well in appetite reduction and proposed mechanism. It acts in the multiple ways, but the GLP-1 is the common one that has got a long-term benefit and also integral part of obesity management. And this is the semaglutide, the human GLP analog. We got oral semaglutide already available here. And if you go into the STEP program, which is the intensive program that is done, and it's proved in patients with OA and pre-diabetes and quite a lot of things, it has got almost 20% weight loss. And if you go into the robust, almost with the diverse population as well, even the Asia population, it has got a huge amount of benefit. So that's why I think these drugs are, it's real in demand throughout the world. But celebrities started using it, and then it is selling like anything in black market. Even in India, they say somewhere around 120 crores or something in the black market. That's what is happening as we speak. And it's got proven benefit almost 15 to 17%. And then the long-term benefit is there as well. And the evidence is available. And if you look at the benefits beyond the weight. There are a lot of other things, buy one, get four free sort of thing, cholesterol, BP, and quite a lot of other benefits. As Dr. Makka was mentioning, multiple complications like sleep apnea and other things improve, and quality of life, and that improves the overall psychological well-being. This is the drug, Mounjaro. It's going to be approved, and well, it's approved already, but it's going to be in the market, but it's because of the availability, it's not there in India because of the production challenges. And it's a novel one, and Surmount is the study which proved much more robust data for them. And Cagrisema is one of the novo product, and it's got a combination of semaglutide with canglitide, and it has got a benefit of not only the weight reduction, but I think the metabolic changes that happens has got in turn the overall improvement of the patient. So it is a combination product, and it's got not only the weight loss, almost 15 to 20%, and then it is beneficial in type 2 diabetics as well. And how about the oral semaglutide, which is the Rybelsus available here, and it's got the data as well. But the near future, the drugs are going to be, amount of drugs is going to be huge, even with the triple thing, GLP, GIP, with this thing, retatrutide, 48-week study, and that is got going to be in the market. So these drugs are very, very exciting future prospects in obesity, and how well we can integrate these two. If it is the patients that oral therapy and preoperatively you can, I've seen in the centers, as I've said, I work in one of the centers where they do use as a pre-op to reduction of the weight and then do the bariatric procedure, and then even the post-op, they use the GLP-1s as an adjuvant along with the bariatric procedure if it's a super obese patient. So the evidence is there for liraglutide, and I think there are a lot of audit and clinical audit, which is the data of their own practices available, which is not that much published, but it is available. It is an effective adjuvant for weight loss along with the surgery, and it further weight loss happens after the bariatric procedure. So my question is almost 2 minutes there. So my question is, I mentioned about the bariatric, the side effects and the advantages of that, and then about the GLP-1s, and then the exciting the GLP-1s, which is going to be in the market soon, their advantages, and what are the multiple benefits of them, whether the oral therapies are real threat to the surgery. Possibly not. I think we can use it together as an adjuvant if it is needed. And post-operative medical therapy, it really reduces the weight loss. And pros and cons of weight loss surgery, we have discussed that significantly, but the quality of life, reduction of coronary artery disease. I got only 1 more minute. So, and then anti-obesity drug, the advantages are there. It is non-invasive, and as I mentioned, some drugs are oral drugs as well, and then the weekly ones injections are going to be available. So it is going to be exciting, but there are disadvantages. The cost is the major thing in India, but having said that, I think the black market doesn't seem to be like people are bothered about that, but I think we are talking about a cream-rich population. When we go into the people below that poverty or the affordable line, then it's going to be some time before these molecules can get into that socioeconomic status. So just to summarize, obesity is a big challenge, and there are advantages for the obesity surgery, and it has got an area where we can definitely use it, but the overall new drugs and the GLP-1s are really exciting, but it is like a consumable. So it's going to be long-term. This thing, the cost is going to be there, but we can use together in some group of patients. But now, for the time being, the injectables and orals definitely takes an advantage compared to surgery. That is my view, but it's definitely up to the individual practice. Thank you very much for the wonderful opportunity.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Suresh Damodaran, putting lights on the bariatric surgery and the anti-obesity drug. I think future will be bright about the semaglutide or the coming GLP, GIP analog. I think more than 30 BMI we should at least discuss with the patient.
Absolutely.
Acceptance depends. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now I invite Dr. Purvi Chawla to talk on the future insight of therapeutic strategies for obesity management. She is MBBS, MS, PG in diabetology, is consultant diabetologist and director of clinical research, Lina Diabetes Care. She is co and sub-investigator, president in Santa Cruz Medical Social Association. Over to ma'am.
Thank you so much. Big thank you to Dr. Banshi Sabu sir for having me in this, and the entire team of Diacare Con for having me in this session. Two fantastic talks, and I think Dr. Suresh's talk was just the stepping stone for this one. I've had a bit of a tech issue with the slides, but then again, because of tech help only, we rescued the slides. So let's see how it goes. I think we are in an amazing era for medical therapy of obesity, and needless to say, the prevalence is alarming globally as well as in India. Even though our average may be slightly lower than the global prevalence, I think it's burgeoning and needs intensive, aggressive, and sustainable management. With that, I think just a reminder to all of us that obesity and cardiorenal metabolic diseases are not only interconnected, they coexist and they amplify one another such that the burden on the patient increases, namely type 2 diabetes, cardiovascular disease, and the new focus, which is metabolic dysfunction associated fatty liver disease. Again, the weight loss targets for comorbidities, if you see even a small magnitude of weight loss is extremely beneficial in metabolic conditions. However, if you want any remission or anything that is sustainable and actually meaningful, it has to be to the tune of 10% and more. With that, just showing you the BMI cutoffs for management of obesity in South Asians, and as our respectable chairperson just said, above 30, but the recommendations are that pharmacotherapy to be offered at BMI of 25 and above if presence of comorbidities, and this is where our game actually starts. So again, lifestyle intervention we know is the cornerstone of obesity management, and we know that everything, all the diets work, but nothing is sustainable, and more 80 or 90% of the times the weight is regained within the subsequent 5 years, and even the factors which drive this weight regain are well identified. I'm not going into those details. And so far, we know that bariatric surgery was the only option, again, like Dr. Suresh said, giving us 25 to 30% of weight loss with long-term weight maintenance because of the hormonal changes. However, scalability, acceptance, etc., seem to be the barrier. There is sobering realization across most of our earlier approaches for obesity management that none of them were able to give us even 10% or close to 10% weight loss when chronically administered without side effects. And today we are in an era where our understanding of the gut hormones has increased so much that led to the discovery, establishment of safety and efficacy of the GLP-1 receptor agonists. And today they are an established class of drugs for obesity, type 2 diabetes, and also coming up for MAFLD. Two shining examples are semaglutide 2.4 milligrams, the latest approved GLP-1 receptor agonist, resulting in at least 15 to 17% weight loss, which was earlier unimaginable. And we have tirzepatide, which is the first combination of two hormone agonists approved for diabetes as well as obesity management. Thus, we are in a new era of singular, dual, triple combinations. And so far, again, just to show you quickly, we were always playing in that up to 10% weight loss zone, and nothing was even close to surgical benefits that we were able to offer our patients. And with tirzepatide and semaglutide 2.4 milligrams, we have shattered that barrier. And that has given way to a lot of new upcoming molecules. So on the backbone of GLP-1, which is the primary incretin hormone that we are talking about here, there are so many other combinations as well as singular agents in the pipeline today that it's really exciting that we will be able to use these preferentially to individualize anti-obesity management in our patients. So it's GLP-1 agonists, then you have GIP agonists, the GIP antagonists as well, a myelin agonist, the glucagon agonists, and then combination of those, and the PYY or peptide YY agonists as well. In terms of action, we have the GLP-1 agonist, which decreases food intake, increases satiety, has glucose-dependent insulin secretion enhancement, decreases glucagon and gastric emptying. And with all the complementary actions or synergistic actions of all the other hormones, we are able to achieve synergistic or even complementary or even beneficial weight loss and other benefits in our patients of metabolic dysfunction. Again, this is a 2024 list of drugs that are in the preclinical and early development phase. You don't have to go into the details because we'll know what is relevant or not in the coming years. But just look at this. There are 9 molecules today at either 1 or higher dose levels in development in phase 3 for obesity alone. And then we have 10 in phase 2, which will soon cross phase 2 and go into, at least majority of them will go into phase 3 for clinical development. And if you had any fear of missing out, I've just listed something from 2022 as well, just to show you that there were glucagon analogs, leptin sensitizers, also the GIP receptor agonists, and the PYY agonists, also those that target the ghrelin pathway, and other appetite suppressants which were in early clinical development, and we will be tracking them, but they are not very relevant as of today. With that, I come to the first class, which is the GLP-1 receptor agonist. Just to update you, we already talked about the effects that GLP-1 receptor agonists cause. We had subcutaneous liraglutide 3 milligrams once daily, and semaglutide 2.4 milligrams at once weekly, both injectable for obesity management. But even a higher dose of subcutaneous semaglutide at 7.2 milligrams is currently being evaluated. Semaglutide in the oral form is also available, which most of you might have used in the practice. And we know that we've got substantial or clinically significant benefits in terms of weight reduction as well as HbA1c reduction. It's only approved for diabetes in India as of now. But moving ahead, we have results from the oral semaglutide evaluated at 50 milligrams once daily versus placebo in combination with a moderately intense lifestyle intervention that resulted in weight loss of 17.4% as compared to 1.8% achieved with placebo, with corresponding improvements in cardiometabolic risk factors over 68 weeks. We also saw that in those with diabetes, oral semaglutide at 50 milligrams again caused significant weight loss and benefits in HbA1c reduction, something to the tune that we had not seen before. So this is in development. 50 milligrams is being evaluated. There are trials ongoing also in India if you are wondering if that is tolerated well. Next, we come to this exciting new class. And I call it new class because it's an oral non-peptide GLP-1 receptor agonist. It's a small molecule, orforglipron. It's in phase 3 currently, being evaluated for diabetes as well as obesity, 2 separate programs completely. And how does it work? It's a potent partial GLP-1 receptor agonist towards G protein activation over the beta-arrestin recruitment at the GLP-1 receptor. That's how the GLP-1 analog or substrate interacts with the receptor. And there is preclinical evidence already, but today we have even phase 2 results where there was a dose-dependent weight loss of up to 14.7% as compared to just 2.3% with placebo, and improvement in other cardiometabolic risk factors as well. Even in diabetes patients, more than almost 50% have achieved more than 10% of their weight loss, which I told you is the sweet spot for any sustainable or meaningful metabolic advantages. Again, HbA1c reduction of 2.1% as compared to even the standard dulaglutide, which is 1.1%. So fantastic results with orforglipron. Please await the phase 3 results. Will probably get approved after that. There is another molecule of a similar nature from Pfizer, danuglipron, which is again an oral non-peptide small molecule G-protein biased GLP-1 receptor agonist. In people with diabetes and overweight obesity, they found that up to the highest dose given twice daily, there was modest weight loss, but also significant reduction in HbA1c. However, the phase 2 results were not very encouraging because most of the people or significant number of people discontinued treatment because of side effects. We'll see what the phase 3 comes out to be. Other enteropancreatic hormones like GIP, glucagon, amylin, peptid YY, all are being leveraged upon, and they have diverse metabolic actions, and they are being evaluated either singularly or in combination, like I told you, for again weight management, diabetes, and also metabolic dysfunction associated fatty liver disease. GIP agonism. So GIP is the one that the organ-wise effects are given here. It's nothing but a hormone secreted by the K cells in the jejunum in response to food intake. It stimulates insulin secretion, increases glucagon secretion also, increases lipogenesis, and enhances the lipid buffering capacity in the different organs. In diabetes, the GIP agonism is diminished, and this is what we want to achieve or replete with GIP agonism. Again, phase 1 study has been okay. The results have been okay, but it seems that this in combination with amylin or other GLP-1 receptor agonists will be far better. And how can we deny that? The dual GLP-1 and GIP agonists, the blockbuster tirzepatide is a classic example, a once-weekly subcutaneous unimolecular dual receptor agonist at GLP-1 and GIP. It's important to understand that it is 5 times, it is comparable with the native GIP for its action on the GIP receptor, but 5 times lower GLP-1 receptor affinity as compared to the endogenous GLP-1 that we have. It has already been approved for diabetes as well as weight management, but we don't have it. It's available in the rest of the world. Just to share the results, in phase 2 and phase 3 trials, weight loss of up to 22.5% have been seen over 72 weeks. Mind you, in overweight, obese individuals, this was the first time that we were getting results to the tune of bariatric surgery. And also significant benefits in A1C reduction and weight loss in type 2 diabetes patients. Again, I keep mentioning that because type 2 diabetes patients do not lose weight that easily as someone without diabetes but overweight and obese. Now, GLP-1 receptor agonists and GIP antagonists. GIP antagonists, I mentioned the GIP agonism earlier, but antagonists also seem to be working well for obesity, and it seems that there are similar effects on weight of both agonism and antagonism at GIP because of the potential desensitization of the receptors when we use GIP agonists well. So again, there is an Amgen molecule which is to be given subcutaneously every 4 weeks. Again, the regimen could be very attractive and has shown up to 15% weight loss as compared to placebo by day 85. but and the side effects were pretty similar to other drugs in the class. So phase 2 results are awaited, but let's see how this goes. So this is GLP-1 receptor agonist and GIP antagonist dual molecule together. Now we come to a very exciting combination. GLP-1, we know the benefits, and then glucagon co-agonist. Glucagon primarily has a lot of impact on the liver, and let's go through what happens. It increases hepatic glucose production, reduces food intake, and increases energy expenditure. And all this has been proven with a long-acting glucagon analog in the preclinical studies. What is of concern is that it causes a reduction in the amino acids in the bloodstream. I was there at EASD a few days ago, and BI themselves presented this, and they themselves were not very sure of what the long-term impact would be. They just said there is a moderate reduction in the amino acids, but we'll see as the safety data accumulates. So far, it's looking great in terms of reducing weight without compromising on the glycemia. So survodutide is a shining example from Boehringer Ingelheim, and this is a GLP-1 and glucagon receptor co-agonist. We already know the effects. I told you primarily it's going to work in the liver to reduce steatosis and all the other actions required for weight loss. So it is being evaluated. When we have the phase 2 results, it's also now in the phase 3, the synchronized program that's going on in clinical development. So let's see that 46 weeks of survodutide once weekly from 0.6 to 4.8 milligrams resulted in a dose-dependent weight loss of up to 18.7% as compared to placebo. But let's also understand 20 to 30% participants did discontinue medication, and hence they are going to evaluate other dosing regimens in phase 3. So this is the result in weight loss, HbA1c, etc. And survodutide also has the fast track designation from the FDA for reduction in liver fat and is being positioned for MASH and fibrosis as well. Next, we come to mazdutide. Again, it's a GLP-1 and glucagon co-agonist. Although the weight loss was acceptable with this molecule, the benefits in HbA1c reduction were not that significant. And mazdutide is also in phase 3 at different dose levels. Higher dose levels are being evaluated, and we'll see how well that works. But so far, so good. The results in in terms of weight loss have been more than 10% at least. Pemvidutide, again, that's a GLP-1 and glucagon co-agonist. Here, we have significant weight loss, but no improvement in HbA1c. And it's currently now being positioned for MASH and undergoing phase 2 trials. Efinopegdutide, it's a tongue twister, but I managed to say it. It's been granted fast-track approval by the fast-track designation by the FDA for the treatment of MASH, and there are other GLP-1 and glucagon co-agonists as well in early phase clinical trials for obesity, including something from AstraZeneca and Lilly. Now we come to triple agonists. I'm just going to take 2 minutes more, please. Triple agonists with GLP-1, GIP, and glucagon. We talked about GLP-1, we talked about GIP, and now adding glucagon to the same. Retatrutide, a fantastic molecule in phase 3 at the moment. Chemically, as compared to the native hormones, it is 3 times less potent on the glucagon receptor, 9 times more effective on the GIP-1, and 2.5 times less potent on GLP-1. So again, the star seems to be GIP agonism right here, just similar to tirzepatide. This is from Eli Lilly and company as well. Although it's in phase 3, the phase 2 data was fantastic, dose-dependent reduction in weight, more than 10%, and even not stopping even at the end of the trial, which means that patients would have continued to lose weight if they were continued on the therapy. So TRIUMPH is what is going on, and they're also expanding the indications to those with osteoarthritis, OSA, cardiovascular and chronic kidney disease. And again, the approval, they're so sure that it's getting approved, and it's slated for Q4 2027. Myelin agonism, we know pramlintide, everybody is aware of that. There was weight loss with that molecule as well, but it's cagrilintide, which is a longer-acting myelin analog, which got significant weight loss, and now it's being, the most exciting part about it is its combination with semaglutide. The results from the phase 1B trial over 20 weeks have been fantastic. 17.1% reduction in weight as compared to 9.5 with semaglutide, 2.4 milligrams. And again, the frequency of both is once weekly, and the dose is also 2.4 milligrams for either of them. In those with overweight, obese, and type 2 diabetes, there was a meaningful reduction in HbA1c as well. So the next big thing on the horizon is CagriSema. I'm not going into details of PYY and also bimagrumab. Just it suffices to say that these are molecules which will probably prevent the lean muscle mass loss, which is a huge problem that we see with weight loss medications. There's also combinations of GDF factor 15. Again, similarly, it will cause weight loss, but not the lean muscle mass loss. So we are indeed in a new era of obesity management, and they can be used singularly or in tandem with bariatric surgery, or in tandem with intensive lifestyle choices, which are definitely needed, and hence we need to have a multi-pronged approach to actually tackle this problem. So in terms of summary, well, the safety data, I did not go through the detail, but all the side effects reported so far with each of these molecules were similar to the incretin-based therapy, and most of the discontinuation rates were 20%, unless I specified where there were more discontinuation rates due to AEs. So it's definitely an exciting new era. We have, on the backbone of GLP-1 receptor agonists, we have so many other combinations and singular molecules. The two best things that are coming up is the CagriSema and retatrutide, the triple agonist, GLP, GIP, as well as the glucagon agonist, and that will help us bridge this gap between medical management and bariatric surgery. Both are in phase 3, so expect the approval anytime. We also have oral orforglipron and danuglipron, and oral semaglutide at higher doses, which are also going to be replenishing this entire dearth or scarcity of drugs that we have today. So with this, thank you very much. I thank Dr. Banshi Sabu sir and team Diacare Con for this patient hearing.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Puri Chawla, for talking about the future insight of therapeutic strategy for obesity management. I think the time will come, and the new excitement and the new exciting era will come. We have the lifestyle modification, we have the bariatric surgery, we have the GLP-1 analog, and now the time will come where the GLP, GIP, triple combination, GLP, GIP, glucagon, and even the amylin will come in the future. Let's see how these molecules work and how the patient will afford and how the patient will tolerate this. Thank you. If there is any question and answer, then question you can ask. We have the very experienced doctor, Dr. Sanjeev Phatak sir, Dr. Bansi Sabu, and Dr. Purvi Chawla, and the Dr. Suresh Damodaran with us. Any question?
So any questions? We have time for 1 or 2 questions. We've had an amazing session.
future, maybe in another 5 years, they will be reality. Where you think that the GLP-1, which is currently a standard of care for therapy, will it be, you know, a part of our managing diabetes? Do you think that in future it will be dual or triple agonist only? Like we are doing a clinical trial for CagriSema. We have already dual, which will be available in our country maybe within 6 months. They are also having a great data of CVOT outcome, and same what you had shown the data that the bariatric surgery may be obsolete over a period of time, and that's what the primary aim of managing diabetes. So where you think that this current GLP-1 will be in future, maybe after 10 years or 5 years?
A couple of, replies, couple of points in that respect. One is that the GLP-1 receptor agonist, at least semaglutide, is going off patent next year, which means we will have a plethora of semaglutide, coming into the market. Of course, the quality will matter. I think they have established themselves in terms of tolerability also. Tolerability, except if it's a GIP dominant molecule, is very poor with the others, although we do encourage them to definitely tolerate it better and better, but long-term therapy will be an issue. And third is the access, affordability, sustainability of getting these drugs. It can never replace GLP-1 in my opinion, not in the next 10 years for sure.
In my view, I think along with that, probably the evidence which is going to be there in terms of, because we, after all, a lot of things are focused on diabetes management. So the drug which is going to be focusing and getting the diabetes controlled right, along with that the weight loss and everything happens, then that will be the drug that will be long lasting. So in my view, diabetes focused multiple beneficial drug with cost effectiveness probably will be the one that will be long lasting, along with the cost factor.
I can also pitch in for the question asked to Purvi. I think GLP-1s are going to stay, one. Second thing, obesity becomes a bigger challenge in next 10 years. You said 10 years from now, I think obesity will be what diabetes is now, and diabetes will be on the second seat. And I think there'll be GLP-1, but there'll be oral GLP-1, not the injectables. By next 10 years, you will be using oral GLP-1s.
Yeah, I would also like to make one comment. Till now we've been talking about SGLT2, the molecules of last decade. I think the next decade and maybe more now is GLP-1. So that's for should be taken for granted. And if we see the pillars of management of diabetes, ADA, ESD 2024, after A1C, the next is obesity management. So one point is we, instead of talking about weight loss, we should talk weight management. Means weight loss along with preservation of muscle mass. That also is an important point because all these molecules lead to some lean body mass weight loss also. And maybe GLP-1 are relatively, compared to the rest, relatively they preserve lean body mass more. I mean, compared to the rest of the molecules.
So on that note,
the time would be oral GLP-1, long-acting ones, like semaglutide, they have already designed as, once a week also now. This, gel form or something is already in the pipeline. Now we're giving oral sema as daily, but it may be available as once a week. So that would be a great
That's
thing.
a very good point. I think this is what I was trying to make up, saying that the diabetes control comes into play. So when the sarcopenia happens, we don't know what is going to happen. So these drugs is going to bring in that, along with the challenge of sarcopenia, the technology comes in with AI. So these two factors will be an important factor along with the diabetes control in terms of deciding what the therapeutic molecules that is going to be in the top.
So, sir, I did show up the upcoming molecules, especially a monoclonal antibody, bimagrumab, which is going to preserve the muscle mass. So these agents are definitely going to gain more momentum, but currently the GLP-1 and the other enteropancreatic hormone-based therapy does not help to preserve lean muscle mass.
We also have molecules in pipeline which is beyond 3, you know. We have GIP, GLP-1, glucagon, and maybe calcitonin. And those initial data is showing preservation of muscle mass also. So a lot of exciting things are happening. I think next 10 years we will be having a totally different ball game as far as the management of diabetes and obesity is concerned.
Obesity will lead, and that's the reason, you know, the simultaneously there is one more nutrition workshop where sarcopenia, how to manage and how to reduce muscle mass, that we also have. Just a very important announcement, in the same place, same venue, we have our National Obesity India meeting, which is in second week of December. So please register those who have interest in obesity. Obesity is very, very important, not down the line 5 years or 10 years. Right now I can say it is like more problematic than managing diabetes, and we have with us our secretary, Dr. Makkar, who is National Aero Secretary, and Purvi is the National Executive Committee member, and I'll be the program chair for that meeting.
So when Bansi started asking question, I knew Bansi is going to sell something here.
Thank you. We can close the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just the fact that we are having such an audience at this point of time speaks accolades about the content that we have been having in this session. So thank you all the speakers, and thank you the audience for such a session. Next we have an amazing session called the Learning from the Legends. And for that I invite my friend from Diacare Clinic, Dr. Vikranti Sailor Desai, to take forward the proceedings. Vikranti, over to you, please.
Good evening, everyone. Esteemed colleagues and honored guests, welcome to our last symposium for today on learning from legends in diabetes. I would like to introduce the chairpersons, Dr. Asha Shah ma'am, who is my guru's guru, who is a professor of medicine at GCS Medical College, Ahmedabad, Dr. Vishal Shah sir, who is a consultant diabetologist in Swasthya Diabetes Care, Ahmedabad, Dr. Rajesh Kesari, who is a director and consultant diabetologist at Total Care Control Diabetes Center, Delhi. We extend our sincere gratitude to Dr. Bansi Sabu sir for facilitating this invaluable opportunity. Let us engage in this enlightening discussion. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to invite Dr. Vinod Mittal. He's a senior consultant and head Center for Diabetes and Metabolic Disease, Delhi Heart and Lung Institute, New Delhi. He's a director of Delhi Diabetes Center and past chairman, secretary of RSSDI, and is fellow of numerous associations. And he's received many awards and honors, including the National Award for Excellence in Diabetes. And he's, and also Diabetes Awareness Initiative Award. And he's done multiple trials, and also he's speaker at many conferences. We have all heard him. So I welcome Dr. Mittal to deliver his talk.
Thank you, Madam, for those kind words. It's my proud privilege to be here, and I convey my thanks to Dr. Bansi and the entire Diacare Con team. I would be sharing my knowledge on sarcopenia, insulin sensitivity, metabolism with aging. It is in continuation with the last talk, where we were talking that, you know, we are able to control A1C, but I mean, not like still we are failing, but we are unable to control weight at all. So weight management is going to be an important point, and with aging, we are losing, muscle mass, we are losing insulin sensitivity, and basically, we are gaining fat. So point to be understood is that management issues are very important in managing weight. With the newer molecules, whether it is GLP-1 or any metformin or SGLT2, weight loss is there, but preservation of muscle mass is not there. So aging population world over, we are seeing almost, like around 30% of the population in the Western society is now elderly population, and in India also we are facing the same problem. And as we grow old, take my words, our muscle mass goes down, our fat content goes up. So that is, this is with just aging, and if you are having diabetes, then it precipitates further. Now, other important point is that sarcopenia is now becoming another challenge in patients who are already having diabetes and who are old. Now, what is sarcopenia? It is not only a decrease in the muscle mass, but also the strength of the muscle and the function of the muscle. So muscle mass, strength, and function, all three are, they lead to sarcopenia. That is what. And this sarcopenia, this leads to, it's a serious global health challenge, because this leads to, physical incapacitation, frequent falls, more hospitalization, and more cost. So elderly people already have comorbid conditions. Along with sarcopenia, it makes worse. So can we preserve this muscle mass? I would be showing that. And what are the changes happening with age? That also is very important. So early screening, high index of suspicion, early screening and management is the main, key point to, preserve muscle mass. There are multifactorial determinants, lifestyle factors, biological factors, and psychological factors. They all play an important role in causing sarcopenia. Now we can see here that as we grow old, our activity also goes down, and there is also anorexia with aging, as well as there's decreased supply to muscles, and there's also decreased neuronal motor units. And there is also decrease in insulin growth factor 1 and growth hormone. So all these, decrease in testosterone, all this also adds to already age, related sarcopenia. Then there is a mitochondrial dysfunction which leads to impairment of insulin sensitivity. That is why there's more prevalence of diabetes in elderly people, even in normal. Why? Because insulin sensitivity goes down. So overall, basically, as we grow old, along with that, obesity comes into play, means more fat content, less of muscle mass. That means decreased insulin sensitivity, mitochondrial dysfunction, pro-inflammatory cytokines, and adipocyte hypertrophy and hyperplasia. When fat cells increase in number, they are healthy. When fat cells increase in the size, adipocyte increased size means it's inflammatory, release of inflammatory cytokines. So there is a vicious cycle of aging, obesity, and sarcopenia. All three, it goes on. So we have to break this cycle somewhere. So overall, when there is a sarcopenic obesity, there is less muscle mass and more of, basically, a fat mass. So this point has to be understood. There are various definitions of sarcopenia. How will you diagnose? It's not that patient is just complaining and you say it is sarcopenia. No. So it depends on, in different Caucasians and Asians, different parameters are there, and they are based on three main criteria. One is physical function. That is, the speed of the gait and other things. Then muscle strength. That is measured with the help of hand grip strength, and then muscle mass with DEXA. So all these three important points are, to be understood. And then we can see, so basically the gait speed is, it is already, we may not go into detail of this. So gait speed, muscle strength with the help of a hand grip, instrument, and then DEXA scan. All three are important. There are a number of working groups on obesity, and these all have given different, definitions of sarcopenia. Now we can see this. Those most important and most accepted definition is by South Asian Working Group Action, Sarcopenia, SWAG Sarco Consensus 2022, muscle strength with the help of hand grip, lower limb muscle strength, or muscle function by walking speed, and muscle mass with the help of anthropometry, or as I told, the DEXA scan. So all three are important to diagnose. a sarcopenia, okay? So 2 of these 3 should be present out of 3 different parameters. And these are all again different. I won't be going to detail by different organizations, handgrave, different parameters are there. But overall, we have to diagnose and then act accordingly. Now, with aging, important thing which we can understand is there is decreased mass, decreased muscle strength. There is insulin sensitivity which remains initially compensated, but later on it decreases. Mitochondrial dysfunction comes into play, and then this is not only in the form of dysfunction like it is content, turnover, as well as dysfunction. And regenerative capacity of the muscles also goes down. So skeletal muscle, let's talk of metabolism. That skeletal muscles, basically they're important for glucose homeostasis. There is glycogen synthesis and fatty acid metabolism. Both the things are going on. And this is through the secretion of myokines, which have autocrine, paracrine, and endocrine effects on various organs. Now, aging of skeletal muscle is central in the pathogenesis of immune senescence and sarcopenia. Now, we can see with aging there is increase in myokines which lead to IL-6, IL-7, IL-15. All these increase with time, and that lead to decrease in impairment of the immune system also and IL signaling. So overall, this resilience means the muscle comes back to its normal state after stress. That happens in young people, but elder people, the muscles cannot come back to its normal, so there is a decrease in resilience. And this is mainly, there has to be a balance between muscle protein synthesis and muscle protein breakdown. Both should be balanced. What is happening? There's more of muscle protein breakdown and less of synthesis, and which happens like it has been seen in young people. It is more muscle protein synthesis and less of breakdown, and reverse in elderly people. Then aging with insulin sensitivity, I've already mentioned that there is a decline in muscle insulin sensitivity with aging. That means less glucose uptake by the muscles and more hyperglycemia, more chances of development of hyperglycemia and insulin sensitivity. Then adiposity itself. So aging leads to a decrease in insulin sensitivity, and then increased fat content also leads to decrease in insulin sensitivity. So both are responsible. Aging plus adiposity leading to decrease in insulin sensitivity. So management is basically, like first of all, we have to diagnose. So find, assess, diagnose, and find out the severity of the illness, and then accordingly you manage. And there are 3 main pillars for that. One is exercise. One is less, hypocaloric means less of carbs and fat, but more of protein. That point has to be understood, and then medications. So I'll be talking briefly on this. So first, is a combination of basically physical activity is the most important. With aging, we become more sedentary. Now, trials have shown that resistant training exercises are the most important. Along with that, high quality protein intake. So both the things have to be combined, then only there would be preservation of muscles. So which protein? Now this is the point, like people ask. Whey protein is the most important. Milk contains both whey and casein. So when we give milk, both are there, but casein is more than whey. So they can be a segregation, some commercial. I will not recommend, I don't recommend commercial, but in certain conditions, maybe we have to give sometimes whey isolate. Whey isolate is purely, whey protein. So those can also be given to certain people if required. Otherwise, normal diet, which I'll be telling you, which contains more of protein, is to be given. So recommended is in these people when there is a sarcopenia, normally we recommend 1 gram per kg body weight of protein, but it should be around 1.2, not more than that, because more protein also will lead to renal damage. So it should be within certain limits. It should be around 1.2 gram per kg. That's one. And second is after exercise or resistance training, 20 gram of protein can be given if somebody is taking. So that's, after a bout of exercise. Now, what are the natural foods which are rich in protein? These are basically white meat, we can say chicken and fish, then poultry, eggs, seafood, Greek yogurt, skimmed milk, and fermented milk. So this is one. Then plant source, which is beans, lentils, nuts, seeds, soy. And then, it has been seen that vitamin D, calcium are also important with aging. Omega-3 fatty acids are also important. So this is only to say these are so many, other, commercially available, which are not to be promoted. They're very, very costly. It is only that one should not fall prey to, because companies promote all these, to youngsters who go to gym, and you can imagine 8,000, 3,000. So the natural sources, are important, and that should be preferred over the commercially available. And trials have shown that increased protein intake we can see positively associated. There are certain things, vitamin D and has not been positive. It is only to be given to, if there's a deficiency, not otherwise. Okay, so then coming to which exercise. Now, resistance training is very, very important. People are just walking, going to park every day. That will not really serve the purpose. That is only to keep you alive and keep moving, that you're active. So it is like, something, being active is more, is better than sedentary life. But it will not preserve muscle mass. Take my words. So resistant training, which has to be progressive, a resistant-based training is very important, and high-intensity training. It's not simple. It has to be gradual, and slowly it has to be achieved. And combining resistance with exercise, like with aerobic. Aerobic is also important to improve the mitochondrial respiratory capacity. So both are important, resistant training with endurance. But resistance is more important, okay? Now, recently, this paper was published, and I saw it just a couple of days back only, 2024, European Journal of Preventive Cardiology. Now, in this, it was seen that intensity or volume, because normally there is a confusion that duration of exercise versus the intensity. And in this, it was shown that intensity of physical activity is more important than quantity or volume. Remember this. So intensity is more important than the total quantity or the volume of exercise. Then there's so many trials on exercise, and we can see exercise not only decreases glucose, but also improves muscle strength. This is another where exercise and nutrition supplementation are the best, and a combination of resistance with endurance with good nutrition. These are future treatment, which maybe in times to come. Myostatin inhibitors, mesenchymal stem cells, oral ghrelin analog, anti-obesity medications, where GLP-1 are now coming in a big way. We had a discussion last. And then testosterone also can be given if there's a deficiency. So this is my last slide. So takeaway message is very clear. World population is growing, aging. We have almost 30% of the population now more than 60 years. And with the time, our body becomes more sedentary, less exercise, less of muscle mass, more of fat, decrease in insulin sensitivity, mitochondrial dysfunction. All this lead to sarcopenia, means there is impact on quality of life, risk of fall, risk of comorbidity, more hospitalization, more premature death. So to deal with this, we have to have a early recognition, and intervention is the key, where resistant training with endurance, with the protein diet which I've already told you. If required, sometimes we have to give supplementation. And so this is, and plus medications if required in certain cases. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for elaborating such a complex topic with so many molecules in a simpler way. We'll take a question answer at the end, sir. Thank you for the nice talk. Now we are inviting our next speaker, Dr. Sambhu Samajdar. The topic is also very interesting. It is a gut microbiome in diabetes. Dr. Sambhu Samajdar is a MBBS, MD, DM, consultant physician, diabetes and allergy asthma, the therapeutic specialty clinic. He is from Kolkata. PG diploma in endo and diabetes. He has a fellowship in respiratory and critical care. Diploma allergy, asthma and immunology, gold medalist. and so many articles he had published. Thank you very much for here, sir, and stage is yours, please.
Thank you, Chairperson, sir, for your kind introduction. And at the onset, I want to thank Bongshi Shabu, sir, for giving me this opportunity to share my views on this important topic, that is gut microbiota. Let's begin with respecting this legend, who is the father of microbiology, the Leeuwenhoek. He had first time discovered the microscope, and he had given us the first time the picture of gut microbiota. Rather, this was published in that time good reputed medical journal, the plaque isolated from his own teeth, moving, and that was, they give the name like little animalculus. So let's respect him. And now we know that we have these facilities. We have scanning electron microscope. We can see on top of some mucus, the microbiome is sitting. We need to understand that in us, when we are talking about us, it is multiple. Actually, it is not I, it is we. And there is more bacterial cells than human cells. Initially, it was thought like that, 10:1, but now the counting little bit changed, but they are actually predominating. And most importantly, we had almost 1,000 of bacterial species. Mostly they are, the 99% of them confined in 40 bacterial species. But the important things to note is that they have 2,000 genes per species. So all over almost 2 lakh genes. So that is almost 100 times the figure that is approximate to around, which we know we have around 20,000 human genes. And weight is 1.5 kg. So that means this is a similar weight of a liver. So we can say this is also a new organ we need to give emphasis. Mostly they are firmicutes, almost 60 to 80%. We have Bacteroidetes, that is 20 to 30%, and there are other group of bacteria too. We know our art follow the rule of unity in diversity. Similarly, in our gut, if we start from our stomach, where in the desert, the palm trees like this, the H. pylori is there, then we can see here this grassland, sorry. So this grassland, which is like the upper part of the duodenum, we have almost 10 to the power 2 to 10 to the power 3 of microbes. Then we have a beautiful pine forest that is in the ileum. We have almost 10 to the power 8 microorganism. And then finally, when we reach in the colon, that means we have a rainforest-like microbiota. So what is important when we have some derangement, when we lose our good friends, when there will be dysbiosis, that is linked to systemic inflammatory failure. And that one of the very major contributing factor is diet. Here D, that means dysbiosis D represents diet's D, and that IET in the diet, we can say inflammatory endotoxemia. That is also linked with this type of gut microbial derangements. And when we have dysbiotic alteration, we'll have all those gamut of changes inside us. It will evoke autoimmunity, leading to type 1 diabetes. It will also cause derangement in the metabolic parameters, leading to type 2 and even gestational diabetes. Starting from type 1 diabetes, when we, by the virtue of this gut microbiota dysbiosis, will have a dysregulation in our immune system. So ultimately what happened, the handshake between antigen presenting cell and those T-naive cell, that handshake results will cause some disasters, and that will cause some atrocious outcome in terms of lots of cytokine that cause type 1 diabetes. So apart from that, if we have dysbiosis in the gut, that will lead to leak gut syndrome, again that disposed to type 1 diabetes. And this is a very interesting paper published in Nature Communication, which had clearly shown the gut microflora of the type 1 diabetes was a causative factor in the regulation of glucose metabolism, and that also had shown how the type 1 diabetes patient showing reduction in their butyrate producing bacteria, and overall the lipopolysaccharide in their system that becomes risen, that causes endotoxemia, and ultimately they will have islet cell disruption. And they also translated those microbiome in the rat model and had induced similar type of pictures in the rat like we got from the streptozocin-induced type 1 diabetes model, even the antibiotic-treated mice model. So this paper clearly had shown how the gut microbiota is important for development of type 1 diabetes. And there was another study with Mediterranean diet that had shown how introducing Mediterranean diet improved the quality of gut microbiota, and that increased the short chain fatty acid level and decreased the trimethylamine N oxide, and therefore that will lead to some ameliorating effect that cause some reduction in the inflammation, and the type 1 diabetes related cardiovascular disease event become lessened. There was another study in type 1 diabetes rat model that had shown this probiotic Lactobacillus johnsoni had shown inhibition or delay in the onset of type 1 diabetes. We know this very important paper, this meta-genome-wide association study that had shown if I am type 2 diabetic, then we have a moderate degree of gut microbial dysbiosis. There will be decrease in the abundance of butyrate producing bacteria, and also there will be increase in the opportunistic pathogens. And the trialogue between genetic, diet, and environment which influence microbiota, and that ultimately lead to different types of metabolic disease like obesity, like type 2 diabetes. And if we want to understand this complex picture of gut microbiota and inflammatory interface, then we need to understand if we have more dietary fiber, we will have more production of short chain fatty acids. And those short chain fatty acids, mostly the butyrate, they will regulate us in a proper way, anti-inflammatory way. And they will also increase the mucin production, so there will be a protection in the epithelium. But what happens if we lose our good friend, if there is loss in the balance between those short chain fatty acid developing bacteria, so ultimately we lose the system, we will have more branch chain amino acids inside us, our bile that is not being metabolized properly, and we will have lots of cytokines like TNF-alpha, interleukins, and gamma. So this is important to understand the complex association between gut microbiota and type 2 diabetes, and how the diet, lifestyle, anxiety, stress, all those influence and make our gut microbiota from symbiont to pathobiont, and how if we lose healthy gut microbiota, so ultimately we will have more leaky gut, we will have endotoxemia, more cytokines who are pro-inflammatory, and therefore that will lead to adiposity, insulin resistance, more caloric intake, so vicious cycle will be there. So they also regulate our brain. So ultimately we'll have a metabolic disease tsunami. So again, when we talk about complications associated with type 2 diabetes, one of the major complication is cardiovascular disease like atherosclerosis. We can see how disruption in the gut microbial composition can lead to this horizon of cardiometabolic disease. For an example, if we have more lipopolysaccharide level inside our system, that will lead to those endotoxemia, unnecessary upregulation of those toll-like receptors, and lead to endothelial cell damage, foam cell formation, vascular inflammation, insulin resistance, all leading to atherosclerosis. And if we do not have appropriate short-chain fatty acid, like if there is not proper balance between butyrate, acetate, and propionate, that also lead to exaggerated sympathetic activity. So very balance between parasympathetic and sympathetic nervous system we lose. Apart from that, there will be more renal toxins leading to renal toxicities. So we need to acknowledge the importance of our good gut microbiomes, who are our friend. Let's discuss a few drugs which has some ameliorating effect on this environment. And one of the drug is metformin, which there are multiple studies which had shown they increase the level of Akkermansia, which is a mucus degrading gram-negative bacteria. Actually, they are restoring those reduced regulatory Treg cell. So the exaggerated pro-inflammatory cytokines will be decreased, and we will have less insulin resistance. And there are multiple studies which had shown this beneficial effect of metformin. This is again an important. There are certain species which being elevated post-metformin therapy. They are responsible for hydrogen sulfide production, which actually protective for us, anti-inflammatory for our gut. And when we talk multiple mechanism in the level of microorganism, there we can find if we have a proper bile acid pool, that reaction between fursinoid X receptor and TGR5 signaling that becomes restored, and there not become steatosis, and we can prevent MFLD. Apart from that, they had multiple effects on the level of L cells, K cells, goblet cells, so protect the gut mucosa along with increasing the level of incretin hormones. Another molecule we all know that acarbose, which facilitates the production of short-chain fatty acids, and we know they are little bit different than other alpha-glucosidase inhibitors. Their pharmacological properties, they are bigger molecule than voglibose or miglitol, and that can be, that is one of the major reasons why they are giving those benefits the other alpha-glucosidase inhibitors are not providing as per the data. And this was again another study which had shown how acarbose exhibited better gut ecosystem than vildagliptin. We had also conducted a recent study. Exercise. There are systematic review meta-analysis which had shown with a prescribed exercise mentioned here, the environment in the gut become improved, and that can be responsible for good metabolic health. And that dose of the exercise, if we increase, here we can see if it is properly maintained, the vagus nerve can be stimulated in a favorable way. But in case of strenuous exercise, that is again responsible for hypercortisolemia, more lipopolysaccharide levels, more inflammatory cytokines, so we will have gut dysbiosis. I will just run so that my gut microbiome may become a little bit improved. So please forgive me. There are certain data which had shown the vegan diet is beneficial, and if we have those vegan diet, the butyrate level will be more. We had also published this in JAPI very recently. One paper was there where they had shown ketogenic diet decrease those Th17 mediated inflammation, and that could be better. Probiotic, there are certain systematic review meta-analysis shown to be beneficial, but not in quantum of HbA1c reduction, fasting PP reduction. Synbiotics, that means combination of pro and pre, that had also shown to be beneficial in animal model. Postbiotics, they are having some data. The fecal microbiota transplantation is upcoming now, and when we talk about this very interesting study which had shown FMT could be a safe, effective, affordable bacterial-based therapy for type 2 diabetes management. So our gut is not full of only bacteria. We'll have some good viruses also, and we have some bacteriophages also. And there are good bacteriophages like Klebsiella phage, which could be helpful for us. Again, this is a hypothesis published in Cell Reports in 2024, very recently. But this study done in mouse model had shown those bacteriophages versus antibiotics in treating diabetic wounds, and bacteriophage arm had shown better results compared to antibiotics. So in nutshell, to summarize, these are the options we have, starting from exercise, then fecal microbiota transplantation, then some food. We had mentioned about the plant-based diet, drugs like metformin and acarbose, which had shown some beneficial effect in our gut microbial ecosystem. So to end, this was an editorial published by us. We had asked this question to the doctors. So what is your option? Reach with rupees or reach in good gut microbiota? What is more important for our metabolic health? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Sir, for elaborating this topic, various gut microbiota is there, but we'll take a question answer at the end. Thank you very much.
I would now like to invite Dr. Nilesh Kapoor sir, who would talk upon health policy advocacy, road to diabetes equity. Dr. Nilesh Kapoor sir has done MBBS MD. He is a senior consultant physician, a diabetologist, a lawyer, and a health tech entrepreneur. He is a visiting faculty at multiple hospitals, a founder secretary at Noida Extension Medical Association, also a founding team member in Diacare, a member technical expert group on diabetes and other organization. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, esteemed chairpersons. A very big thank you to Dr. Bansi Sahu sir and his team for having me on this august platform. It's indeed an honor and pleasure to be here. And the topic of my talk is health policy advocacy, road to diabetes equity. So the objective of this talk is to emphasize that we clinicians are not only responsible for the health of our patients, but also we are bestowed upon the responsibility to have an impact on the community as a whole. And we have that thing in us that if we employ our all advocacy skills to the benefit of the community, we can indeed make a difference in the lives of a lot many people beyond what we are treating. So to begin with, what is health equity? Equity is the absence of unfair, avoidable, or remedial differences among groups of people, whether those groups are defined socially, economically, demographically, or geographically, or by other dimensions of inequality like sex, gender, ethnicity, disability, or sexual orientation, as defined by WHO. So in a nutshell, the idea is to have equitable access of services and resources for all. So what are the reasons behind diabetes inequities? There can be demographic disparities. Obviously, people living in metros have better access to care rather than the people living in hinterland. Access to care in itself is an issue because of availability of skilled manpower and resources. Health outcomes depending on quality of care, and barriers to equity due to varied reasons. This is a Lancet series on diabetes and health equity, and it predicted that by 2050 there will be 1.3 billion diabetics in the world, and by 2045, 3 in 4 adults with diabetes will be from low and middle income countries. And within high income countries also, the prevalence of diabetes in minoritized groups is nearly 1.5 times higher than the white groups. And similarly, as of 2019, diabetes-related mortality rates and disability adjusted life years were nearly double in low and middle income countries compared with the high income countries. So to impact diabetes outcome positively or negatively, there are certain social determinants of health. Important ones are economic development, public awareness and policy, access to high quality care, innovations in diabetes management, socio-cultural norms and how they influences their potential impacts on diabetes outcomes, which were enlisted were rates of screening and identification of diabetes, rates of hyperglycemia and hypoglycemia, levels of obesity, pre-diabetes and type 2 diabetes in youth and adults, detection of type 1 diabetes, rates of diabetes-related cardiovascular mortality and complications, rates of diabetes-related mental health conditions and complications, life expectancy, quality of life, levels of inequity in diabetes prevalence, treatment, comorbidity and complications. So when we are trying to achieve diabetes equity, it is important to address the 3 A's of the systemic issues: the availability, accessibility and affordability of diabetes management services. And if you look at the this circle of, I would say, structural diabetes equity addressing phenomenon, the public awareness and policy is at the forefront. And besides that, socio-cultural norms, economic development, innovations, diabetes management, access to high quality care are all equally important. So as per American Diabetes Association, we believe health equity is a human right. So unless and until we understand that it is not only imperative, but it is compulsory that every human being living on this planet should have equitable access to diabetes care, we are not doing our duty properly. So how can we do that? So health policy advocacy, it is a very powerful tool for diabetes equity. And health policy advocacy is the process of influencing decision makers to improve healthcare outcomes. It ensures that healthcare policies align with the needs of the population, leading to more accessible, equitable, and effective healthcare. Why this advocacy is essential? Health policy advocacy is vital for a robust healthcare system. It promotes equitable access. Advocates work to ensure that everyone has equal access to healthcare services, regardless of their background or socioeconomic status. It leads to quality enhancement. Advocacy promotes high standards of care, patient safety, and accountability within the healthcare system. It leads to policy influence. Advocates share national health priorities, influencing funding allocations and resource distribution. It helps address disparities. Advocacy efforts aim to close gaps in healthcare delivery and outcomes across demographies. Who are the key stakeholders in health policy advocacy? Government and legislators, healthcare professionals, the NGOs, patients and public. So friends, the thing is that if we are able to recognize that these are the stakeholders, it becomes easier, because in our day-to-day practice, these people come to our clinics and we interact with them. The important is to identify who can influence whom and how we can achieve our longer and broader goals. So what are the principles of effective advocacy? The first point is it should be evidence-based. We cannot talk in vacuum. We have to talk science, we have to talk evidence-based, data-based proposals which can be found consonance with the policymakers. Second, it should be ethical. We cannot demand things as per our Wilson fancies. Whatever we are demanding, it should be conducted with transparency, integrity and fairness to ensure trust and credibility. Third principle is it should be collaborative. Advocates work with our organizations, healthcare workers and stakeholders to amplify their impact. It should be sustainable. Advocacy aims to bring about long-term health improvements rather than short-term solutions. What are the advocacy strategies? It requires a multifaceted approach. There can be 3 ways of doing so. One is direct lobbying with the legislators. Second can be grassroots campaigns. Third can be through media and public relations. An example of a direct lobbying is in the type 1 diabetes, where the patients groups themselves reached out to the Ministry of Health and CBSE in particular to allow your insulin and other things within their examination halls. So I think it is a very good example of how things happen in this country as well. Now, what are the challenges in health policy advocacy? So the number one challenge is the political resistance. Policy reforms can face opposition from the political interests. Second, resource constraints. Limited funding and power can hinder long-term advocacy efforts. Third is miscommunication. So gaps in understanding between advocates and policymakers can create obstacles. How can we measure the impact of advocacy? So only doing the advocacy is not important. It's also important to understand the impact and measure it. So one way is to look at how the policy changes with time. Did the advocacy campaign lead to legislative or regulatory amendments? Is there any change in the healthcare access and outcomes? Did advocacy improve the healthcare accessibility, quality, and patient outcomes? And third is, did it lead to awareness and public engagement? So how much public and media attention did the advocacy campaign garner? So these are the 3 ways broadly which we can assess the impact of advocacy. What are the broader policy areas where I think the equitable diabetes care needs more attention? One is expanded health insurance coverage. Second is increased funding for diabetes research. We all understand that research advance has different priorities, different organizations have different agendas, their own priorities, but broader, we need more research and more funding for that. Address social determinants of health. Policies that address housing instability, food insecurity, and education disparities create a more equitable environment for diabetes management. And last, promote cultural competence in healthcare. Encouraging cultural competency training for healthcare providers ensure that individuals receive culturally sensitive and effective diabetes care. So how can clinicians advocate for a better healthcare? So I have tried to prepare some tips on how healthcare advocacy can be done by clinicians. As healthcare professionals, you hold immense power to influence policy and improve patient care. By leveraging your expertise and experience, you can advocate for impactful changes that benefit your patients and communities. The first step is the most basic one: leverage your own clinical data. From your own data, try to identify gaps. Identify which are the disparities in access, treatment, and outcomes. This data can highlight areas for improvement. Present this evidence to the various stakeholders. Advocate for solutions and lead by example. A physician treating numerous diabetes patients in rural areas could present data on poor access to insulin, advocating for subsidies or improved distribution networks. So these are a few examples. Join professional organizations like IMA, RSTI, ACP, Diabetes India, excuse me, and so through these organizations or associations, you can gain access to the advocacy campaigns. Engage with policymakers directly through your own networks to share real-world insights, advocate for solutions, and influence policy decisions. The step is to first identify the policymakers who are relevant. Thank you. At the local, state, or national level, schedule meetings with them and present your data with evidence and actionable solutions to address healthcare gaps and improve patient outcomes. Please remember, if you go to any policymaker and if you're not offering a solution, you're only presenting a problem, it doesn't make any sense to them. And only when you have also proposed some solutions with the data, then and only then they are ready to listen and act upon that. Provide testimony and consultation. So you can always provide your own experience at public hearings, advisory panels, and health forums. You can very well use patient stories. See, storytelling is an art in itself, and stories move mountains. That's what is understood. So gather stories, carefully document and collect anonymized patient stories that illustrate the challenges and impacts of the healthcare policy. In our clinical practice, we have always come across those patients who have got trouble in accessing care. And how can we gather those stories is an art in itself. Share those stories with policymakers, media, and other stakeholders. Amplify the impact by sharing these stories, and you can raise awareness, build empathy, and create a stronger call for action. Collaborate with like-minded NGOs. Try to find out those kind of NGOs who share the same empathy, same vision that you have, the same passion that you have, and help reach out to wider audiences and try to have a collective impact. Not the least, at least you can do the bare minimum, mentor future advocates. Try to inculcate this behavior of advocacy to your juniors, to the clinicians who are at an early career stage, and share your expertise with them, host workshops, inspire action, lead by your own example, and inspire action at the grassroots level. So just to conclude, and I'm hopefully well in time, achieving health equity for diabetes requires a multifaceted approach that addresses the underlying social and economic factors contributing to disparities, ensures equitable access to care, and promotes culturally sensitive diabetes management programs. By prioritizing equity, we can create a more just and healthy future for all. Thank you very much.
Hello. Thank you so much, Dr. Nilesh. That was a very interesting talk. And you've talked about a very important topic, that is creating health equity in diabetes. I'm sure we'll have a lot of questions, but we'll take them at the end of the session. Thank you. So next, we are going to have a very important and I would say a very interesting talk again. I would like to invite for this Ms. Khushbu Verma. She is, I would give a brief introduction. She is a very enthusiastic, technical person, even though she lives in Denmark, but her heart lives in India. And she is developing a platform which she's going to talk about for chronic disease management, which is going to bring together doctors and patients to increase the retention of patients, which is going to be beneficial for the patient-doctor community as such. So it is a very enthusiastic and a global platform which we are going to request her to discuss and to talk about. And we would like to invite Dr. Smith Bharat Solanki. He is the Assistant Professor, Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology, Institute of Kidney Disease and Research Center from Ahmedabad itself. Welcome, please.
Thank you so much, Chairpersons, for the introduction. And it's a pleasure to be here and talk to you about a very important topic which is very close to my heart. And thank you, organizers, Diacare Con and Dr. Banshi Sabu sir, for inviting me and giving the opportunity. So before we start, we would like to just, we would ask you to scan this QR code and answer a few questions for us. They are very, you have to just answer in approximation, nothing like exact. So if you please scan the QR code, that would be really awesome, and I'll wait for a couple of seconds before we proceed. The questions are not only relevant for GDM or maternity care, but they are also relevant in diabetes management and chronic disease management. Yeah. So the project that I'm going to talk about is related to GDM and monitoring of GDM. And the overall objectives were to first of all assess if it is at all feasible to monitor patients with GDM in rural and remote settings, patients from rural and remote areas. Does the digital infrastructure and access to smartphone allows that? Then another important objective was clinical outcomes. Third was patient compliance and motivation of the patients. And the fourth was possibility of early detection and prevention of complications. Keeping these four things in mind, we ran the study from January 2024 to August 2024 and have some interesting observations. Apart from this, the project was very interesting for the Dr. Mandakini here, who is HOD in Department of Obstetrics in HGPGI Lucknow, because for her it was very important that she was overburdened with WhatsApp messages and continuous disturbances throughout her day. So she wanted to give structure to her day. She wanted to give structure to her day without losing the human touch with her patients. And that was one of the other reasons why we started this study and assessment of the project. There were three prime areas in the vision: the behavioral aspects of the patients, like how do they behave, how do they use the technology, how do they interact and engage with the technology. There were clinical outcomes that we wanted to assess, of course, and there we wanted to see that how this technology can enable real-time data sharing and personalized care, resulting to early detection of complications. And of course, we wanted to do a study. We wanted to understand a lot of things, and these are some of the points that I have already mentioned that prevent conditions from GDM being chronic and identifying risk factors, along with enabling early interventions. And I'll hand it over to Dr. Smith, but I would talk about this slide first. So this initiative that we took was not only a study in a closed area, it was more than that. We started out like we just heard about policy advocacy. We started out from the top, where we talked to the ambassador between Denmark and India, and he supported the project. He created the environment from the policy making side to run this. We also had Dr. Banshi Sabu. He has been our advisor, and I'm honored to get the advice and help from him and support from him. We also had foreign ministry from Denmark involved in this. And then, of course, the project team from SGPGI. IIPHE was involved also in the formulation of the study and what should be the important points. IIPHE meaning in Gandhinagar. And then IKDRC was also involved in consulting that what are important aspects of GDM monitoring. And that is why Dr. Smith is with me today. So I'll hand it over to Dr. Smith, and you can talk about the project and the results. Dr. Smith, thank you.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you to Dr. Sabu sir for the opportunity. So the best thing you still can do for diabetes is to keep people from getting it. So these are the three agendas for the presentation. Scope of the problem, why do we need to prevent it, and are there any strategies for prevention, and how can we get our girls and women fit and ready for their pregnancy. So what are the scope of the problem? So this is the data from the Diabetes Atlas 10th edition, that overall the global prevalence for hyperglycemia in pregnancy is 16.7%. So that is a very high percentage. And 80% are the proportion of cases due to GDM, gestational diabetes mellitus. And this is another data from the Atlas that this shows that 28% is the prevalence rate of Southeast Asia population for hyperglycemia in pregnancy, and that is the highest among all other regions. So India accounts for about 1 in 7 of all adults living with the diabetes worldwide. These are the risk factors. So family history is very important. Advanced gestational age is risk factor. Gestational hypertension, family history, and then obesity and diet, and PCOS, polycystic ovarian syndrome. So why do we need to prevent it? So this is a paper showing why do we need to prevent it. So this shows that the hyperglycemic intrauterine environment appears to be involved in the pathogenesis of type 2 diabetes and pre-diabetes in adult offsprings of women with either diet-treated GDM or type 1 diabetes during pregnancy. So the offsprings of around 1,000 offsprings were tested, and the highest prevalence of hyperglycemia were found in the offsprings of GDM mother or type 1 diabetic mother. And there is a conclusion of this study that maternal pre-pregnancy overweight is an independent risk factor for offsprings, overweight and abdominal obesity at the age of 16 years. These are the risks are highest in offsprings with concomitant prenatal exposure to maternal pre-pregnancy overweight and GDM. So 25% of all pregnancies are complicated by hyperglycemia in Southeast Asia. So are there any strategies for preventions? So what we can do is, this is called generational reprogramming, okay, how the first 9 months shape the rest of your life. So these are the recommendations: optimizing the baby's birth weight, managing maternal nutrition and weight gain, correction of any nutritional deficiency, and postpartum follow-up of the patient. The Finnish trial of radial trial, they concluded that the moderate individualized lifestyle intervention reduced the incidence of GDM by 39% in high-risk pregnant women. And it was even more effective than metformin over a period of 3 years. Nutritional factors, they are also very important. So this is a systemic review paper which included 8 clinical trials and 20 observational studies. They concluded that some changes in nutrition, that is including Mediterranean diet, including probiotic supplementation, during pregnancy may reduce the prevalence, or during or before the pregnancy may reduce the prevalence of GDM. This is the data of our pilot study which we conducted at SGPGI Lucknow. So 50 pregnant women from rural and remote areas were enrolled in the initial phase of the study. There, the participants used Cordia platform to monitor key health metrics, including weight, blood pressure, blood sugar, symptoms, and exercise, and data were collected. So we were able to detect, that is early detection of complications. So we were able to detect 3 cases of hypertension, 4 cases of GDM, and 4 cases of obstetric cholestasis via the proper follow-up and proper compliance of patients and doctor via this platform. This was the distribution of health metrics at follow-up. The average weight of participants increased progressively over the 12 weeks first trimester, which means increase of 3 kg from baseline to the end of the study. And so we could typically manage patients' nutrition and weight via the platform. Blood pressure was also managed via this application. And
I can talk about the qualitative aspect of the project, that what did our participants say. The first part on the top, they are our patients who participated in the project, and there were some chronic patients as well who sent their testimonials for the platform. But most importantly, the opinion of Dr. Mandakini Pradhan. She mentioned that the early intervention according to the symptoms, vitals, and reports on the app, it allowed me to share educational material and videos with the patients. That was one of the most important key elements that we also hoped for would work for both the doctors and the patients. And then we had experts involved from Denmark as well, who were program manager for telemedicine program in Denmark in Danish context. But she had a great delivered a great testimonial as well for the project. So one important thing that I would like to highlight is, before we end this presentation, that this initiative was really appreciated by the ambassador as well, who was advocating for it and still wants to promote it on a larger scale. He said that this was an initiative in true spirit of Sarve Santu Niramaya. And he knows this, Sarve Santu Niramaya, because we informed him, or we told him about this phrase right in the start when we got introduced to him. And he has this very close to his heart. And with this spirit, he always supports us as well. So we are very pleased and proud to bring this project study report with you, and would also like to connect with you if you are interested to know more about it, or in general, chronic disease management using technology. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
The third one.
Hello. Yes, thank you so much, Khushbu, and thank you, Dr. Smith. That was really very interesting and a very important step forward, because the larger proportion of our country's population lives in the rural areas which still do not have access to good healthcare, and probably this is a good approach to reach this objective of good healthcare and distributing healthcare equity. So I think I would now request all our panelists, all our speakers to come on stage so that we can have questions from the audience. Dr. Vinod sir, Dr. Nilesh, Dr. Shambhu. So if there are any questions from the audience, we are welcome.
Dr. Shambhu sir, my question is to you that you were talking about the change in gut microbiota with the use of metformin and acarbose, but there are patients who complain of GI side effects followed by metformin and acarbose. So how will you explain that? And
yeah, so that is always there. I think when we talk about GI adverse effect of metformin or acarbose, yes, they are one of the very, as one of my slide had shown that post-metformin treatment hydrogen sulfide formation. So that definitely associated with those type of abdominal distension and sometimes embarrassing passage of flatus. So that is also common with acarbose too. The thing is that we always need to balance between risk versus benefit, and there are many studies now available with metformin, with acarbose, their benefit in terms of different outcomes. And when we talk about the prevalence of adverse event, like you were talking about GI discomfort, that is not that high. And one interesting finding in our Indian population also, we do not require that high dose of acarbose in our setting. Generally, the acarbose dose, recommended dose is 50 milligram thrice daily. But many of our patients does not require that high dose. Even I had just shown one of our study. We had a comparable effectiveness with vildagliptin 50 milligram twice daily with acarbose 50 milligram once daily. So this is again an important finding. And when we talk about gastric intolerance with acarbose, with time, there is definite development of tolerance to those gastric discomforts with acarbose.
Yeah, one point in the same context. Metformin intolerance is not that common one. Secondly, once we give sustained release or extended release preparations are there now. Extended is 24 hours and sustained for 12 hours. Now, one important point there I would like to convey that side effects of extended would be less than sustained, but as when we talk of gut microbiota, then sustained release is better than extended release. So this point is very important if patient can tolerate sustained release, and it has shown not only in the development, growth of healthy microbiota, but also GLP-1 release. We talk of GLP-1, even my metformin also helps in release of GLP-1 from the small gut. So this point has to be understood. And other thing is this gut microbiome. Now there are biome banks world over. They are storing the samples of healthy people, the stool samples, and gut biome is a second genome, in fact. And this is more important in even psychiatric illnesses. IBS, irritable bowel syndrome, the whole life patient is suffering and no treatment because they're given just symptomatic treatment. So once we are giving some probiotic to these people, which are there in yogurt and as of today, maybe in times to come, which I always say, we have specific antibiotics for certain specific diseases. So similarly here also for certain metabolic diseases, like akkermansia, or bacteroids, or these specific strain will be there as a treatment for specific disorders. So a capsule which is rich in, say, akkermansia will be given for a particular. So this is the future. This is the future.
Yes, in fact, I would just like to share here, there are some centers in European countries which are using bacteriophages. Yes. Since I know decades, there are some universities for treatment of specific diseases like prostatitis, which are not being amenable to antibacterials.
Even so cancers, even endometrial cancer, where the treatment.
There are therapeutic
so many
trials going on with bacteriophages. Since you are in hot seat, Dr. Shambho, first of all, congratulations. That was a very interesting talk. So, but one thing I would like to know from you or your commentaries about the use of artificial sweeteners, because there are reports that using the sugar-free Coke or zero-calorie Coke actually increases the incidence of diabetes rather than decreasing it. And the root cause of that is the microbiome, is the disruption in the gut.
The thing is that if we again go back to the basic mechanism behind those dysbiosis, it is not only one arrow we should follow. There is multiple arrows. So it is not only we need to increase the level of short chain fatty acids. It is important to have a good heterogeneity between those short chain fatty acids like butyrate, propionate. If the ratio between those butyrate, propionate become deranged, that is also leading to some dysbiosis. And again, if we go back to the another part, like if we have more branched amino acid, so that will again lead to facilitation of some gram-negative organisms, and that will lead to more lipopolysaccharide levels.
So basically what we understand
we need
is
balance. So that is
we
missing.
understand that it is chronic systemic inflammation which is being affected. It is systemic inflammation.
The
It is systemic
endotoxemia.
endotoxemia.
The
yes.
metabolic endotoxemia is we can use.
With this sweetness, the other important point is they are, 600, 800 times more sweet than sugar. So we are exposing a patient to, or person to a thing which is more sweet than sugar itself. Try to understand. So instead of staying away, it's just less in calories, but it's more sweetness. So like you develop craving for sugar. So instead of losing weight, people start gaining weight. It has been seen. That's one. It causes gut dysbiosis, two, and it can cause even malignancy. So these are not advisable now.
Yes, definitely. Thank you, sir. One question to you, Khushbu. So this platform, Cordia, is it something universal which can be used for in diabetics or in hypertensive, or you made it specifically for management or detection of GDM complications?
No, it is a platform which can be used for any chronic disease management and maternity care. So chronic disease, the chronic diseases that we have started out with, we chose purposefully diabetes and hypertension and obesity. These are the three areas we chose to start with because they are most prevalent, and we think that's where lifestyle intervention and micromanaging the patient becomes very helpful when it is done via technology instead of manually on WhatsApp and by the doctor. Yes.
Actually, sir, we have the data from SGPGI, but we are going to publish that in a Scopus or PubMed index journal. So we are yet to publish the data. Yeah. Yeah. So we, sir, it was just a
I just want to ask you, how did you identify obstetric cholestasis based on these parameters that you had shown? Because I don't know, maybe there's something else also you're doing.
Sir, the application included any complaints. If suppose I am the patient, then I can even include my complaint. Suppose some of the patients complained or they wrote the symptoms that I am having itching all over the body. So that was being notified to the doctor, which was included in the application, and then they were called for follow-up. Suppose if the patient is having a headache or vomiting, then if we required the symptoms are so okay, we required her personal consultation, then we called them, and if we got the LFT done, then we got to know कि भाई चलो इसको obstetric cholestasis के symptoms they are having these symptoms.
But that is in the later part of the pregnancy, no? Because benign.
Later part, third trimester of pregnancy.
Okay, and did you like observe any effect on the infants born to the mother with all this?
Actually,
all
all the
perinatal and during the labor.
So all the patients which were included were they ended up as a normal, uneventful, non-complicated pregnancy. So all the outcomes were normal, but.
Like
none
no,
of the
no
none of the
macrosomia
infants,
or anything.
No, none of the patients baby was macrosomic or none of the patients were having uncontrolled. If they had any uncontrolled sugar levels, then they were called, and then proper preventions or precautions or proper medications were started or first trimester itself?
Yeah, I think here I can suggest another interesting design that is called as ambispective design. So if I am starting from today, so there is a retrospective data and also I have a prospective data. So this is called an ambispective design. So I think this could be a very interesting design to evaluate. Very important, because prospective, if we can monitor those fetal outcome, so infant outcome, so I think that could be a better yield result. Thank you.
Just a short comment from you, Dr. Sambu. Actually, in today's lifestyle, the imbalance in gut microbiome is quite common because of antibiotics and all the things which are there. So, do you suggest any prophylactic, and is there any positive or negative effect of? There are 20,000 genes of this particular microbiome, and the tablets which are available in the market specifically. So, you are suggesting something regarding the prophylactic or building these things?
I think again, the problem is with identifying the specific microbiota. So that is very difficult. And if I am not giving proper probiotic, so that will be causing some harm. Because one way that will increase the signal of one particular inflammatory pathway, and another way it will suppress that. So we need to make it a balance. So that is why the symbiotic trial, when we are mixing probiotic with prebiotic, so that yields better result. And I think that systematic review and meta-analysis, which I also had presented, the main defect is we are using only the probiotic. So it is not only probiotic that can manage, because that will only manage one way, not the whole, the path. And yes,
daily addition of curd in diet of diabetes. So
that
that is already a standard
Prebiotic.
recommendation now.
Not only the probiotic, we need to have some prebiotic to maintain the health of our gut microbiome. And as you were mentioning and sir was also mentioning about our brain health, and you were talking about antibiotic use. There was a beautiful paper recently published that who are taking azithromycin in the early ages, they are more prone to develop autism within 5 years of their age. So that is again a dreadful situation, and we know the over-the-counter use of antibiotic in our country. So we need to generate this awareness amongst us, amongst our patients. I think that is again not a debatable issue, because there are certain, I think you know, madam, that combination of drugs available which combine some antibiotic with some probiotic, but that actually makes nonsense.
I think the issue here is that people who take azithromycin don't require azithromycin.
Yeah,
Yes.
that is most important.
So overall, as of today, there are no guidelines. There's no specific probiotic for a specific disease. And what can be done is, as Dr. Shambhu has already told, prebiotic, and maybe, increase intake of yogurt and, some, cheese, paneer. I mean, all these kind of things can be increased in our diet. This is the only takeaway. This is the only takeaway that, all people with metabolic diseases can increase prebiotic foods, which are rich in.
So I am so thankful to all our speakers. You've all done a wonderful job, and we've discussed so varied topics, and I'm so glad that we still had a very good house, people listening, and people are still sitting and taking part in the discussion. So thank you so much to all the speakers.
Thank you.
Thank you.